Big lots of fun. Oh, and you know we would do something like that happen.
Welcome to Cape Town. Welcome to the Mother City. Home of the Penguins and home to Seal Island. This popular tourist attraction out in the coastal region is promising to wine and dine you with some of the best sights and sounds of Africa, and is home to round 3 of the South African Endurance Series.
To navigate what challenges we've seen on the calendar so far. That left-hander choosing where exactly you want to mark it. Usually the outside is great because it turns into a right-hander at turn 2, but it's not a simple turn 2, is it, Steve? You've got that sort of dip in the circuit at that point, and you have to be careful about where you've already placed your car, because once you've committed, it may just be a lot of compromise for pace that you're making as you make that exit.
And also, then you got to put the hammer down through the kink. Wet conditions are going to make things a little bit more difficult. We started seeing people trail braking in through the kink before you head towards the double right-hander. It's not quite a place that you want to go side by side with. It's a bit of follow the leader all the way through until you get to the back straight, where 265 kilometers was clocked by the likes of Troy Dolenchek, who took the lap record this year with a 1:06 here at Killarney International Raceway, before you have to slam down the anchors into the final corner. And that is just a banked camber of the Cape Town corner. It's a difficult one. It's a very amazing corner, though, as you do get the sights of Table Mountain in the background, fly out towards the start-finish line. And so far, if you're not ahead in that corner, you're not going to be ahead heading into turn 1.
100%. And, well, if you've just joined us, we welcome you. This is SAES, round 3 here at Killarney International Raceway, connected by Vodacom for you. And we have an exciting, a lot of questions, a lot of courage seen amongst the committed who've qualified and warmed up. A lot of questions being asked by the teams of themselves. Are they able to face the challenge that is ahead of us? And right now, the main challenge is Mother Nature. It is pouring, it is bucketing here at Killarney International Raceway. And just as expected, as the forecasts have promised, the heavens have opened, and it marks the opening of this 6 hours of endurance racing. Of course, it is a race within a race too. We have the 1 hour dash that will be competing amongst the entire class of races going for the 6 hours. And we have 5 classes in total, ranging from Class A to Class D in the 6 hour. And of course, the 1 hour dash competitors having their own championship. So a lot at stake. And man, what a way to earn it it's going to be it's going to be a thrilling one for a lot of the viewers at home. You're joining us live, of course, on Supersport 215 and our YouTube stream here at SAS. So do join us along for what will be an incredible ride up until 8 o'clock this evening. It's going to be non-stop. It's going to be back-to-back, hour for hour, and we're going to try our best to keep you warm and dry.
Well, also it's been 3 years since we've come to the Killarney circuit. It was dramatic fashion last time we were here, and it landed up with leaders in all classes getting topsy-turvy, turned round, and now we're back to Killarney with some amazing machinery, some new cars out there. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 that Inter Africa has brought as a defending champion. They're going to have to really cart that car around. We've also got the return of Bradley Liebenberg in the Audi R8. He's hoping to take the win away. And we've also got to talk about the Norma Nova Proto 2, the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow that is looking to charge their way through to the front. Very, very quick. But now what's going to win on a circuit that's all high speed and looking extremely wet?
It's going to be very interesting. And look, the array of talent and skill that is in this grid, I think is going to determine a lot of how these competitors are able to secure their points and earn their keep. I mean, experience in the wet doesn't seem like we have an abundance of it in this trim, in this kind of racing. We've only had, in our series, we've only had one race where it really challenged us, and that was last year in PE. And other than that, this is the first time we've been exposed to the elements to this extent. I don't think it's going to get to the point where we had at PE, where we had a long, protracted period of time where we've suspended the racing. So we definitely can race, and I think that's what makes it more challenging, because we have to be in full trim and have to fully commit to what is now going to be, for the time being and for a good chunk of the race, a wet race. I mean, it's been raining since, what, 1 a.m. in the morning, and we've been in damp conditions all day long. So that is foregone conclusion. But what I am interested in is what we've seen, for example, with the warm-ups. We saw each of the racing drivers have their turn in the cars to have their feel of how the car is giving them feedback and how aggressive or conservative they have to be. And the different styles and approaches, we saw them testing different racing lines around places like, of course, Turn 5 at Cape Town Corner. So all of those things have been assessed and weighed up by the racing drivers, and depending on exactly how they prefer. I mean, as you can see, just the standing water on the grass on the side of the circuit and certain parts of the circuit just give you an indication of potentially how much water could stand at any one part of the track if it wasn't in the great condition that it's in to be able to disperse a lot of this water. That's how much could just be sitting for any of these racing drivers to tackle. But thankfully, most of this water will be dispersed, of course, and the tires also add to that. Some of the groove tires, if you have, like, for example, your semi-slicks, they are designed such that they disperse water at an incredible rate, so that all of that would be accounted for. But overall, this is the challenge. This is exactly what's ahead of a strong grid that we have here today, and they're going to have to make sure that each and every one of the racing drivers, up to 3 per team, know exactly where to place the car in the ideal position and take the full haul of points at the end of the day.
Well, 79 years Killarney has been around and making legends, and that's what we get to have here with the South African Endurance Series. I've got to say, rather excited. Big talking point coming in is the backdraft racing. Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark, after their crash in PE at Aldo Scribante, that car, the carbon car, is not here, but they are entered in the backdraft Roadster. So this is going to be an interesting race indeed for them.
Yep. We're definitely going to enjoy seeing them. Look, they've committed to the ability to stay and perform in Class A, which is, I believe, is very impressive, because they know exactly what they're capable of, and exactly what Steve is capable of in terms of engineering and building a car. And together, he and Mike can extract that performance and bring the points all home. That's why you're going to keep seeing them. If ever they're in a scenario where they don't have the car, they will enter in Class A. But we're going to get the proper picture at ground level, at ground zero, from Chloe and Nadine down on the grid.
Welcome down to the grid. We are, of course, here in Killarney, and it's absolutely exciting. This is a track that is, of course, quite demanding in terms of power, and you have to note the fact that it is demanding as well because of the fast and the tight corners. But, so, going down the grid, it is raining, it's pouring, as you can tell. Right next to me should be Charles Arangis, but clearly, Charles decided that, no, we're not going to get through the rain. He's just trying to keep warm, but he does, of course, have a new driver pairing where Brad Liebenberg joins him, and alongside him is Ari Nelving. And then you go into second place where we've got Into Africa. They do have, of course, this new Lambo, the latest Lamborghini in 2025. And this is, of course, they call this one Maverick. And you have to look into Korea Litlaka, Stuart White, and Axel Jeffries joins them, which is pretty great. And then we go down into third place. We've got, of course, the Nova. And the cool thing here about this car is how quick it is. And the interesting thing is the aerodynamics about this car, because of how light it is, that's how quick it can go, especially when you're listening to the straights. So Nick Adcock is back, of course, from European Racing. So it's great to have him back on our grid again. And then we go over here on my side. We've got, of course, Franco Di Matteo, who is with the Ford Mustang RSC. Franco, quickly, we do know that you've been busy with the setup of the car. Talk to us about, of course, the setups that you've changed on this car.
Yeah, the car's actually a fantastic car. We've done a few changes to the car, and we got it, I think, we haven't got it spot on, but we've got it very, very close of been very good. So, as you can see, I mean, the PE race, we were like 10th and 11th on the grid. Yeah. We're up to the 4th. So we can't challenge those cars. They're just too fast for us, but Class B, we're up there, you know.
Quickly talk to us. I mean, you're a legend in motorsport. About Killarney, you're a legend in motorsport. Talk to us about the track and really what makes this track so special.
The track different.
Killarney special.
It's been a legend. The track has been a long time, yeah. Okay, so many guys have raced in it, like Sarel and them. So it makes it very special. Yeah. Nothing's changed. I mean, on the other tracks have changed and whatever, but this track has been the same for 50 years, I think. So it makes it very, very special.
Super. All the best, Franco.
Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Franco Di Matteo. And then we go down here, High Spirits from Samblin Racing. This is Damien Hammond. And, of course, he did well earlier on during the day. He's on the other side. Let's actually see if we can try get to him because he's got, of course, he's feeling quite great. Damien, a quick chat with us. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
A little bit nervous. The rain started to come down a bit more than usual, but we'll just take it as it comes. What can we do?
And then, I mean, Damien, you talk about how quick you are in the earlier races. What's the strategy here in the hour dash?
I think for the first half an hour, we'll take it nice and easy, just see how it goes. We're playing a little bit of a different race strategy to the 6-hour guys. So the only thing is that I don't want to screw up their race, and I just hope that they don't screw up my race. That's the main thing.
Thank you. That is, of course, Damien Hammond, who is ready to fully send it, and, of course, noting as well who he's racing alongside. And then when we come down here, you also have to notice that, of course, this is a new car in our series. We have, of course, a dad-son duo. It is Oliver Hittenes and Albert. And the cool thing about this duo, of course, as I've mentioned, father, son, and, I mean, it's also one thing about the Ligier, it's how quick it is. And then on our side here, we go quickly to Mo Mia. And when you talk about this Porsche, you have to mention, of course, how cool it looks. And that is because these are all the tracks that he's raced. Mo, Killarney, it's pouring.
How are you? Good?
I'm fantastic. Your plans for, of course, making sure that you continue doing well today?
Yeah, you know, I just want to keep it tidy, keep it on the black stuff, and try and enjoy it, right? And that's what it's all about. And thanks to the Saes for allowing us the opportunity to do this, and it's actually awesome.
Quickly, turn 5. I mean, earlier on you had a bit of an incident there, and it's pouring here. Talk to us about the plan in executing those tight corners.
The plan is to go slower, not to confuse my abilities and my aspirations, and to keep it tidy, just to maybe shift up earlier and go through in a higher gear. But also, you know, it's not like we're super experienced with the rain, right? So this is going to be some nice experience for us to get.
All the best, Mo.
Okay, cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you
a
so
good
much. That is, of course, Mo Mia, who is also quite excited. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a kiss towards, of course, table corner Marius Jackson in this brand new Porsche. Quick thing about him is that in PE, he was actually racing in the Audi, so he decided to change it up. It's a brand new Porsche. It looks absolutely great. It's quite fast. And then over here, we've got Wayne Roach, who is also back. Let me see if I can quickly find a word from Wayne. Ah, fantastic. I love how, you know, they actually opened the doors. Thank you so much. You're so kind. Wayne, good to have you back. Thank you. Killarney, we're back. Your plan to make sure that, of course, you also finish this race.
Well, to stay out of trouble in turn 1 and turn 2, probably let it settle for the first 3 or 4 laps, and then start to look to make progress.
It's good to have you back. We missed you in the previous round.
I know, I missed the sport. I'm stoked to be back, and it's been such an awesome weekend at Killarney. Thank you so much.
Quickly, I mean, one thing about this track, we talk about the bumps.
Yes.
How do you manage those here?
The bumps have no effect on this car. I'm blessed. So down the back straight, we stick to the racing line. It's bumpy into turn 2, and with the rain, we'll be braking before the bumps. Yeah, that's the only place that's bumpy.
All the best, Wayne. Thank you so much. And then, of course, we've got GNH as well here on the other side. Let's see who we've got in the car. And it's great, of course, to also have them alongside us. You know, one thing I love about our drivers is how cool and welcoming they are as we get into your cockpit in your private space. Yeah. We're in Killarney. I mean, we talk about the plan here. I mean, straight, fast, and quite nerve-wracking in terms of turn 2 and turn 5. How are you planning to approach it?
I'm just going to take it easy for the first couple of laps. We've turned the traction up, we've turned the stability control up and the ABS. You know, now we just got to keep ourselves clean and hope that nobody kind of trips over us. So, yeah, we'll mind our own business for the first couple of laps and hope for the best.
Wishing you all the best. Mind your business, of course, is then the plan. And then before I hand over to Nadine, we've got San Moodley here, who also has been, of course, having a really, really busy day. San, it's been a mixture of, but it's been cold, a bit of rain, no rain. We're about to start in of course, full wet. It's raining. Talk to us about how you're feeling ahead of the race.
I've never raced in these conditions in Cape Town. I've raced overseas in the rain, but they have a better runoff there. Now the water is building up on the track, so I'm going to take it easy and feel comfortable and gain my lap times.
We're wishing you all the best.
Pardon?
Wishing you all the best.
Thank you very much. You're supposed to change our tires.
Oh, I'm supposed to change his tires is what he's saying. I think we'll try and do that after the race. Nadine is about, of course, then take you through the rest of the grid.
Thanks, Chloe. Appreciate that. All right, I'm going to start off here with Anthony Marks. Anthony Marks is currently 3rd in the 1 Hour Dash Championship. You are only 7 points behind. What's the plan today to catch up?
Yes, honestly, after this tricky weekend we've had, I just want to finish with points if I can. We started off the weekend in this car, had an issue, jumped in my good friend Mike Verrier's car. Thanks, Mike, for borrowing me your car, appreciate. And qualified in that car and took it out this morning in the warm-up, but it was just, I was too nervous in the car. So the guys made a plan with us to put a Band-Aid on the car, and hopefully I get to finish in the points.
Well, we're rooting for you and we'll see you out there. And what a man, Mike Verrier. Okay, let's move over to GSW. We've got Franco and David here. So David, I hear you starting the race today.
Yep, I'm starting as always.
And yesterday you guys had a bit of issues. You were getting stuck in 5th gear. Has it been resolved?
Yeah, so we did come right. Luckily, thanks to help from some of the locals around here, we managed to sort out the issues and we should be on for a good race.
Well, wishing you and Papa Franco everything of the best.
Thank you very much.
Cool, guys. Okay, let's move over to Steve Clark and Mike McLaughlin over here. So usually you guys are on a carbon car, but obviously we had a bit of a boom bam in Aldo Scribante, so car's not ready. You guys are in a Class D car, yet you guys are still racing Class A. Steve, what's the plan?
Well, we'll just do as well as we can. You know that we've got wets on the car. that, you know, we wanted to test the wets on these cars, for possibly running them in the future on the production cars. So it's a good test, you know, it's a perfect test actually. So we'll see what it does.
I mean, why would you put your hand up to test?
Well, I'd much rather be on wets now than anything else.
100%. Well, wishing you both everything of the best.
Cool, thanks.
Get those points. Okay, I'm moving over to Pesty Racing. All right, Hiram, I'm going to speak to you because Baron's in the car. So, what's the plan today? I mean, the last time we had this sort of rain, we were in PE, it was hectic. We had to drill holes in the bottom of the back drafts and stuff. Talk to us what you're going to do.
No plans, yeah. We just got to do our best and stay on the track. That's the story. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to do much else. We'll see what the weather does, but it looks like it's coming to pour, eh? So we'll all time see how we go, yeah.
Earlier in the weekend, you guys mentioned to me that you guys went from a LS diff to an open diff. How does it affect your performance in the rain?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult to drive. So we'll see. We haven't had this type of rain with an open diff yet. So we'll see how the car handles. But I think it's going to be a lot more difficult than what it was in the past. So, yeah, we'll have to see how it goes.
Okay, well, I see combined racing's not on the grid, so we're going to have to move over. We're also missing another vehicle on the grid over there. So let's move over to my favorite gents, Richard and Gavin. Right. Yeah, no, I'm not going to speak to you. I'm going to speak to Gavin over here. Gavin, the last time we saw this kind of rain, we were in PE. What's the plan for today? Yeah, you guys are going to be dealing with some standing water. How are we going to deal with that?
Much like PE, we'll kind of take it as we go. We might have a slightly longer pit stop strategy. But to be honest, at this stage, I think it's just a case of getting a little bit of heat into the tyres and holding on. And I reckon we'll, with any luck, stay on the track and get ourselves onto the podium is the plan.
I like that plan.
Thank you.
Cool, see you guys in the pits. Okay, I think we've got time for one more interview before we got to wrap up. I have to speak to you guys because you guys had a different color car earlier and somebody made a boom bam earlier, and what did you do?
I had a major problem. I hit the brakes, the talent went to one side, the car to the other one. So we hit the tires. But luckily, no one got injured except my ego, and the car is back. I want to congratulate and thank the backdraft team for the excellent work they're doing. Yesterday, they managed to change the engine under 1.5 hours, and today they got the car back and ready for the race. So thank you, backdraft. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you guys. All right, that's all from me now on the grid. We're going to head back over to commentary. It's time to get the race started. Wishing everybody a safe race. Have fun out there, gents, and enjoy the show. I'll see you later in the pits.
And on cue, you can hear the engines beginning to roar. We're about to get things underway as the formation lap will begin. And we also have the heavens re-announcing their presence as they open once more. We're looking at the weather report. It's pretty much raining all the way through the race. So in the racers' minds, you heard Gavin Brook talking about how they're thinking PE, and the strategy is to take it easy and let the race come to you and see as you go along, as you progress. There's nothing you can plan at the moment. The best thing you can do is just really be mechanically prepared for whatever comes your way.
Well, this is it. And I've got to say, it's now down to something rather interesting. The drivers having to pull out a trick out of their hat, how to contend with the rain in close combat with one another. Also taking a look at the circuit naturally starts to get rivers building up towards the back end.
Yeah.
And that's where it's going to get tricky for any of our backdrafts that are going to be overtaken by Class A. They're going to be pushed to the outside where a lot of standing water is sitting. You don't want to be too tight and you don't want to be put on the outside, especially around turn 5 and especially around turn 2. Lots of standing water there through the kink. As we saw what happened to Mr. Lataka in the Lamborghini Huracan earlier today, losing the rear. Well, everyone else now knows there is a lot of standing water there.
Yep, it's going to be quite tricky, and really you don't have a choice. I mean, your qualifying position has decided whether you're on the inside or the outside. So they are half the grid is already compromised in that regard, unless you get a solid start going into the lights off signal. So really, yeah, your fortune has to come your way and combine the talent. We saw Andre Betancourt talking about how his talent went one way, the car went the other. You're going to need the car and the talent to be pointing in one direction. And hopefully for all these competitors out there on the grid, it's going to be the case. So it really, I mean, we can hear in the commentary booth where we're at now, the situation it just continues to progress as there's a clear picture of just how wet it is at the moment. And we look right now, this is a perspective from turn 1. You can see parts of the circuit where you've got water all over. Really, it's clear wet. It's not even like a pseudo or hybrid wet race. It absolutely is wet. So mentally, I think all these competitors are prepared. You can tell also their demeanor isn't panicky or stiff. They're actually they're accepting of the conditions, because this is what exactly racing drivers are to do.
Well, this is the thing. You've got to take every challenge forward. And now
Yeah.
that they're behind the safety car,
Yeah.
all the drivers are finally getting moving. They're starting to get themselves in the game, starting to settle down as well into the cars. They'll be able to adjust the belts ever so slightly as well as they start to relax, starting to think, okay, what do we need to do here? What's going to be our plan? For the first hour, it is a race. We've got multiple different categories racing together, but we cannot count out our 1 hour dash that's involved as well. And they will have to contend with the conditions. And also, when the MSA flag comes out, they'll have to get themselves in. But man, that is just wet.
How's that for conditions? We had an onboard there with the Nova Proto 2, and that's pretty much what you're dealing with. You're effectively split seconds of clear visibility because you're depending on the visor. That's only going to increase because this is at crawling pace. This is formation lap pace, and you can barely see. Can you imagine at full tilt what it looks like on the windscreen of all of these racing drivers to be navigating in these conditions? So that is going to be something to behold, just how they navigate this particular challenge ahead of them.
It's going to be quite interesting in navigating into turn 1, turn 2, especially when the field concertinas against one another. It's going to make life a little bit more difficult to maneuver your way around.
Yep. The kink, a tricky part of the circuit. I mean, it takes, what, a minimum of 15 degrees for it to count as a turn?
Yes.
So the input is quite significant there, and it can make a huge difference. We've seen. I mean, look at the rooster tails at crawling pace. This is the spray right now, and we're not at full tilt. This is formation lap. I need to remind you, if there is no audio, you're just seeing this. You might really think that this is the race at full tilt, but it's just for formation lap, so it will only increase when we go to lights out. But we've got Antoni Marks, of course, and there he is. We had a quick chat with him. David Franco right behind him, starting the race for GSW in that VW, the Hintenhaus. Ligier, we just saw in and out of frame there, and that's what it looks like down the home straight as the cars make their way to turn 1.
A variety of machinery, from sports prototypes of your Ligiers right through to your saloon cars, space frames such as the IRC Ford Mustang, your likes of your Porsches, the 992s, 991s, Lamborghini Gallardos, right even through to your Super Cups. So it's absolutely fantastic. You know what? This is what endurance racing is about, and already have a spinner, and that already shows you slow speed, things can go wrong.
That could be Mario da Silva, Fabian Lanz, or Steve Trotter. Our transponder will educate us not too long from now. But yeah, that is at turn 5 at Cape Town corner. So you have a clear indicator of exactly what to expect. Yeah, that was Mario da Silva. And he was, of course, describing how excited he is to be out racing and how much he's learned over the course of the weekend. At this point, it was still dry, so I can imagine the textbooks, the racing study manuals just stacked up. And there's plenty more to learn now in these really, really tricky conditions. But yeah, such is the challenge. And you saw, again, not yet at full tilt. This is formation lap. So when you're getting more sensitive and expensive sort of throttle applications, it's bound to get worse.
The question comes in, tire wear is not going to be too much of a problem, but each driver has to do 100 minutes in the car minimum to be able to go racing. So this is going to be interesting, it's going to be wild, and it's going to be an exciting time, but it does look like our safety car slowing up, letting the field now go and bunch up. It's going to be game on for the green, and at the front, we're going to see some great racing as the Inter Africa looks to take on Team Stradale.
Third round, we started in the north, we went down to the coast at Aldo Scribante, now we're here at the coast of Cape Town, and it's Cape Town corner that welcomes them to be the beginning of the 6 hours of Killarney right here. It's going to be an interesting one, and there you go, one of the recovery vehicles about to clear the scene, the safety cars and everybody happy with the formation lap trailing and seeing that everything is going according to plan. But we're approaching now lights off for the beginning of what is going to be an exciting round 3 here at Killarney.
Now going another round, cars just trying to get some heat into it. And this is just to make sure all safe and sound before we go under green here for the 6 hours of Killarney. But already, I'm starting to wonder, I didn't want to be in the mid-pack of this because the rooster tails just coming off the front pack makes life a little bit more difficult. Being in the front is perfect. You can break away. You don't have to worry about too much of visibility. Even at the back of the field, you're going to have the advantage of just being able to back off the throttle. If you're stuck in the mid-pack, that's a bit of an issue. But we will have cars starting from pit lane. They are going to have to maneuver their way around the circuit.
Yeah. It's one of the variety of approaches that we're going to see here. A variety of machinery, as you've said. There's plenty questions that are going to be asked. There's Sun Moodley tucking in behind the Janakaro 511. And we've also got the second Janakaro car, number 15, Nissan GTR. So the RRC Mustang as well. Beautiful car to see, especially as it gets darker. One of the favorites, quickly became a favorite upon its introduction into our series. And we're getting as much temperature into the tires as it stands at the moment, to make sure that these cars have enough traction to get things underway when full race conditions begin.
3 years ago, on this very straight, we saw a championship get changed. Our Class C going out the window with the likes of Kari Hill having a failure with her motor. But now, 3 years later, a full field ready to duke it out. New cars, new drivers, returning drivers, all looking to battle it out. And I've got to say, just even a shot in the rain, you can see how incredible the grid's going to be, varying in terms of machinery, looking to do battle out. And I've got to say, the class I'm really looking forward to is definitely our National V8 Roadsters.
No, 100%. Enduring the race against this beautiful circuit of Killarney International Raceway and the race against time. Now here we go. It's going to be the complete grid bunching up now for the start of the race. We're getting ready to get under full race conditions. Then we have the beautiful backdrops that Steve was alluding to earlier.
Ready to go. The field still a little bit split as they go under race conditions. By the looks of it, already got one car coming in. That is going to be Sun Moodley.
Sun Moodley just peeled into the pits.
So avoiding the start and opting rather to just go through pit lane. But it is going to be the likes of Charles Rangi's taking the fight with Stuart White looking on the inside to try and get round him. The Audi R8 just managing to keep ahead of the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. Brand spanking new, only one in South Africa, looking to fight out for the championship.
Oh, a fight with the traction of our race leaders. Our race leaders have both spun out at the kink, the very corner we mentioned. A joint pirouette there just before turn 3. Luckily, the competitors right behind them managed to avoid that incident. The prime competitor being that number 15, Nova Proto 2, steering clear of the action. Lamborghini has been recovered back onto the circuit on Capsule Arangis once the traffic has cleared.
Anthony Marks,
Anthony Marks, a spinner, Anthony Marks, just before. Just stand by because it is tricky times. Look at Kevin Rook, I beg your pardon, Faniero, managing to keep the car stable. You saw that little twitch of the rear there, but such are the conditions right now, and it only continues to pour.
Thankfully, no damage to the Audi R8 and it's able to get going. Anthony Marks just waiting for the field to come through and getting told when it's all clear, hoping not to get stuck. The ground a bit waterlogged there. There is Franco Di Matteo in the IRC, tentative on his way through. And here comes Mr. Marks back onto the circuit. He's in the 1 hour dash.
A lot more than it will for the Inter-Africa Lamborghini and the Stradale Motorsport car. So that is something to behold. Let's look at the kind of pace Anthony Marks will need for him to recover. But in the meantime, we've got Damien Hammond there out for, vying it out there for the 1 hour dash. David Franco made it out in one piece. The number 72 super backdraft. There it is. Here's that moment after the kink. First to lose it was Arangis ahead of the Lamborghini, and both of them a synchronized pirouette, a lot more rough there for the Lamborghini because it was over the grass, and Shalaranjis went out onto the outside. But both cars making it out without colliding with another car, each other, or the pack that was following. That was incredibly fortuitous.
I think Stuart White got a little bit on the anchors, seeing that Ranji's got it all wrong. And ultimately, that's worked out for Nick Adcock. And once again, Stuart White turned round just outside of the kink.
Oh no, it's pouring right now. The challenge of finding traction for White is coming in thick and fast, and he's going to have to find a way, find the answer for that particular part of the circuit, because he's falling down again, and he's going to have to recover as quick as possible, because the spearhead right now of this class of cars is Nick Adcock, the chief competitor in the championship.
There he is rejoining, and you can see just a very, very wide turning angle. These cars don't turn on a dime when they slow.
They don't.
But it turns into a difficult race indeed. This is now a race of nutrition. Nick Adcock leads out with Damien Hammond in second place, and the likes of Andrew Horn running in third. Oliver Hanatis going and running in fourth at the moment. Mo Mia up into fifth. Franco Di Matteo lying in sixth place, with Marius Jackson in the 992 Porsche. Well, trial by fire to make his way through, and it does look like Wayne Roach up on the inside of Franco Di Matteo heading into turn one. Well done on the Gallardo, but there is Stuart White trying to make up some time.
Yeah.
Started out on the front row and now slipped all the way down the order. He's into 10th place. So a gentle climb through. Momia up on the inside of Franco Di Matteo, and Marius Jackson also coming back at him.
Oh, a lot of position changes right now, and you're racing against your competitor and the conditions. And Stewie White so far has taken 2 knots and haven't fortunately been able to recover and get back out onto the circuit, so he now has to make up for all of that. But Wayne Roach, brilliant start, having gained a couple of places. Mitchell, Arangis, Van Sale, all of them making gains, but a couple of losers too as compared to where they were at the start. Marius Jackson, let's see how that 992 is going to bear the test. This is quite the test for you to be faced with, considering it's just been shaken down. This is the first time we've seen it in racing trim here in South Africa.
That's absolutely incredible stuff as the drivers making their way through. This is the Ligier JSP4 on board with Stuart White, trying to keep himself all cool, calm and collected. I've got to say, that's the difference between a pro driver and your casuals.
Yeah, 100%. Look how calm and relaxed he looks. Whoa. Are we sure this is this one of those tricks you have when you have like a webcam, a sort of phone call, and you have a background that's different? Because look how calm he is. Are we sure that this guy's actually in that car? Incredibly relaxed, considering everything that's happening around him. But he'll want to be as stable as possible so he can race properly.
And just focusing on the charge. Lots of traffic he's going to have to deal with on the way through.
A lot of it.
Remember, they're leading the championship at the moment, and this is big points on the line. Double points for finishing this race.
Double points for finishing the race, and also it's not a collective championship, it is a driver championship. He and Ulili Taka are tied for points at the lead. In the meantime, Damien Hammond in the battle for the 1 hour dash with Andrew Horn. You're going to add the prospect of Andrew Horn's corner strength with the straight line speed of Damien Hammond within that Super Trofeo. And there is our race leader, Nick Adcock, spearheading proceedings. He has the rooster tail in chief, the chief rooster tail. I don't know how you want to term that, but it's Cape Town corner that he navigates at the moment. You can see everywhere. Pick wherever you place the car. It is wet. In the meantime, it has been 9 seconds that Nick Adcock has been able to find with his particular way of getting around the circuit. Combined racing in and about there, I think it's Lorero. It's Ricky Lorero in 16th place as it stands. He is in and about 4th or 5th in the class, so he will be able to. He'll be able to navigate relatively smoothly. It looks like he's in a quiet patch of race there, and clear air for Nick Adcock. He's got the backdraft, number 42 backdraft is his next challenge at the moment, because the quicker cars, of course, are facing the back marker situation, because they might, straight down turn 2 goes Franco. David Franco manages to avoid, slow the car down quick enough to avoid making contact with the barrier. Anthony Marks, his car finally succumbed to some sort of issue there. I wonder, Van Heerde going on the inside just before turn 3. And Stewie White managing to avoid him. He went off onto the grass, then the mud, and then back onto the circuit. So at least he was able to keep the momentum in the car and get on. but that could not have felt nice beneath him.
Definitely some tough times,
Yeah.
and now trying to find his way through. In Rich Van Heerden and Gaverbrook, they have been on the climb with their car, but it's running into a few issues. Anthony Marks, unfortunately, saying that he's been having issues at the start, but there's the rejoin. Check. It's almost like going through a swimming pool to just get back on the circuit.
Yep, indeed. And it's, I suppose, a moot point to make that they're splashing more water onto the circuit because it's coming from everywhere. So that's not going to make things any difficult or less difficult, really. It's coming from all directions right now. The number 33, the Scuderia Rossi, has come out relatively unscathed from the start.
Looks like we have got safety car called to go and recover Anthony Marks' car. So now no overtaking. You got to slow up behind one another. And these tires are going to start cooling down. Whatever advantage you thought you had, it's gone. And for the likes of our 1 hour dash where Andrew Horn was trying to battle it out with Damien Hammond, well, the advantage that Damien got, lying in second place, is taken all away. Unfortunately for Anthony Marks, stopped out on the side of the circuit. Oh, there is Andrew Horn. He actually lost it and damage to the front.
Yeah, the front left quarter looks to be damaged. And that he was involved, of course, in a battle with Damien Hammond for top honors at in the 1 hour dash. He was third overall, and oh, that is gonna sting. That definitely will sting. And safety car conditions, of course, will fortuitously for him. Damien Hammond won't necessarily pull away so quickly, but going off nonetheless is really gonna sting for him to recover his 1 hour dash.
Well, I've got to point out that it's not the first time the car has landed up with some bodywork damage. In practice, the rear body came adrift, smashed against the back wing. They went and worked frantically in the pits to get it sorted out. Bits of aluminium, fiberglass, bits of duct tape just to make it all work again. Well, it seems like it's going to be back to the drawing board to fix the nose after coming off here at Killarney.
Yep, it's a lot of competition in that 1 hour dash. And if you're looking for them in your timing on the left hand of your screen, their borderline, their number is bordered by the green color. So it's the white backing, the black number, and the border is green around the 1 hour dash, so just so you can be able to make the difference and make out who is who in this incredibly wet zoo. At the moment, it's been wild, and a lot of the racers at least now have a chance with the safety car to compose themselves.
Now, that's going to be a wild one, but also tire temperatures starting to plummet. Pressures starting to plummet. You just got the adrenaline flowing. You just got your eye in, and now slowing it all down yet again, waiting for the restart. Who's going to be back on the button? Who is going to be taking a deep breath and caught sleeping when we go back under green?
Yeah. So top honors for the 1 hour dash as it stands. But how much honors can you collect in 10 minutes of racing in a 1 hour dash? Damien Hammond leads, Andrew Horn, Wayne Roach in third place, Maurice Jackson is in fourth, Momia in fifth place, Byron Mitchell in sixth. Byron, who just learned that he's racing this morning effectively, is now in a car in the thick of it. Anthony Marks having to be recovered in seventh place, and eighth, the last of the, I think, Sun Moodley. I don't recall seeing his car coming back out. He went into the pits as soon as the race started, and it seems he's bowed out of competing there. And as for the 6 hour race, Class A, headed by Nick Adcock, Oliver Entenhouse in second place in that Ligier, Charles Ranges in third place, and Mike McLaughlin in fourth place in that number 72 backdraft. And Stu White having had a couple of moments around this particular part of the circuit twice over, might I add, in fifth place for Class A. So he's got a recovery job on his hands, and he's perfectly capable of pulling that off. And there's the reason for the current safety car conditions that we have, and Dwayne Marks being recovered just after the kink.
Definitely some rough times. Taking a look at our Class Bs, however, Franco D'Amatteo going to be leading it out with the likes of Van Sale in second place, Gini Giannacaro in third place, going and battling in third, with Alvarez in fourth, trying to make up a bit of ground. The likes of David Franco, who outbraked himself into turn two, will have the likes of Lorero onto the back of him. Bruno Campos running third of the Class Cs, but still keeping consistent pace. Moving on to our National V8 Roadster class, it is the leading pack of the Pesty Racing, Bonnet Pretorius in first place. And then we've got the likes of Kijel in second. Rich van Heerden, we did see have a bit of a moment lying in third place. I mean, these are just tough times for all our competitors, but jumping on board, that is the Norman Over MP02. You'll see they're actually going and lining up more side by side, and that's purely just for visibility to ensure that they can see into the corners, not to get caught in the concertina, not to have any collisions, as they do have to run fairly close.
Yeah, indeed, and this is a chance again to reset things, and this closeness will be appreciated by some, especially the competitors who lost shape early on at the beginning stage of the race. Just after lap 1 or 2, you saw a whole bunch of competitors. On lap 1, we saw our leaders coming off, and the lead then being forfeited to Nick Adcock. At that point, it was really, really difficult to make sense of what was going on at the front, but we've got a decent shape so far under safety car conditions, and once the safety car peels away after the recovery of Anthony Marks, we'll get things underway once more. And having had a chance to study the circuit, I guess now the racing drivers are a bit more aware of what they can and can't do, which limits they can push and which they should respect a bit more. This would be an appreciated sort of break or reprieve with the safety car. So it's a lot. We potentially could have so many things occurring during now and the end of the race. In terms of strategy, we also have to factor that in. What are they thinking? Each of these racing drivers in the 6-hour race, not particularly the 1 hour, have to complete a minimum of 100 minutes each. So there's that to consider. How will then the start of this race and the way it's shaped now change what it looks like for the remaining 5 hours and some minutes?
It's been an absolutely crazy start. We're only 14 minutes into the race. We've seen both of our front pack GT3s landing into the dirt, pirouetting around one another. It was like a beautiful dance.
Yeah.
And now we've had our safety car come out due to the unfortunate Anthony Marks, who was hoping the Band-Aid on the car was going to hold out. Unfortunately, it was not to be the case. But with these conditions, if he was stressed about driving in qualifying with Mike Verrier's car, I'm sure he would have been a little bit more stressed being in Mike Verrier's car with these conditions.
100%. I mean, looking at some of the other racing that we've enjoyed for today, this is definitely the worst we've seen of it. All the predictions were true. We've had situations, for example, when we visited at Aldous Krabante at round 2, we thought it would be boxing. We thought we'd have similar conditions to this, but nothing. Pure sunshine all the way through. But this time around, it definitely, as promised and as forecast, it's exactly what we have, and all the preparation that came into play here with all of these teams is going to have to come to the fore now, because we have a challenge ahead of us. It's in a collective effort, safety car, signaling exactly how things are going to go now. That is Piet, of course, making sure that the competitors are aware of what they are to do now, as we're getting a chance to realign the grid here just before we have full racing conditions resuming.
So what they're doing there is called a wave by. They're allowing the cars that are in front of the leader to go around and rejoin the back of the pack.
Yep.
So the safety car picks up the race leader. This is a great opportunity. By getting the wave round, you can start trying to generate a little bit more heat into the tires.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to go race pace.
Yeah.
That's one thing. You're going to be more at 60% pace, but it's a perfect time to start clearing the water, getting your head focused before you rejoining the back of the pack. So a wave by is not necessarily a bad thing in these conditions. It gets your eye back in. For everyone else who's behind the safety car is now starting to relax. They're starting to look around, realizing it's getting cold out here. You're starting to worry about all the different circumstances, and you're traveling at a very low speed, so the cars themselves are starting to complain.
Indeed. I mean, you're looking at also, you've got a combination of closed cockpits and open cockpits here. Look, I think even the 1 hour dash is going to feel like 6 hours. I'm going to have a chat with some of the 1 hour dash competitors after this. Did it not feel like forever being there? But it's way too soon to talk about the end of the 1 hour dash. Of course, at the 1 hour mark, as you can see, and only one of the 1 hour dash competitors being recovered. At the end of the hour mark, we're going to see the MSA flag waved at the start finish, which signifies the end of the 1 hour race. And if we do have any 6 hour competitors who decided to take part in the 1 hour as well, they will also then be peeling off, as the 1 hour race would have counted as their first stint.
So it makes you a permanent starter for the running. This is going to be an interesting time for the restart. However, Andrew Horn down in 4th place. He needs to try and get past the likes of Oliver Hnetus up ahead of him. And we've got 2 types of Ligiers in front of one another. Interesting enough, you will start off back in the past where Andrew Horn's car was the go-to. It eventually developed into the closed cockpit car. 2021 was where they've brought out this new JSP4 and races in a one-make series at the same time as the European Le Mans, which Nick Adcock just came from winning at Portimao.
Incredible. How's that for a full circle? And you're just about there in terms of that circle, because I do believe that Andrew Horn's current Ligier was raced by Nick Adcock at one point in history. And now Nick Adcock, of course, after that went on to purchase that beautiful Normanova NP02. So it's a lot of technology that we get to see. Quite a display here of the different ways in which you can make your way around what right now is an exciting Killarney International Raceway, because there's nothing you can call, nothing you can predict, and that is your Class D leader we saw coming in and out of frame there, the Pesty Racing car of Barend Pretorius, who's at the wheel at the moment, and his father and co-racer Harm, I beg your pardon, saying that, look, the best thing to do is just approach it as it comes. There's nothing you can prepare for in a situation like this. And who could have prepared for the front 2 spinning out just after the kink and having a scenario like this? And clearly then that's the exact approach that experience will bless you with.
It's also, you got to go and give it up to the likes of Stuart Wright and Charles Ranges. They lost the car, but they were able to control it enough not to go into the wall, not to get any damage, and to rejoin safely with the race. That is not an easy feat to do. And considering they are 2 very talented drivers that know how to push the limit, they got to go around the corner and they were doing everything they can to maximize the amount of pace, knowing how hard they have to fight.
Yeah, a display of just how committed you have to be. And we're on board now and having a look at the lead car of Nick Adcock. We're on board with the safety car, of course, and we're making the final few, giving another chance, I think, for formation behind the safety car to be complete in terms of the wave-by signal that we've gotten. And we're still under safety car conditions. If you just joined us, you're in the nick of time, because you get a dummy restart, so to speak. We've had a full start, which showed just how difficult things are. The safety car has come in to sort of calm things down, and we're still underway. We still have a full grid in terms of the 1-hour dash as well as the 6-hour endurance race, so all of that is still there to play for. And we are how many minutes across? 20 minutes. We've only had 20 minutes of action so far, but that is encroaching on the 50% halfway mark for the 1-hour race, which is a part of this.
And this is where Andrew Horn's going to be stressing. Damien Hammond is running 2nd place overall.
There's Damien coming on Cape Town corner now. There he is.
You can just only imagine come on, let's go to green. I need to get to that Lamborghini as fast as possible. I need to get past him to keep my championship's hopes alive. He's got a lot of traffic to navigate through beforehand, and not against cars that are slower than him. He's got cars that are about the same pace as him to work with.
Yep, indeed. You can see we still have incredible amounts of water coming down now, and we see the combined racing Honda there of Ricky Lorero also making his way around. It's the number 42 of Dan Hirsch, also trying to get their way under formation. You can hear just the roar of these cars. They still have to be racing at full tilt despite the challenge ahead of them. Until conditions are completely safe for us to continue racing at full tilt, we will be under safety car conditions, and we have to just ensure, of course, the safety of everybody involved, the racing drivers, the staff around, is their lives are of primary importance. That's what makes everybody enjoy and give us another opportunity to enjoy this wonderful sport that we all love. So we just cannot compromise anyone. That's why we're under safety car conditions right now, to make sure everything is in pristine condition for us to continue in a safe manner.
Well, one thing that the COC will be doing, and thankfully, because we got in-car communications with every single car, they will be talking to the teams and drivers saying, what does it feel like out there? Drivers will be reporting in, listen, it's not ready for green flag conditions, let's go another lap. Others will be trying to figure out, okay, come, let's get going, where do we need to be? And this is always the handy part, getting to talk to the people that are in the cars, asking, is it safe enough to go at full tilt, or should we just go around again, waiting for the rain to ease up?
And speaking of full tilt, it's incredible to think that turn 4 is a place where a lot of these cars have to be fully committed and are not tapping off. Did you see how much of a turning angle that is when we were on board with the safety car there? That is incredible to imagine. And it's really a long race, quite a long race ahead, and a lot of conditions to get over here. And since we're going around the circuit at this pace, we get to see just how much character this wonderful circuit has and how unique it is. I mean, for example, this banking here is incredible. The angle, when you're looking at that particular part of the circuit head on from a distance, you can see almost the entire top side of the car. It's really, really quite a unique angle. There it is. There you get to see just how cambered it is. And a lot of those cars are going to be making sure that they put their wheel absolutely spot on when they get around there.
The one thing, you don't want to go too high up, because as it banks round, if you go in the straight, that's it, game over. But it looks like we're under green flag conditions, and away we go for the Just for Seep. Rico Barlow leaving everyone in the spray as he launches his way through. Stuart White makes his way past traffic, looks to try and bring himself back into the race after a few offs.
And you see all the cars kind of side by side in a staggered positioning, avoiding each other's spray to make sure they don't miss their braking markers. Of optimum importance when you're repositioned again. But Stewie White back in optimum positions, looking at his performance-wise closest competitor in Class A, and that is the likes of Nick Adcock ahead of him, who just cleared turn 2 now, going on to the kink, and that's been quite a tricky area to navigate all weekend long. And it's down into turn 3. Nick Adcock goes gingerly, carefully placing every wheel spot on to make sure you get a clean exit. Look at the gap between the two of them now. That is Nick Adcock and Stewie White. And clear air would be much appreciated by Stewie White at present.
This is where the big gaps, you're quite thankful about it. Hammond also ginger on the brakes, feeling the car sliding around underneath him. Everyone just looking for any patch of dry at this point, or anything that doesn't feel like swimming through a pool at the moment, as they gingerly make their way. Remember, at the end of the straight, they're usually at 265 kilometers an hour. At this point, if you're at 130 kilometers an hour, it is insanely quick.
Indeed, absolutely. And also, you've got to factor in we're on board with the safety car. We're on board with Nick Adcock at a slower pace. You can see just how much of a spray is going onto their windscreens. And there it is, the wiper profusely doing its job as best as possible at the speed that this Norman Nova Proto 2 is capable of. It may just seem like not enough at any point of the race for Nick Adcock.
Putting the power down. You also got to say, the one thing I love about the wet, you start to see a little bit more of how the aerodynamics work. Take a look at the water getting dusted off from the front as it sprays the loss. You can just get an idea of the airflow that's around the car, even off the back of the rear diffuser, how centralized it is, just to try and help it suck it to the ground. That's one thing you don't get to experience in the dry. With a little bit of visuals of our rain, it makes things a little bit easier, gives you a sense of what's going on. But if you ever want to try a classroom experiment to explain friction, well, have a wooden table, take just a plate, run it across your wooden table, but it mustn't be a polished. You can feel that it will start to just hitch. Put a bit of salt on it, it will then glide across. That is essentially the water going and separating your plate, which is a tire, to the actual ground.
That's an incredible quick science lesson there. And we're seeing it in full effect at albeit a different pace right now, which is full tilt between Stewie White and Nick Adcock. And their latest challenge, apart from the friction between the water surface of the car and the tarmac, is getting past the back marker, the Alteza, that number 88, which they've cleared with not too much trouble. But I was standing at pit wall exactly where that Nova Proto 2 just passed alongside Stewie White, and I was standing with Chloe Grace actually down at the pits, and you could feel the different effect that the air has, or the different effect that these cars have as they slide through the air. and she said she actually feels like this car, you can feel how lighter it is and how more efficient it is at moving and dispersing air. And now we can visually see that. It has a slightly different shape of, there is Stewie White down the inside of Nick Adcock at turn 2, makes the sticks on the brake, and you can tell just how much Stewie wanted to push that car. He paid the price, but now he's learned exactly how to find traction and, for example, just now, overtake at turn 2. He's made it past his lead competitor. Let's have a look at that again. It was Nick Adcock there. Let's see if anything went amiss in terms of grip or missing a braking point. Didn't seem to be the case. But yeah, Stewie White made it stick at turn 2, and he's keeping that lead position.
Well, Stewie White actually going...
He's unlapping himself.
He's unlapping himself. He set the fastest lap of the race last time by a 128.1, while Nick Adcock did a 129.5.
Yep, and Nick Adcock wouldn't make life unnecessarily difficult knowing just how far off Stewie is, but nonetheless it is quite a challenging prospect to be able to overtake and find the right space when you know you're on a slightly compromised line. And Stewie making light work of undoing the damage of the first couple of laps. And Nick Adcock also had a bit of an oopsie in the beginning of the race as well, but he came out a lot more unscathed than Stewie White, who has a lot of recovery to do between now and come perhaps the end of his stint as well. Minimum 100 minutes each and every one of these racing drivers have to complete, and Stewie is putting the hours in as it stands.
And they're also sharing the car. They're usually going and fighting out as a duo, but now they got Axel Jeffries to get into the vehicle. That changes your planning and team strategy.
Yeah, 100%, and I wonder what the picture is going to be and when that window will come for Stewie to step in and let his teammates Olele Litaka as well as Axel Jeffries into the saddle and to have their say on proceedings here at round 3. Stewie in the signature manner flashing by the back markers with Nick Adcock right behind him, and will ideally want to use his toe and just make sure that he's past the obstacle that comes on 4 wheels so that he can face the rather liquid obstacle ahead of him at the moment. He's at the back straight, approaching Cape Town corner once more. And let's have a look at again how he managed to get around there. Close encounter, taking the title line there at 4 with the 113 of Betancourt. Betancourt described just how difficult it is with these cars and the challenges they faced and overcame with the efficiency of the backdraft team. He's back onto the circuit. And we also have the number 42 there of Kidgel, and he shares the car, of course, with Dan Hirsch.
I don't envy any of these drivers trying to get around Killarney at the moment. This is exceptionally difficult circumstances, but all are putting it on the line. This is a national championship, and you want to ensure that you get those colors at the end of the year. And if you got to brave the storm, well, you're going to have to really put the hammer down.
Yeah, I think this is my first illustration of properly understanding what it means to brave the storm, and somebody from GNH Transport has had to gain shape again there at just after the kink. Famous spot to be losing shape there, and that is Janakaro. Gianni in particular starting the stint for the GNH Transport trio. And he's going to have to, he gains shape quickly. And fortunately for everybody who's come across that particular part of the tarmac just after the kink, we're going to have a look at the replay not so long from now to see exactly what happened. But everyone who's had a moment here has been able to recover it relatively unscathed. Look at that, almost a full 360 on the same spot, not moving, which is one of the stranger ways I've seen cars lose shape there. But Gianni was able to get back out to the circuit and continue his day of racing.
Well, the Lorero machine, unfortunately, being on the left side, not quite sure where to go, as you got an RDR8 out of control. But managing to make their way through.
Antoine Marks, I think I saw Antoine Marks, who's making his way around the circuit there. It was on board now. We are with the Nova NP02 of Nick Adcock down the home straight, down into turn 1. This is what it looks like when it's clear air. It goes slightly wide, throwing the wider line. Better traction and grip found there as he tucks it back in. It's stressed out sort of 180 facing the opposite direction now. Down the inside, passing the number 88 Alteza. And under braking, he tucks the nose of that aerodynamically inclined Normanova NP02, and it takes the middle line at turn 2 and onto the kink he goes. The kink has been tricky for a lot of the competitors, as you've seen, and will continue to be so as far as conditions stand.
Teodel Teaser also going and blasting their way around. Not incredibly quick, but at the same time, turbocharged V8, lots of power underneath, not much assist to help get going.
Yeah.
I'd also be taking it rather gingerly.
And you can see the difference in shape of the roosters. If you can look there, you've got a bit of a cloud in the the classes after Class A, so Class B, C, and D. The water behind them being dispersed looks more of a cloud, whereas especially when you're closer to the bodywork of, for example, if you look at Nick Adcock's Nova right now, it seems more streamlined. You can recognize the shape in terms of how the water, I beg your pardon, is leaving the car. So all of that just shows the aerodynamic design behind these vehicles. Okay, we've got a trio in 3 different classes. Mo Mia, David Franco, and Stewie White all fighting for the same piece of tarmac. And Nick Adcock might join that conversation not too long from now. Stewie White is done lapping himself, of course, so he should make light work of clearing David Franco as well as Mo Mia.
Drivers battling through the conditions.
Yep.
Marks back out on the circuit. So whatever went on with the car, they were able to get it up and going to finish out the race. But time starting to tick away as we've gone beyond the halfway mark. And I did see Marks slowing down on the left. And that is going to be a little bit of a problem. Hopefully, he's able to get the car going. But if that is a stop out on track, we may see another safety car.
We just might. And we at the half hour, we've crossed the half-hour mark of the 1 hour dash, and he will be livid if that is another issue. It is Anthony Marks who's lost it, and it is another recovery situation that we're going to be facing now. Let's see how it all went out of shape for Anthony Marks. And let's have a look. It was Nick Adcock. Yeah, it's purely that mechanical issue that he's been dealing with, and it is at the exit of turn 2 that he would now have to be assisted. And there he steps out of the car now and has to succumb to his fate. Sadly for him, it's just something that he can't quite overcome when it comes to the challenge for that car. And we've got, of course, now the yellows that have come out to make sure that all the racing drivers are aware of the situation. They have to go gingerly around the circuit.
Well, safety car yet again, 2 within the hour. And unfortunately, our first major retirement in the race.
Yep, and changes the shape of things again for now, more immediately, the 1 hour dash competitors, but overall for the SAE 6 hour endurance racers as well. As the lead car has been Nick Adcock, in second has been Charles Ranges, who's 4th overall at the moment as it sits, with Hinton House not too far adrift from him. So it's been an 8-second or so gap between Nick Adcock and Ranges, the closest 6 hour race competitor, but now it's about to close up because of the safety car conditions that are coming back once more.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought effort, but now this is where it gets a little bit interesting, as Andrew Horn, 1 second away from Hammond, now has an opportunity to get the restart. If he can go and lock in, get those apexes, he can force Hammond out wide into the puddle, slowing him down and utilizing that power to weight ratio to move him forward.
Yep, we're going to have to maximize the equipment at hand and make sure it yields dividends, because right now every bit of technology, every bit of skill counts towards the result that you get at the finish. We saw the number 55 there of Mario da Silva getting out of shape also at the beginning of the race, being cleared now by Nick Adcock, and he's, thankfully for him, managed to recover without any scars, bruises or knocks on the bodywork of that beautiful V8 Roadster.
Rich van Heerden gaining a position, so as Fetcher and Hulumisa, as we do see Garcia dropping down the ladder for our national V8 Roadsters. Yep. This is going to be a bit of an interesting way for the number 16 to move their way back into the fight.
The likes of Franco and Mia of last places will appreciate a period like this. It will give them a chance to gain those back when opportunity comes their way. So it's not as simple as it sounds. It's not as simple as we might describe it. When it comes to gaining your positions back and mitigating the damage that has come as far as the first 36 or so minutes are concerned. So to get a picture of how it sits now and why we're all excited at this part of the race, this is the halfway mark for the 1 hour dash, and the leader of that particular class, a class in which Anthony Marks, who's beached on the side of the circuit there, is part of, the leader of that class is Damian Hammond. In second place is Andrew Horn, and Wayne Roach in third, and Marius Jackson sits in fourth place in that class. Momia in fifth place, and Dwayne Marks was in sixth, but this surely would take him out of contention. And then we're looking at Byron Mitchell in seventh place, and Sun Moodley here rounding up the 8 that are part of the 1 hour dash. Then when we go on to Class A, the leader, of course, has been Nick Adcock. Charles Ranges in second place, and Oliver Hintonhouse in third. Stewie White on a recovery job, having to unlap himself after the incidents from early on in the race. Mike McLaughlin is in fifth place in, of course, what is a backdraft, but knowing that they more frequently compete in Class A, they'd rather score points and be a part of Class A in a car they know is clearly slower and belongs in a different class, but keep themselves in contention once their Class A fighter and weapon is ready and back in action. And in Class B, the Scuderia Rossi number 33 leads ahead of Genokaro, I beg your pardon, who not too long ago actually had a bit of a moment just after the kink, but recovered the car after that spin on the spot, which was avoided by Ricky Lorero. And in third place, the number 88 Alteza of Alvarez is sitting for Class B.
Well, taking a look at the rules, a little key point that was put out by the likes of Steve Clark.
Yep.
He prefers to be in A class where they can change to full set wets to get themselves in order.
Yeah.
Where the productions, which is the National V8 Roadster class, have very specific tire restrictions to be able to continue. They do have a form of wet weather tire, but it hasn't got a very deep tread to it.
100%, and that's going to make all that difference as we see Anthony Marks being recovered by the course car there, and the Team Kubani backdraft getting past. We're going to make sure that formation is back as would be desired by the safety car. And there is Steve Clark, who we were mentioning just now, right behind Nick Adcock, Damien Hammond, our class leader for the 1 hour dash. Class leader also in Class C, no, I beg your pardon, in Class B. Your number 33 Scuderia Rossi Alpha there. Behind him, the IRC, that Mustang IRC, which has come to fame and come to be a lot more popular, right behind and trailing at the moment, at least as far as it stands. That might quickly change not too long from now. Getting close to getting the recovery of Anthony Marks' car complete, and then we can get underway with the racing.
Yeah, try and reset, refocus, get going, but these conditions are not making life any easier to try and focus back into the race. Drivers are starting to feel that cold, especially for the open cockpit cars. Slow conditions means that you're starting to get all your overalls wet. You're starting to get a pool in the seat that is making life rather uncomfortable. And generally at race conditions, you're not worrying about it, but when you're going slow, it is getting a little bit on the chillier side.
100%. And this comes back to what we've seen earlier as we're back on board now with the safety car to get a picture of Nick Adcock and Mike McLaughlin in that 72 backdraft. The riders and competitors, because we've seen both 2 wheels and 4 wheels on the circuit, they prefer rather to be pushing as far as possible so that you don't lose concentration. So you force yourself to be at your full level of concentration, and I suppose in the example you've made now, optimum level of comfort, because you'd rather be pushing yourself and focusing on being fast than getting time to understand just how wet the conditions are all over you. So that is something that they'd appreciate, and when the safety cars back out, they can get back into their more competitive edge and focus on getting the points down on the board.
Well, I'm going to say something that you're going to be shocked with. I'd rather be in an open cockpit car than a closed one.
Definitely shocked at that. I'm definitely shocked at that. Listen, I stand with Themba Khumalo on this one. I'm happy where I am in the warmth, and if the warm and the dry is what it is right now in those closed cockpit cars, that's where I want to be. There is no way. Why would you want to be in, for instance, the number 72 of Mike McLaughlin right now instead of where Nick Adcock is in that Noma?
So, have you ever sat in your road car in a cold day or got the heater on? What happens to your windscreen on the inside?
Okay, I'm listening.
It starts to seam up. Now, if I'm in an open cockpit car, and yes, I do get that little bit of a mist is starting to build up on the helmet, all that I need to do is slightly move the visor a little bit up just to get a little bit of airflow in.
Yep.
And trick to doing that, actually getting a piece of duct tape and making a little pillow that essentially doesn't completely shut the visor.
Yes, I've seen that. I've seen that a number of times. Yeah, 100%. Okay, I see the thinking behind that, Steve. I see that. I acknowledge that fully. But yeah, I'd still take a cockpit. I don't know.
If I was in the Hinton House car,
Okay.
they actually can purchase that car with the heated windshield. That is actually a
Incredible.
Ligier part that you can get.
Out of curiosity, do we know the weight of that car?
980 kilograms
And
with no fuel and no driver.
Still able to be under 1 ton.
Yes.
That is quite impressive. But I guess there is a lot more space. These cars are optimized for racing, and so you can create and find those little pockets of space to have tech advancements that can allow to make the race as bearable as possible. And the competitors now have had to bear with being under safety car conditions a couple of times now, the second time in the hour, and we're going to wait a little bit longer now to get back underway. We've got our 1 hour dash leaders there. That is Damien Hammond in frame. Behind him is the likes of Andrew Horn, who's had a bit of an oopsie. That's why his front left quarter is looking a bit different. There's not an aerodynamic adjustment that's been made to the car. Unfortunately, he came off just after the kink, which has claimed a lot of victims in the past 40 or so minutes. And the fact that we're 40 minutes across is quite the thing to say, considering that it means we're waiting for the next 15 minutes to see the end of the 1 hour dash. So things are about to get racy between Damien Hammond as well as Andrew Horn.
This endurance race has just turned into a sprint for those two cars.
Yeah.
Knowing the traffic that's around them as well, tires are cold, drivers trying to keep themselves focused, and when is that safety car going to come in? That is the question. What is race control getting from the drivers in terms of, is it safe to continue when these conditions, or yet go another lap? For the drivers and teams that are in the 6 hour, don't mind. Saves you fuel, saves you tires, means you can stick out a little bit longer. For those in the 1 hour, well, you've got just over 15 minutes to hope that it all plays in your favor. For the likes of Damien Hammond, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect, because Andrew Horn will not be able to take that first place away from him.
Yep, it's going to be a tough thing to do to grab it from him, and we'll see. We're bearing down on that moment of pressure where the tempo has to be increased suddenly when the safety car gets back into the field. There's Van Heerde in that brightly colored number 31 brown deck V8 Roadster, and Wayne Roach in the middle of a pack of these V8 Roadsters. Right behind Wayne Roach in that Gallardo is the Team Kobani car, the number 11. And there was a bit of a braking issue there with that car that's been overcome now, and more confidence instilled in the likes of Njumbuta as well as Figile Olumesa, who's in the car as things stand.
Well, to make things a little bit more complicated, Andrew Horn and Swartkorp's got 45 points. In Aldo Scribanti, he got 38. Where Damien Hammond, running in second place, got 27 at Swartkorp's. He got full 50 points at Aldo Scribanti. At the moment, if he takes the checkered flag in first place, he will then get first in the championship. Andrew has to be in front to hold the championships alive. Remember, that's 6 rounds. This is double points.
6 rounds, and we're looking at 6 points that part those two at the top of the championship in the national championship for the 1 hour. So it's going to be a tight one because we're looking at the clock just grinding down. And you can imagine that's exactly what Andrew Horn, who's in frame now, is thinking, as we're still under safety car conditions and they're looking at the clock. That's for sure. The pit wall also will be waiting and counting down as that window continues to close. It's the championship at stake for Hammond as well as Andrew Horn.
And just to have your competitor within arm's reach right there,
exactly.
You can walk up and just go and move the mirror at this point. So this is going to be an interesting. So this is going to be a wild run for the drivers to move their way forward. But under just over 13 minutes, I'm feeling nervous for Andrew Horn and for Damien Hammond at this moment. I'm nervous for both Samlin and for the Zayna Chemicals.
I can tell because you're biting your nails. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. But let's see. Andrew Horn gives a more laconic, calm demeanor. He's coming back into frame now. It's Lorero ahead of Hammond and Horn. There it is. There's that battle for the 1 hour dash that is coming very soon to a close in the next 13 minutes. So the restart is going to be very, very interesting as things get more aggressive between those two. They're trailed by the Alteza of Sergio Alvarez, the number 88 Alteza, of course, which had a bit of a moment. Did not have a moment today, but has had a bit of nickels yesterday and also during practice, but they've overcome the worst of those, and they're back in full swing and racing. And there's that fight that we're waiting to go, anticipating nervously to see how this 6 points difference that as it stands is there between those two in the championship is going to be changed come the waving of the MSA flag, which marks the end of the 1 hour dash.
Oh, and at the back of the train, Stuart White and Neveling also waiting for their opportunity to move up. This is going to be quite a run, but so far we're getting closer to 10 minutes left of the 1 hour dash. I mean, we're 48 minutes into the race. 2 safety cars that have come through that's completely flipped it on its head, and a championship for the 1 hour dash. We may have a new leader in the championship taking double points. I mean, this is going to be a big, big moment for the likes of Damien Hammond. The Samlin Racing team are going to be excited to launch their way up into the order, but already trying to get themselves just sorted out in case they go green. Soon as the lights go off on the safety car, it's going to be go time. And for everything to play for is the likes of the Samlin Racing and the Zayna Chemicals, but they have got a lot of traffic ahead of them that may turn it on its head.
Yeah, they do, but the amount of traffic versus the amount of time also may be a factor there, because as the cars begin to split up and their pace comes into effect, it's going to be, geez, that's not going to take, I'm just trying to look at the cars in front of them. 2 backdrafts and the Lorero Honda there ahead of Damien Hammond and Andrew Horn. 3 cars is a lot. That is a lot of traffic to try and clear. You're absolutely right, Steve Koenig, but thankfully for them, the safety car has brought that traffic closer instead of spreading the challenge and making it take longer. This is relatively easier to get by if they're already immediately ahead of them thanks to the safety car. So if they can, down the straight is the best place to get past those 3 cars ahead for Damien Hammond, and Andrew Horn has to maximize on that opportunity in his tow.
I'm just taking a look as well.
On board here with Wayne Roach. Pardon me, Steve. Just this is what it takes to realign yourself, stay calm, and be perfectly concentrated. Just look how he's looking right ahead. He has to be fully aware and fully present and thinking about nothing else but the task ahead of him. And that, of course, is Wayne Roach in the Samlin Racing number 95 Gallardo.
Welcome back to the world of racing, and you get stuck into the very, very wet conditions. I mean, it's one way to put yourself towards it. 10 minutes left of the 1 hour. This is going to be a nail biter, and for the likes of Damien Hammond, this is perfect. Just one, carry on, keep going. At the moment, their last lap time behind safety car, they're doing well over 2 minutes.
Oh, jeez. What a different complexion. What a different complexion that we've seen. Well, something's happened there with that number 55 of Da Silva. Da Silva seems to be correcting something there. He's trailing quite significantly. I wonder what happened there. But yeah, different complexion that we're seeing now. And, oh man, where are we on time? We're only a handful of minutes remaining. We're now 9 minutes to go until the fall of that MSA flag, which then selects a winner under safety car conditions if this continues at the moment for the 1 hour dash, and that is going to be excruciating to experience. There it is. We had a spin there from Da Silva in that number 55 V8 Roadster around turn 5. That definitely was a close one. but thankfully under safety car conditions.
That was his second spin under safety car. Remember, start of the race when they were just traveling around nice and slowly,
Yes.
he spun it in turn 5.
That is correct.
And yet again.
That is correct, yeah.
Maybe going a bit too low, standing on the power. Remember, they don't have traction control. They don't have ABS in those cars.
Yep.
And that tends to play into it. They do have power steering at least.
Yeah.
You've got a little bit of power steering to get you going. But if you are a little bit too quick on your right foot, that's when life gets a bit too interesting.
Yep. The most rear-happy cars on the grid, those V8 Roadsters are, and a lot of the racing drivers will be the first to tell you. And it's a feature and a trait they particularly enjoy. It gives them a rather unique skill set and an important one, being able to control your throttle inputs and your stabilizing car with your steering inputs. So all of that makes for good fun, but I imagine good, challenging fun in the wet. As you can tell, it's been quite a challenge for the likes of Mario da Silva. There it is. There's your championship battle perfectly in frame right now as we exit the Cape Town corner. And it looks like we're back under racing. We're full green now as we get the throttle fully flat on the floor. Nick Adcock first to turn 1. Of course, that may be the case. And the number 72 of Mike McLaughlin also now at turn 2. But the battle, here it is. There's a championship battle. The first bit of traffic for Damian Hammond is Lorero. And right behind is the championship contender. Andrew Horn will be watching closely, waiting for a mistake possibly from Hammond because of the traffic he's trying to get clear of. Lorero to the left-hand side to let them two vie out for the 1 hour dash win, and there's under braking that the two are so close, not hardly anything between them. A car length so far between leader Damian Hammond of the 1 hour dash and Andrew Horn under braking very close to Hammond there, gained a bit of distance, but you can see where the skills of these two cars lie. The next bit of traffic for these two championship contenders in the 1 hour dash is the number 72 of Mike McLaughlin. He's going to have to make way very quickly because the next part of the circuit is a full commitment turn 4, which needs no disturbances, and a disturbance is exactly what Andrew Horn has as Damian Hammond turned that overtake into an opportunity as he blocked Andrew Horn using the number 72 of Mike McLaughlin.
And this has now killed the drive of Andrew Horn where he needs the corners. So Damian Hammond now got full tilt. He needs to keep it all together for just, I would say, less than 2 laps or 3 laps at this point, just to carry through. Horn needs to get on that power as much as possible, late braking under control circumstances, and hope that the Lamborghini gets twitchy, that the Bull starts to get a bit wild, and that the Ligier is able to carry on a little bit of momentum. But it looks like Damian Hammond is giving it everything he's got, using every resource possible, traction control, ABS, anything possible to go and do it, because this is going to turn the championship up on its head, and Andrew Horn just hasn't got the legs to catch up.
Yep, it's not going to happen. That traffic was an obstacle and a bit of a favor because it allowed for Damian Hammond to be slowed down and be quicker and closer, rather, to Andrew Horn to try and be within reach to take advantage. But at this point, it really is a race that is going to show who's stronger when it comes to the equipment, and it's a clear one going in the direction of Damian Hammond as it stands.
Andrew's trying his might to pull back, and you can see just going up very, very wide. He is really battling through. This is Mo Mia trying to get around some of the traffic. He can see Franco Di Matteo just ahead of him. You can also see the orange of the PC Racing, but stuck on the outside. Makes life a little bit interesting. He's also in the 1 hour dash and having to really hit the anchors a little bit through the kink. Trying to figure their way around. 3 wide ain't going to work. But here is Damian Hammond, who had the start exactly where he wanted to be. It looked like traffic held him up, but he was able to maneuver his way through.
Yep, cleanly done and calculated. Cool, calm, and collected was that by Damian Hammond. And now again on board with Mo Mia, we can see the number 262 backdraft of Bottom Pretorius in the wheel at the moment. And there's your class leader for the 1 hour dash, who's made a great job of recovering or of gaining his clear air back after that safety car period and clearing the traffic. And now he's looking at the checkered flag that is quickly coming his way. We're at the 4 minutes and some change mark remaining for the 1 hour dash, and Damian Hammond looks like he's in position to collect that MSA flag. Would we wait?
Well, Wayne Roach is running in 3rd place, so this is a good haul of points for the Samlin Racing team to have both Lamborghinis on the steps of the podium.
Yep, 100%. It cannot take away from the fact that it is it is a collective effort from the Samlin stable, but also still is an individual reward. It is an individual drivers' championship, even though they come from the same stable. So Wayne Roach definitely will be relishing the prospect of being on the podium for this 1 hour dash.
V10 utilizing all the power that it can put down. I don't think utilizing all the horsepower it would like, just battling for grip, doing everything possible, keeping right off and going a little bit on the high side through turn 5. It is flat on the power for Momia, trying to maneuver his way through. He's got the Lorero machine ahead of him, the Honda Civic Type R, as he blasts by the Porsche, having no issue in a straight line, but not willing to take the risk in the corners.
100%. That's where it can all go pear-shaped. And well, on a dietary sense, there's nothing wrong with pairs, but not when you're trying to keep your car on the circuit in these conditions. So you got to keep everything as perfect as you possibly can. And right now, it looks like the number 57 Lamborghini there of Damien Hammond has not put a wheel wrong. And it's exactly what you would want when you're looking, you're staring the end of the race dead in the eye when you know a full points haul is the prospect at hand.
He will be taking the lead of the championship. All that needs to be done, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, is keep the car pointing straight, but he cannot relax for a moment because Andrew Horn will be trying everything to breathe down his neck.
Yep, he has to get past Hintenhouse, who's in a different battle entirely. And there is Hammond now, having to clear Hintenhouse. Then next is that Alteza. He's going to have to go down the inside. Alteza makes way, thankfully for Hammond. And he can navigate Cape Town corner and keep the piece of traction that he would have preferred, which is down the middle and clear of the apex there. And on he goes now as the clock is winding down. It's a minute and some seconds remains for him to claim his prize here for the 1 hour dash. In the meantime, that is the 127 car there, making its way around the circuit. Now, I do believe that is one of as Futcher, yeah, correct, that is Futcher down in 21st position. But the battle is here. The focus is here for the next few seconds because someone is bearing down very quickly on a win in a full points haul and a championship lead for the Samlin Racing team.
I think that Charles Ranges, who's currently running in 3rd place, wants to try gain that spot before the hour mark is done and dusted to ensure he has a chance of going back at Nick Adcock. The question is, Stuart White, where is Stuart White? As he's a little bit further down the order than planned after his 2 spins.
Yeah, he is a little bit further down the order. At the moment, someone ascending up the order at turn 4 is approaching for Hammond. He's ready to claim that flag. He's going to, of course, have an additional lap once he's claimed the flag just to cool down. But he's definitely focused on the more immediate task, which is clearing the last of the back markers. That is the another V8 roast. They have to go around the outside this time with Rangi's in tow. Rangi's even wider than Hammond, interestingly, but then tucking in. And Rangi's doing an up and under at a very strange position under very strange circumstances, as those are 2 different races.
Well, it's 2 different races. You're still in the same race. The 1 hour dash may get the get their MSA flag to say well done, but they still have to keep race pace to go through. But that's also got Stuart White onto the back of Charles Ranges, and I think Ranges going forward.
Oh, we've got an oopsie at turn 2 between 2 vehicles. We don't know if they collided or not, but that is David Franco in the VW and Ricky Lorero in the red Honda. What has happened here? So much things to talk about. Oh, left, right, center. Lorero recovered on his own steam. Not quite the case with David Franco. But what is the case is that this man right here, Damien Hammond, is leading his champ. Oh, could not stop. They would
again
not stop at the same part of the circuit.
Again, straight line, locked it up, couldn't slow it down, and that was a big impact into the tire wall. And that must have been Lorero just getting a little bit out of shape on the puddles.
Yeah.
But that is going to be a bit of work for the little Super Polo to get back, the Super Cup to get back into it. But well done, however, to the likes of Damien Hammond, who will be going around smiling ear to ear. Good haul of points. He's actually giving a little bit of a lift, allowing the PSG Racing to continue on through turn 5. Doesn't want to take the dive, knows that they've got 6 hours to contend with, while the 1 hour dash is firmly secured.
Yeah, 100% well calculated and well executed by Hammond. That's the play. Oh, it is down the inside goes Aranji. Is that turn one? And Jirakaro making way for that two-car battle between Aranjis and Stewie White, who are going at full pace at the moment. Aranjis and White in different conversations. Oh, look at the rear of Aranjis. Aranjis goes and cannot stop at turn two. Did he make impact with the barrier? No, he saved it, but is pirouetting on the grass now and is, yeah, facing the opposite direction, has to recover the car. Looks like he's found some traction.
He's trying. Bring
Yeah.
the revs up. Now gently, just get it going. Absolutely floored it just to stop it from bottoming out.
Thank goodness. Whew. Thank goodness he was able to do that. Wow.
All right, that's not quite what you expect to have, but
No.
endurance racing throws everything at you.
Oh,
And
word.
now Andrew Horn trying to make his way
Yeah.
through. But Aranji's getting a little bit out of shape, and it does look like
The team Kubanifile Olumisa losing shape a bit there alongside the RRC at turn one. That was close.
the Dematio racing team and also GRD definitely taking a deep breath. Julian just putting his hands in his head. Satori going, please don't break the car. I still need to get in.
Oh my word, that was close. But it's now Olumisa trailing that RRC, and it might copy a bit of homework way to find some traction. And I'd advise that in a situation like this. You can see a lot of the cars who are confident in where they're going and make it out and set a bit of a benchmark. And as far as spraying out,
Is Damon Hammond, and on the grid we spoke about being nervous. The nerves didn't show at all on track. Damon, talk to us about that masterclass performance.
Oh, I was nervous the whole time. I'm not gonna lie. It was quite scary the first hour. First half an hour, beginning of the race, there was a lot of standing water. It was very tough to drive through. I must say we just kept ourselves clean out of all of the mess, and yeah, we did what we had to do.
I mean, for the past two races, you always talk about trying to understand Beyonce and getting the right settings. You believe you figured her out?
I think we're getting there. Every race is a step closer, but I do think we are starting to understand it very well now.
And then, I mean, looking into this Lambo and the performance, talk to us about, managing the straight and mainly the table corner as well.
Yeah, putting down power is quite tricky. So you just have to be very, very careful with the loud pedal. Even down the main straight, you're not 100% flat. You're managing it the whole time, especially with all of the water, the standing. So you have to watch out a lot for it.
Lastly, visibility. We saw that was also quite an issue with some of the drivers coming into pits just to clear their windscreen. How is that for you?
Visibility for us was very bad, especially when we got stuck behind a couple of cars. Other than that, I must say we haven't had really any problem with visibility. I mean, Liquid Moly provides us with all the correct stuff, so why would we have a problem with that?
That is absolutely what a champion would say. Damon Hammond, major congratulations to you. They've finally done it. Let's go back to commentary. Well done, Kurt.
Thank you.
I know, you hated us for a while.
Yeah, we're getting there. Thank you.
And that is your winner, Damien Hammond, for the 1 hour dash, claiming the valued prize and explaining just how they're still on the journey to understand the car. Well, clear understanding of how to win a 1 hour dash in wet conditions, that's for sure. But hopefully the journey continues as the commitment of the Salmon Racing team is unquestionable, as we've got a number of entries that have enjoyed success from that particular stable. David Franco is being recovered from turn 2, and the reason why we are under safety car conditions is in frame as we speak, and this is the third safety car at the third hour of this afternoon. It's just past 3 o'clock at the moment, and we've already had so many things to talk about, some reshaping of the grid and the running order and what the championship looks like. And as far as it stands, a decent haul has come for the way of the likes of Damien Hammond of Samlin Racing. course, another points haul came the way of Samlin Racing by way of Wayne Roach, who claimed himself a podium for the 1 hour dash. So that's definitely going to be worthy celebrating for him. And we're looking at the recovery here of David Franco.
Third in his class, Wayne Roach. Joining us now, third in his class, Wayne Roach. I mean, what a way to make a comeback, Wayne. A big congratulations. Talk to us about how it felt for you out there.
It was busy, Chloe. It was busy. In every corner, coming out of every corner, there was somebody going sideways, and it's that hesitation if they're going to lose it or correct it. Our windscreen missed it up quite badly, so I had a very little vision, but we just kept it safe. And we were able to bring it home, so I'm super stoked. And what a wonderful weekend at Killarney, and thanks again to the whole SAES team.
100%. And I remember the last time when you joined us at Swartkorps, you had a heartbreak because both the cars didn't finish. But here you are, both cars in a podium. Talk to us about that. I mean, also Damien winning his. I mean, he's had a brilliant day today.
So we're back, baby. But more importantly is Damien has really stamped his mark on this weekend. He's had a phenomenal weekend. He's certainly improved dramatically, up the pace. And for me, yeah, you know, I just kept it tidy and brought it home, and I am just so grateful.
And then lastly, we talk about reading manuals, trying to understand the car. You made an inside joke. Quickly talk to us, tell the viewers as well as to, I mean, what it takes to understand this Lambo.
I'll be more diplomatic, but I just drive with the seat of my pants, that's all. That's where I feel the car.
That's where he feels the car. Doesn't really need, of course, to read the manuals to understand the technology, because that's the important thing about these cars, how they've evolved, the technology that is involved in them. But I mean, Samlin, they've done absolutely fantastic this weekend. I mean, podium, kudos to them, and they've finally done it. As Wayne said, victory, baby, back to podium, back to commentary, rather.
At the third round, awarded with 2 podiums and a handful of points to go with it. A happy Wayne Roach there. Clearly enjoyed himself, and a busy first hour of racing enjoyed. And we're still, at the moment, under safety car conditions with David Franco being recovered by the marshals and the recovery vehicles. It's a bit of a task. It's proven to be a bit of a task, as he could not stop at turn 2. Failure of the brakes, lots of traction, a combination of the two perhaps, has led to him colliding with the barrier, and we're going straight on at turn 2.
Utilising the snap strap, they call it, to go and try and pull them out the tyres. So that's where you'd see it pulled nice and tight. They would snap it to try and move the car out, go back to a normal strap just to try and tow them out. But I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to the race. I'm curious to go and take a look at the conditions outside at the moment, because we did have the rain slow down and then start to build up yet again.
Yep, it certainly is transforming, and it's possibly getting worse at the moment. But Steve, why don't you go and find out for us what's going down in the pits and how the teams are feeling about the conditions as they continue to progress. We're going to have a bit of a switch over, and I'm going to be joined, of course, by one of our illustrious commentary team members. That is Gary Fleming, who's getting ready to come on at the moment. But yeah, still under safety car conditions, and we're going to be waiting for the completed recovery of David Franco at turn 2. And once that is complete, we're going to get things underway once again. And that is Marius Jackson, trailed by Nick Adcock, as well as the number 86 of Stradale Motorsport with Charlotte Ranges at the wheel. And so far, we're going to have to just get our patience strengthened and improved, because the past hour has seen 3 safety cars alone. So I won't say anything about the hours to follow. It certainly has been difficult, I'd imagine, for the racing drivers at least, having to restrain themselves from passing a bit more aggressively and racing to the full capability these cars are capable of. But once the recovery is complete, we should get full racing conditions once more. Gary, have you seen anything interesting in your visits and little walks, strolls across the pits, down at ground level, at ground zero? 'Cause it's looking mighty challenging for all these teams.
I've seen everything except for relaxed, calm contentment. Such things do not exist. It's been amazing stuff out there. As we predicted yesterday, inclement weather, and the main thing for us from a spectator point of view is if you have varying weather conditions, and that's creating the situation that you have. And you've now seen people that fall back, the safety car comes out, and it changes the whole picture.
Yep.
They fall back, the safety car comes out, some make the split, some don't.
Yep.
So to a certain degree, you're in charge of your own sanity and goodwill towards others. But in another way, that safety car is so, so important as to how things play itself out. And it's been very interesting. Look at the action on the very first lap, second corner, bang, 2 leaders go off the circuit. Everything you could hope for, wish for, and more. SA Endurance Series 2025, round number 3 from Killarney International Raceway. It's been fantastic. And there's lots of people here at the circuit. You can't see it so much on the TV because everybody is in undercover and sitting on the cars on the embankment. And we've got massive numbers that's watching this live as well. Not just in South Africa, but worldwide. It creates a big, big, big buzz, SA Endurance Series, for all in the last couple of years.
100%. Round 3 has been exciting to host and to be hosted from the feedback from, of course, our host here at the beautiful, beautiful Killarney International Raceway. We've enjoyed the prospect of this wonderful array of machinery coming down. It's been... Last time we were here was 2022, so you can imagine just how long we've waited for the prospect to come down to Cape Shores and enjoy ourselves a bit of racing. And there's in frame the recovery and safety cars now peeling, the course car, beg your pardon, peeling in, and the safety car is leading the leader of overall standings, Nick Adcock, in his Rico Barlow Racing Nova prototype car. And behind him, Ranji's in that number 86 Audi R8, which has had to overcome a couple of spins, and he was one of the 2. Of course, that's spun out him and Stu White in recovering, making sure that they didn't take too much damage and doing well not to make any collisions. A very tricky part of the circuit where they were at. And thankfully for them, they're able to recover the race. Safety car now peels in, and we're going to see green flags. We're back, and racing is underway once more at Killarney International Raceway. If you just joined us, this is round 3, the SAES. Right here, 6 hours of racing ahead of us. We've seen the first hour. It's been very exciting. We've seen a lot of position changes, but right now, we get 5 more hours of racing, and the leader of this prospect in the points haul at the end of the day is this racing driver right here, Nick Adcock, who leads. Charles Ranji's right behind him.
Charles Ranji's, you would say, oh, well, he's in second position. Oh, he's having a look up on that inside line. That Audi had some good traction there. But if you look at the best lap times, a 1 minute 21.58 is the best for Nick Adcock's number 15 entry. And the 86 in the hands of Charles Ranji's, a 121.665. Oh, there we got 2 spinners going off on turn number 2.
Alteza, the 88 Alteza of Alvarez, and it looks like the 127 also losing shape, turn 2.
How do you get back on circuit? With great difficulty.
Oh, and you've got an embankment that's cambered there. That's going to be very, very difficult. You're going to have to maybe allow a roll of stuff. I don't know how that's going to happen. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the recovery is going to be easy. Let's have a look at how it happened.
Lovely replays as all. The back end just kept coming. So it was 2 completely separate incidents.
Yep, the most impressive, unimpressive drifts you'll ever see. You want to see it, but you don't at the same time, because now it means they're going to have to be under the task and burden of recovering their positions. Thankfully for them, no collisions made, no cosmetic or body damage. So not too long from now, they should be able to roll on back onto the circuit and get the racing back underway. 121.5 the times are.
The leaders now on the way down to exactly where you just saw that footage, down towards turn number 2. Ranji's is right there. Oh dear, we've got another one. That's the Honda that's gone off. It's the Lorero.
Yeah.
And, well, splashing his way. Looks like he's going to be able to keep it going. Not too much of a train smash. That's down in turn 5.
Oh, no.
Going to make sure there's no traffic coming along from behind, because it's quite a fast exit to that corner. You've got to wait until you get past the curbstones, because they're pretty high. And getting the combined racing Honda back on circuit.
Yeah, we've got the latter end of that coming off the circuit straight into the mud. And you get in a picture of just how much water potentially could be standing on the circuit, but it's not. As soon as any of these competitors get off the black stuff. And luckily for Loureiro, able to keep the momentum, not get beached anywhere, and get back out onto the circuit. Tough stuff ahead of all these competitive, and they're braving it. They're not going to let an exciting prospect as the Killarney International Circuit is, especially in these conditions. I mean, a lot of the locals have spoken about how this can happen frequently around this time of the year. On board with Nick Adcock, look at the concentration. I believe, is stoic a proper term for what he looks like in the cockpit of that car?
I think that's pretty much his lounge. He's got one of those vehicles here, and he's got another one that he races overseas as well.
Yep.
So pretty much the information that they learn and pick up here is what they take when he goes to race in Europe, and then bringing that back. Oh, what a lovely shot that is. Look at that. Everybody's got their lights on already. Now, remember yesterday we spoke about 6:05. It was that turnover point from daylight into the beginning of nighttime. Already you can see with the weather being worse today than what it was yesterday. A lot of the guys already putting their lights on out. There's really that Larka now up into that third position overall.
There we go. The recovery job well underway there for Inter Africa Racing, and it is Nick Adcock still at the helm at the moment, though Aranji's ahead in terms of actual physical position on the circuit, but the leaderboard says something different. So we're going to have a reset of the timing not too long from now. There's the Loureiro car that has been recovered, and you can see it is Aranji's getting past. That is Janakaro in the car. Gianni Janakaro also had a bit of a moment earlier on. It has recovered with no contact with the outer extremities of the circuit. Around the outside goes Nick Adcock, or rather inside now, to get into that pseudo-turn, going down to the home straight.
Look how much water there is, standing water from a driver's point of view. Remember, the driver's sitting pretty low in that Nova NP02. Well, in all of these cars, well, that Audi's got a look about it. It's just something special and different out there. And that Audi is doing so well at this stage of the fight. It's doing everything that they've asked from it and more. And it looks like their changeover from dry settings to wet settings, I think they got it kind of right.
Oof, the weight that had the load of the car on that first. You look at that going slightly out of shape there. I'm just looking at how the nose of the car dips and tucks there at turn 2. That is Charles Rangers in the number 86. You can imagine just how much traction you have to find and muster from the front left quarter of the car when it's under such a heavy load with these right-handers.
Well, if you see the leaderboard,
turn 4.
That's as close as you get to heading towards straight to the scene of the accident, but actually keeping it on the island. So Charles Orange is a man with massive amounts of experience in so many different motor cars. Flashing the light saying, chips, here I come. Charles Orange is in the 86 doing a beautiful job. They are now leading out by 4 seconds from the Adcock unit, and then Zolile Larka's crew with Stewie White on board in that third position, and that 10 seconds further back from Nick Adcock.
There is the current championship leader in Class D, PT2 Racing, out and about and leading the entire V8 Roadster field and making sure to come in with a strong points haul. It's Barton Pretorius 6th overall in the race, ahead of the closest competitor, that is Kidgel in 8th. Ooh, look at that. We just had a bit of a moment there at turn 1.
That's called the late dive.
The late dive.
The late dive.
Oh, it's just interesting challenges ahead of all of these competitors. We're looking at, there is Barton Pretorius once more, trying to get out of the way and stay on course here. But there's the number 42 also of Kidgel, the closest competitor in the V8 Roadsters. And Stewie White flashing profusely. There we go down.
All right, I'm here with Andrew Horn. He's just bagged 2nd place in the 1-hour dash. Andrew, how was that race for you?
Yeah, tricky with that amount of rain and that number of cars. With the speed differential on some of the cars, it's dangerous. And yeah, not the most fun I've ever had on a Saturday afternoon, but you know, something happens, as they say, and we've got the scars to prove it.
Do you want to tell us a little about the scars, or is it still too much of a soft issue?
Look, I think, you know, everybody's trying to find their place. People are rolling off power in the middle of the straight, and it's a bit dangerous. I don't know. I think we need to address some of these things. But yeah, difficult race, challenging conditions for everybody. Yeah, not so much fun.
Okay, but 2nd place, so big smiles all around. High five. Good job. Now you can relax.
Consolidation prize, but yeah, go back and start fixing stuff, I guess.
And some good points for the championship.
Indeed, yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Cheers.
Let's go back to the guys in commentary.
Andrew Horn, second place for the 1 hour dash man, who knows he came here leading the championship by albeit a handful of points and came away no longer leading the championship, and that's the disappointment that you see there, as he knows he could have gotten a lot more from the result, but the conditions came as a huge factor when it came to the final result.
Something interesting that he mentioned there, Andrew said, people lifting off going down the front main. When the rain was at its heaviest, I was actually in the middle of the pit lane, and it looked to me like the backdrop. There's another one, the 11, that's now standing on the side of the circuit.
That's Olumisa. He's got a bit of a, okay, looks like he can recover the car on its own steam. Let's see if this actually, oh, it's in Jumbo, I beg your pardon. There was been a driver change there. I actually did see them getting into the pits. I thought it was the number 55, which from the left-hand side of that car looks exactly the same as Mario De Silva, Fabian Lance. And then their V8 Roadster. So it's Njumbutla now, beached somewhere. We'll have a look and see where exactly that is. In the meantime, that is your leader of that particular class. We've got waved yellows now. And it is Byron Pretorius there in frame, leading that particular class. And there it is. There you go.
Well, yeah, one of the things that he said was people lifting off in the front main, and I'm going to hazard a guess that it's purely what I could see. When the rain was at its heaviest, it almost looked like the backdraft cars were aquaplaning very, very easily. Wow. We saw where the Interna's car coming through the bus stop, coming out into the front main was too close. That's the exit of turn number 1. Was too close to the grass on the inside, and it actually flicked itself around, and that's when he did that complete spin going into the front main. And it looks like the backdraft entries, even though they're not that light, seem to aquaplane a little bit more than the others, probably because of the fact that there's less downforce aerodynamically on these cars than the others. But that could be what he was referring to, people lifting off in the straight, and it's an issue which needs to be addressed. But if you're starting to aquaplane, what else do you do? 100%. You have to play on the safe side. At the end of the day, it doesn't help you start. You don't get halfway. You don't get any points. The whole thing is endurance. Make it to the end.
100%, and you also get the fact that the cars were in a sort of staggered formation, a sort of dummy grid, where one is on the left and right, and you've got a gap. That was to avoid the spray. So whether or not if you're, for example, in the case of Andrew Horn, a faster vehicle, and you're trying to get past, you have cars on your left and your right. So there wasn't a path for him to take in terms of overtaking, and that's, I guess, why his frustration was mounted even more.
And you also then have a situation where you've got more cars on the line where you wouldn't normally ride, so hence there would be more static water in that area, means there's going to be more spray in that area as well, and that then limits your vision. And you're doing 111 to 27 kilometers an hour at that point in traffic. Some people are going to have to lift to make sure they all make it to the end. Safety car doing a lovely job. I must say the backup services have been fantastic, and we did say that if around the outside of the circuit gets very waterlogged, recovery times could take more. Well, they've made their way around that all the way up until now. I'm going to hazard a guess, and I'm going to make a Cape Town prediction. I think the worst of the rain is over. Will the track dry out within the next hour? No, I do not believe so. Could it dry before the end of the race at 8 o'clock? Could there be a dry line? Yes, it is possible. Then you've got to get back to those settings that you had during the course of yesterday and going into the night practice last night.
It's going to be a mimicked rendition of what we had yesterday, perhaps slightly damp. But we've got a Splash and Dash Plus driver change here with the Rico Barlow Racing stable. Nick Adcock out of the saddle, and one of his teammates, either Michael Stephen, Louis Maurice, as well as Jonathan Thomas, are going to get into the car while it is being refueled. It's going to be as quick a transition as possible. As we see the assistance of the team there getting, it looks like Louis Maurice getting into the car. Just judging by the frame and the build of the person, all of them have completely different builds, so you can easily recognize who's who.
It looks like you can get in and out of a city golf much easier than what you can get out of this vehicle.
Certainly the case. You certainly don't do bread runs in cars like this. But yeah, it definitely was a smooth job by the team helping Maurice get strapped in. as it stands, and the team's going to get things back underway.
And the fuel is still running. You can see the pipe is still there at the moment. So let's say the driver changeover combination is a little bit quicker than what there was with the refueling. And I must say the Rigobalo boys helped out there and made it all happen quickly.
100%. 33 there of Van Sale in the Scuderia Rossi stable that we see, and we're on board now with Maurice, and let's see how he takes in and absorbs the scenery on a soaked Killarney International Raceway. Let's see what his translation of this challenge will be. Each of them have a different approach, of course, completely unique individuals, and possibly different schools of thought as well. But they're now unified by the challenge of the circuit, which is soaked and getting darker, as you can see.
Talking about darker, see, he's got a dark visor on. The visor is open. Surely he will have another clear one that he can use at a later stage. But very possibly not wanting to let the visor get misted up, as it looks like our Honda that's there in the pits. And they're going to get that one sorted out. Combined Racing,
had a bit of an oopsie earlier on leading up to this. Luckily for them, no damage to the bodywork and things of that nature. And it was Ricky Lorero in the car. We didn't quite see, of course, everything that happened there, so there may have been a driver change as well, but we get confirmation once our transponders get a quick reset. And we're still under safety car conditions as the cars and the teams now take advantage of the scenario in terms of changing drivers while we have these conditions, so we don't have an entirely different complexion of the race by the time they rejoin. And there's that Lamborghini, that beautiful Lamborghini, faced with quite the interesting challenge here.
I think one of the guys that is really doing exceptionally well, the backdraft roadster, the 262, which is very well placed. Right there we see it on screen, and that car is 7th overall and leading Class D. So very successful so far.
Our championship leaders we're looking at there, and they're making sure to set the benchmark and keep it there. You can see that is Haram getting into the car there, getting strapped in by his teammate Barend, his son, family-run team. They're managed by Francois Pretorius, and it's going to be a long race. They've taken the first bit of challenges thrown at them pretty much as Haram described, which was in as calm a manner as possible. So the first weather indicator for us as amateur meteorologists is the sound of the roof of our building that we're in here in Coventry, and it sounds like it's pouring.
Is that your word for today? Amateur meteorologist. So when they do meteorites, it goes about the Cape Town weather, which comes pelting down. And that's the first commentator's curse for the day as we wait for the 262 Pesty Racing entry of Barend and Haram Pretorius, who are leading out the championship with 66 points each, and that ahead of the Dutchman Browndeck Roofing entry of Gavin Rook and Richard van Heerde, that going into today's race were 2nd overall in the championship, and then Dan Hirsch and Fabian Lance that were lying in 3rd position overall as they come past our class leader that's still standing in the pits underneath the safety car. You can see them there in the background, making sure that that tape is nice and tight on the door. All good. Raincoat is on
and ready to go. And I know Haram is focused on strapping himself in and the team helping, but at the same time he must be kicking himself like the timing of this downpour, because he can feel that the splash is a lot more than a couple of minutes before when Barend pulled into the pits. You can see the team strapping the doors and the openings and crevices to make sure no water's getting in there, because that can make for very uncomfortable positions there.
Were they already under safety when this car came into the pits? So, okay, so it was, they didn't lose in terms of that.
They didn't. So they took advantage of the fact that we're under safety car conditions. I think I saw them peel in I think they were right behind one of the vehicles at the entry of the pit lane as we saw Stewie White getting into turn 1. So it's very, very recent.
So they swim that vehicle back out of the pit lane, and wow, I'm sure somebody just said a couple of minutes ago on the commentary that I think the worst of the weather is gone. Well, definitely that was not the way to go. There's an Audi R8 that's right there behind the safety car, and they are smiling right now as they have gone just over the 1.5 hour mark and are the present leaders out there on circuit.
They'll be pleased with themselves. We saw another driver change, actually. We had it in frame, but we just focused on a couple of other things. Dan Hirsch stepped into that number 42. That number 42, I think it was Dan Hirsch getting into the number 42 there of the V8 Roadsters. And we're going to have a resetting because it was Kidgel who started the stint. So I'm going to have a look now and see if that resets and if we are correct in our at least in my prediction of that. Look at that. What do our eyes behold? It is more rain. It is more rain at the 1 hour 30-minute mark of this race, and we're bearing down on the remainder, and it just continues to just get tougher and tougher and more demanding on all of the talented individuals we have out on the circuit. It certainly takes an extraordinary person to be in a situation like this where you're at the cutting edge of your class in your racing. At the cutting edge of your class of your racing in conditions like this, and trying to extract a result for your team for honors at the end of the year.
Oh, this is a torrential downpour, even with the TV cameras trying to make it look a whole lot better for you. Believe you me, it is bucketing down. I think this is probably the heaviest that we've had so far since we started with round number 3, 6 hours of Killarney International Raceway South African Endurance Series. And I think this might have a bit of an effect on the restart, because if everybody's together and you get the hammer down towards turn number 1, there is just so much spray. Even if you feather out and go off the racing line where there's more water but more vision, by the time you get to the 6th, 7th, 8th car in that pack, you can't see much.
100%.
Not at all. You're going a lot faster than how far you can see. That is for sure. So we'll give them a chance to get it all together. Charles Rangi's leading them all around. Stewie White in the Larker team is up into that 2nd position. Thomas in the 15 car in that 3rd position. And father and son combination, Ollie and his dad, Internas, 4th overall so far. That is lovely. If you think they actually had contact with a car and spun around in the front main in the first 20 minutes of the race, when it was similar to the conditions that we've got now, to not have structural damage, which affects aerodynamics, and get away with it and be able to get it going again. It was, in fact, I think it was Albert who was in the car at that point, Papa there, and then get it back into that position. That is fantastic stuff. So on 49 laps is Charles Arangis. On 48 is Stewie White that's in the car at the moment. Jonathan Thomas also on 48 laps. Ollie Hinternas, Ollie Jr. is in the car. Have done now onto the same as Maurice, also on 48 laps as they come through. So that leading pack actually pretty close to one another.
100%. It belies what we saw at the opening stages of this race. That is for certain, and they've all done a marvelous job of recovering what seemed to be lost earlier on. And it is Maurice now 3rd place, of course, in that Nova Proto NP02, and then it's going to be an interesting sight to behold how this international pedigreed racing driver, this Frenchman, of course, who's very experienced in all ranks of racing, really from karting all the way up to main circuit, makes his way around this incredibly challenging day here at Killarney International Raceway. There is the number 31 brown deck with Van Heerde at the wheel at the moment. And remember, it is 100 minutes that each and every one of these competitors that now you see on the grid have to complete, every one of them for the team to be compliant, of course, with the regulation as far as competing for top honors towards the end of the race here for round 3.
You just spoke about Van Heerde now. They're 7th overall, having done 45 laps. Just ahead of them is, in fact, Regat van Zyl in the Alfa Romeo Giulia. And they find themselves in 7th position overall, but they are 4 laps down from the lead car in the hands of Charles Arangis.
Indeed, we have an amalgamation of classes and different kinds of machinery here. There's Charles Arangis, we see down the home straight, and then there was Dan Hirsch also, I believe, making his way there, but he will be clearing. Ooh, look at that. The spray is incredible. There's Maurice now going down in the inside. Still under safety car conditions. We're not yet full tilt.
We've got a spin. We can actually see it outside here in the front main. And we've got a spinner.
It's the number 55. It looks like number 55. We'll get a picture of that in a moment. In the meantime, it's Charles Arangis. But Charles Arangis down at turn 2 as we're back under green lights. We're racing once more, full green flags. And we're in racing conditions at full tilt. And one of the cars getting out of shape. We'll get a picture of that in the moment. In the meantime, Arangis can see in his rear view mirror, apart from the incredible spray, the flash of the lights of Maurice in that Nova car, that Norma Nova NP02. A spin. I saw lights, I saw front lights, and I saw tail lights right behind the ranges. That is a spin
So that's
from
not
the
a good
Rico
sign.
Barlow car.
If you see the front lights and then you see the back lights, that's not a good sign.
100%.
Lovely stuff. Everybody's having so much fun. Yeah, when you walk around in the pits, and Stephen is just down in the pits and having a look around or what have you, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be totally jacked up, wired and fired when he comes back up here, when you get that feeling of, I mean, everything's quiet, but it's like that tension that's in the air, the expectation that there is out there. And it's all on the line. I mean, this takes us after today halfway through the SAES series for 2025.
Yep, an important juncture and sets the tone for the rest of the season. And the halfway point of the race, this race distance is also an important juncture, because if you reach that point, you're getting a quarter of the points haul. You're securing yourself a quarter of the points available for a race win. And that's exactly what these competitors are going to have on their minds. So it's going to be a lot of racing in between now and the drop of the checkered flag. Let's see how far we are. We are 1 hour and 38 minutes, so a long way to go. And we've still got well over 4 hours remaining to see these very competitors before us duke it out for top honors here with SAES. It is Litlaka in the vehicle at the moment. That is the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 that Evo 2 has made waves, absolutely made waves. I talk in a figurative sense, but it is literal purely because of the conditions, not any of my linguistics here. But it absolutely made it's mark. There it is. There is that spin, a second spin, because this is not an action replay. That is a spin from that is Louis Maurice there of Rico Barlow Racing. Okay, waiting for the vehicle to clear. Arangis spins out the conditions. It's bucketing, as we said, and it is not the fact that Maurice has had his first time here. Everybody, the experienced Charles Arangis, just had his moment. Now he's going to have to recover the car. So really, it's dished out evenly. There is no bias here when it comes to the difficulty of these conditions.
That was the entrance of turn 3, and as you guys know, there is a little river of water as the track changes from one angle to the other, and that's caught out more than 1 or 2 people. What's interesting is the car that you see on circuit there now, the Hurricane. If you watch them going down the back straight and you see, for all when there's a lot of water down, if you see the rooster tail behind it, the car doesn't look, if you look at it like that, it looks like it's running a very flat wing, but it actually brings a very high rooster tail up behind it.
Yeah.
So it's not just the demographics of the wind over the top of the car, it's demographics of the wind underneath the car, and you can see how that diffuser is actually creating that vacuum behind and underneath the car. And look how high that rooster tail is behind that latest evolution of Lamborghini's best that is right here with us in South Africa.
100%, and into Africa's Tolye Litlaka at the helm and in the saddle for the Inter Africa team. He currently leads Charles Arangis, I beg your pardon, Maurice, who had the spin in Class A, and Hintenhouse also had a bit of a moment in 4th place there in Class A, and of course McLaughlin in 5th place in that backdraft, V8 Roadster that will seem to have changed shape and transformed. That's because a different car. The proper Class A entrant will be seen later on in the season by the likes of McLaughlin and Steve Clark. In Class B, we have the Scuderia Rossi Alpha in number 33 there, leading, and Mario at the helm as it stands. Di Matteo in the number 27 car. also in second place there ahead of Ant Blunden, who now is inside the G&H Transport beg your pardon, Audi R8, and some would argue I may as well have continued and said Lamborghini, but I probably would get a smack from the Italian inclined contingent and fans of motorsport. And yeah, in Class B, the last competitor there is Van Heerden. In the, another spin, someone's gone off the brown deck, number 31, brown deck Van Heerden at the, yep, yeah, it is Van Heerden in the car at the moment, and that was again after the kink. There's something going on there, and has proved to defeat pretty much every competitor. Every class has had one representative pirouetting just after the kink.
Yeah, that brown deck backdraft, you could see it just lost traction as if there was just too much water down there and just nowhere to go. Oops, he's taking a walk along the grass. Should get that back together.
Fancy a stroll. Oh, geez. Fancy dry conditions, maybe. More than a stroll right now. That was Aranji's with another foray. Luckily for him, didn't change the positioning of the front and rear lights. And he's got, just look at how it's just getting
this
worse.
Is pretty much of the very worst that we have seen so far. Some of the guys will have set the cars that it is at its best under these specific conditions. Others will have made partial amendments to the setup of the car, that which is indigenous, that you can't change it while you're doing a driver change. So some of the guys will be hoping for this weather to continue because this is what they've set themselves up for and hope it stays the same. Others will be saying, well, when it gets towards the dryer, it's closer towards where our statistics are lined up, and that would probably then play into their favor if it had to go back to those drier conditions.
Yeah, I mean, you look at conditions like this, and in which scenario, other than the factories that these cars are manufactured, do you have this much downpour to test the ability of these cars? I mean, this is one sort of situation where the seas. Oh, look at the spray from that backdraft.
Prince, from your experience with the series, do you think that we are nearing a situation with the safety car that's out there now where they might run it for a period of time under the safety car and or bring, look at that, even there, the water on the inside of turn number 2. Do you think that they might actually call it and say, hold on guys, we've got multi-million rands worth of machinery out there, even though it's piloted by the best drivers in South Africa and internationally that's come to join us as well. Look at that, going through the kink as well. You cannot, I mean, for all that Larker car that is so stiffly sprung with that amount of water there, it'll be like a submarine.
Yeah, 100%. That it fully is a possibility. We've seen this a couple of times in our series, more recently at Aldo Scribante. We also had the fortunate circumstance at the Killarney, the SES 9 Hours of Killarney last year, where for the first time in a very long time, we didn't have a downpour in the Heavens Open during our racing, because the previous year, the year before that, I think that was 2023, we had such an occasion, and we have to take measures to make sure to ensure, firstly, the safety, of course, of every competitor and everybody coming together to make this happen. The front line, people at Ground Zero, the marshals, all of that is the first priority. So should conditions become untenable, they definitely could see measures such as that.
There's actually two safety vehicles that's out there. There's the pace car and a safety vehicle that's out there. As you can see on our telemetry, it shows safety car. As you can see by the marshals, they're still waving the yellow. Nobody has yet changed that to a red. According to the rules, Prince, can they continue for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and more laps like this, or would they tend to pull it into the pits?
It actually can. It actually can. We've seen a number. I think the longest period we had under a safety car was seen at the Killarney event that I am mentioning. I think it was 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago. So we can actually continue under safety car conditions as the clock is running down. Well, and we can see the number 31 Brown Deck has peeled into the pits now.
Make use of the safety car.
Make use of the safety car. It's going to be around for a while, apparently, as things continue to get worse. And to answer your question, it absolutely is a likelihood for us to continue under these conditions with the safety car guiding and controlling the pace.
It'd actually be fantastic if we could hear what's being said by the Moss. There we see the Laka car coming in. I think it was Stewie White that was in fact behind the steering wheel. They might just go for a fuel and tyre change and not a driver change, seeing that he has not been out for that long.
Yeah, he hasn't. He absolutely should take advantage. There we go, on board. What it's like, POV, you're an Inter-Africa racing driver, and you're inside the world's leading challenger as far as GT3 equipment is concerned for Lamborghini, and you're in for a pit stop in the wettest race South Africa has yet offered this season for the SAES.
Leading the race number one, in car number one, standing in pit number one.
There you go.
For the first time in 2025 in Cape Town. A lot of ones in that one.
A lot of ones. No hope this kind of condition is a once-off. But it comes with racing. It's exactly what we've all signed up for. So
I must say, the Alfa Romeo Giulia, that is Maurice, that's behind the steering wheel right now. Oh dear.
Litlaka getting into the car. So Stewie White has had his say, and is now Litlaka in that number one.
That, driver change. Just look at the rain coming through the window. And it's one of those things. But just interesting to see that Maurice in the 15 car, they are doing exceptionally well for themselves right now. And they've got a very quick overall best time out there, 121.58. If you think about it, the top three, the Aranji's car, a 121.66, their fastest so far, a 121.72 in the Laka car, and the Maurice car, a 121.587. There's nothing in it.
There absolutely is nothing in it. And the real difference is coming down to that particular moment where the water decides to gather a bit more on the left side than the right, and the rear and the front car sides of your car decide to swap positions.
Well, the Lamborghini seems to swim quite well. I mean, we saw it going through some heavy puddles there and splashing. I personally don't think that they're going to be able to go back to racing conditions the way that it is now. The water is, there's just too much standing water out there.
Highly likelihood. I mean, it only continues. And like you're saying, it's progressing at the moment. So we keep an eye on the situation. I can imagine the safety car is a relief for a number of the racing drivers, because obviously they don't want to be exposing themselves to undue danger. We're competing and we're taking risks, but within reason. So definitely appreciated to be under safety car conditions, I'd imagine.
Prince, for the folks that's watching on YouTube and on DSTV, what is the status in terms of communication with the driver to the pits and with the pits to the clerk of the course? How much interaction is there, as I see a lot of cars coming into the pits right now?
Yeah, there is plenty of interaction, because the racing drivers have to give the clerk of the course feedback as to the conditions, for example. Now, they might not know exactly everything that's going on, but as far as pit wall to racing driver, plenty of interaction there as well as to what's going on. So it's a constant communication. No one's in the dark as long as your communication line isn't interrupted.
So if you prepare to listen, they prepare to tell you.
100%.
If you really want to know how bad it is, then you just speak to the guys in the pits. But look at that heavy rain. Everything that you and Stephen predicted yesterday was going to happen in terms of action, that is what we're seeing out there right now. And we're 1 hour and 49 minutes into this 6-hour event. The 6 rounds of the SA Endurance Series varying in length during the course of the season.
Yeah. It's a bit of a concertina in terms of the distance. We're going to go back to the 4-hour format in our next round. And that, of course, will then swell at the end of the year when you go back to Killarney for the second time, when we're going to the 9 hours. That's the heavy hitter that we're looking forward to. We're on board now with Litlaka, and he's peeling into the pits. And we're looking at, a race pause. You called it, Gary, that if we continued under these conditions and it continues to get worse, we're looking at a race pause, and that's exactly what we're getting.
I mean, they are designed to race, not to swim in real terms. So, yes, that call needed to be made. And the rain's still pelting down, so it's not just a case of the rain coming down and the amount of spray. It's the amount of standing water that there is out there, and the ability of these 265 30 and 35 18-inch tires that most of them are running, the ability to disperse that amount of water at 227 kilometers an hour.
100%, but you need to be reaching that speed in order to do that, and under those conditions we're never going to be mopping up all of that water as quickly as they need in order for a clear track and running conditions. So safety comes first, and that's why we're seeing the race pause after what has been an incredibly entertaining non-stop action for the past 1 hour and 50 minutes.
Keeping in mind now, folks, that as we said at the top end of the show, the clock starts at 2, the clock ends at 8. Whether you are racing, whether you are under safety car, whether you're under safety conditions parked in the pit lane, the total period of time does not change. So for the guys that are behind in class and need to be able to catch up, this is a opportunity gone amiss, because there's just then less and less laps that is available to be able to make up the amount of space and time and laps that you require. So for those that are in the lead in their classes, in their categories as such, this plays in their favor. For those that need every single lap, you get to a point where you 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 seconds a lap quicker than the other cars in your class, because your strategy, your setups and everything is good. And at the end of the day, you end up now with a situation where there's just so many laps to be able to do something about it. So joining me in the commentary booth now, and as I said to Prince, I'm sure when Stephen comes back, he's going to be with a big smile, super excited, loving it out there, having an opportunity after doing that first hour of the race, Stephen, going down into the pits and feeling that tension and the urgency in the pits. Tell us all about it.
It's absolutely insane. Had a chat to a couple of the teams trying to figure out what's going on. Many of the teams worried about the rain at the moment, not quite sure if they need to push extremely hard to try and maintain or take it easy. A lot of worry seeing bigger cars falling off, like the GT3s that do have ABS, do have traction control. A lot of the backdraft drivers
and still losing traction.
Exactly. So the backdraft drivers now trying to figure out what do they need to do to keep it on the black stuff. With the race pause, however, this does change things. It gives them time to relax. Many of the drivers are quite thankful about it, and many of the teams are thankful. At the same time, it's now nullified any advantage you had. Same as its park firme conditions. You are not allowed to touch the cars. The drivers are allowed to exit the car, which I don't think any of them are going to do. I'd rather stay nice and dry.
Well, seeing it's a bit more difficult than getting out of a Mark 1 Golf. I think some of these cars, it's easy to just stay in there. Stephen, with your experience from rain and non-rain conditions, would you tend to think that the backdrafts are more affected by the heavy standing water than the other vehicles that they are up against?
They will be more affected due to it, but that is because they don't have the same electronic systems to stabilize them. It's also brute force horsepower that's under the right foot. Many of the drivers will have to then rely on instincts and skills to keep them up and going, and also the cars are a little bit softer. So it does help out with these wetter conditions to make it work. But for a race pause,
explain that to us.
This is a new rule that came out at Aldo Scribanti. It was a discussion amongst the drivers, and the aim of it is to ensure that the drivers aren't going around the safety car for 3, 4 laps, 6 laps, and continue going round and round and round, using up fuel, putting strain on the car, and landing up with more problems than good. The race pause brings everyone into the pits to stop in the order that they are in that train. Stop, park firme conditions. Drivers are allowed to exit the vehicle and get back in. No team, no other drivers are allowed to touch the vehicle. And that is...
No tires, no refueling.
Nothing. You can go and look pretty, smile for the photos, get back into the car. Many of the drivers not going to. The IRC, however, is going to be recovered and taken to the pit lane and taken to the back.
I think it was Franco De Matteo that was in the car the last time I looked at the 27, the Ford Mustang IRC, and that being Franco De Matteo, Julian Familiaris, and Romano Sartori, who is in fact the owner of that vehicle. But
he's in the car. That is Romano Sartori, who owns the car.
And look at the back wheel.
Yeah, that is a bit of damage on the car, and unfortunately that might mark the end of it. They don't have all the spares to get it up and going. Romano Sartori returning to endurance racing, unfortunately looks like it's cut short here at Killarney, and I know the GRD team and the DiMatteo team will be looking to try and see what can they do to get the car going.
Oh, look at that.
There's the river coming across. But this is where a race pause comes in handy. You don't want to be driving in these conditions where you land up with a problem. It also allows the marshals to remove the cars, make sure everything's safe to go, and without having anything around them, which means they have free reign of the circuit to check, make sure everything's okay, look at where there's standing water. The COC can look around and see what's going on as well. It's a great opportunity to just reset, figure out, then get everyone back in. Once race pause is over, they'll go behind the safety car for 3 laps. In those 3 laps, they're allowed to get into the pit box for refueling and tires. So it still counts
So
as
that is a very strategic part of the restart, those 3 laps, which is in effect a pit stop under safety car, which reduces your amount of loss of time that there is there. Now, unfortunately, that Mustang IRC with a left-hand back wheel with a whole bunch more towing than you can possibly want to use on that vehicle. You can see there's a lot of mud on the bottom of the front of the spoiler. So that's obviously been through that sand trap. And remember, we spoke yesterday about the recovery time for vehicles that have gone off circuit before the rain, during the rain, and then after heavy rain. Now you've got a situation where before, and we saw the Honda with the Rero going off, going right through that soft sand, coming out the other side, getting back onto the track on the exit of turn number 5 and get going. Under present conditions, should the same thing happen, same car, same driver, they'll probably get stuck in the sand. So now going off, and you see there's it looks like the inside of turn number 5. Remember I said the water drainage there has been improved, but if there's going to be pools of water near to the circuit, that is one of them. The other one is just slightly further up the track by the bus stop where we saw the Hintenhouse car spinning around. You've also got that if you're just slightly offline, there is water right there on the edge of the circuit. If you literally go off the tar and onto the cement block, you're going to pick up that amount of water. And when you're under full taps at 100 and a lot of kilometers an hour, just past where that camera shot is, that is in fact the weighing bridge on the right hand side and the scrutineering area alongside that, and we keep some of the recovery vehicles there as well. So going off now, the penalty, if you want to refer to as that, is probably starting to multiply itself out in terms of being able to recover the track yourself, and all the recovery period time for the car to be recovered, and how that affects those that have fallen behind in class and need as many laps as possible to try and catch up from here on out.
Well, the other factors to think about, all the cars are under parc fermé conditions, which means they are standing in the pits where there is water, where it's cold, and tire pressures are cooling down. Also, for cars that have turbochargers, remember those turbochargers get extremely hot. You're looking at well over 90 degrees at full taps. Now they're starting to cool down. It means that you're going to have to try and warm the engine up again, get everything back up to temp. So there's no going and giving it a little bit more gas. You have to gently bring the car back in and get yourself going. So once again, that changes up the competition. Naturally aspirated engines will have a better chance in these conditions until the turbos are all good. Stuff like the Supolo that we have got here, that's got a turbocharger. They will have to be aware of the temperature of the turbo, the engine, to ensure that they're up and going. Parc fermé conditions, however, you can't go and fiddle around too much with the car.
I'm just actually watching what they're doing there right now with that camera shot.
Now, I think this is the 69 that actually went off. They pushed this car into the pit box to get worked on after it landed up going nose first into the wall at turn 2. So they're able to get the car up and going, which is fantastic to see with Davide Franco now behind the wheel and hoping to carry on. They're running second in C-Class. They hold the fastest lap time in C-Class, but they are behind that Honda Civic Type R of the Lareros.
The Lareros have done very well. Let's be honest, they've been consistent. They've had it on the line where they needed to, when they needed to, how they needed to. And Roberto Franco in the car, they have wiped the front window to get rid of the misting on there. And it looks like they've got the back door open at the moment now to try and get some airflow through there, although they've closed the doors. And there you can see the guys in the supercar pits. They are trying to stay out of the rain. The fire's going. That's what we do in Cape Town when we're down by the racetrack. And in fact, recently we've had some sleepovers before main events where people can come and camp at Killarney International. And that's something from the past, back from the days of Group N and the good old day. Used to come on a Friday down to the circuit and come and braai and party and your little mobile home or your caravan or your tent or whatever and sleep here at the circuit. And I think that's something that's going to start happening more and more in the modern era. It's something I would like to do. There's one Marshall that's slightly wet.
I have to take my hats off to the
Kudos
Marshals.
to the Marshals.
From early hours of the morning, before 5 a.m., getting their posts ready, braving these conditions till 8 o'clock where it's cold. Have you ever gone and had wet socks for an entire day? It makes you feel down. I mean, even the birds are trying to avoid the puddles, but our Marshals working tirelessly out there, hats off to them.
When there's enough water out there that the seagulls leave Bloberg Strand and come to Killarney, then you know there's a whole bunch of water out there. Yeah, I must say, the A-Team, Killarney International A-Team Marshals doing a sterling job, and our recovery people. And I must say, a big thumbs up to Piet van der Walt with the safety car. He put up a pretty decent pace in that very heavy. I was actually thinking, is he going to now go and do a Formula One and go off the circuit and dump it into the wall, and then there's no more safety car out there, which has happened once in the hands of Bert Meilander, that's been doing it for the better part of 2.5 decades already in Formula One. But I must say, Piet van der Walt in that safety car did a lovely job. The photon out there was holding the track.
So we've got so for anyone joining us, welcome to round 3 of the South African Endurance Series.
Yeah, where were you for the last 2 hours?
Exactly. It's been amazing racing. It's been chaos. It's been just close, but we are on a race pause. In other words, the clock is still running. Drivers and teams had to put their cars waiting for clear conditions before they can rejoin. In other words, they have to clear the car that is currently stuck out there, and that is the Demateo team, looking to try and get their IRC Ford Mustang back into the fray. They will have to get it all sorted out, and I'm wondering if it's going to be able. Park firm conditions, no touching the car. You're going to have to wait. You'll then leave pit lane behind safety car, 3 laps behind safety car where you can pit. So you could still get a safe pit stop done and dusted in those 3 laps. That being said, the clock is still ticking down as 2 hours still 2 hours and 3 minutes have gone by. There is still 3 hours and 56 minutes left of the 6 hours of Killarney for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series.
So having said that, Stephen, I need to tell you a truth.
And that is?
When I saw your face walking in here, coming from the pits, and I could see your excitement, I decided at that point, the first chance I'm getting, I'm going down to the pits. And seeing they're all in the pits right now, I'm going to say, adios, amigos. You back here, thank you, and Prince and everybody else that's helping. I'm going to get a chance to go down to the pits now, get the latest information, join in with our lovely ladies down there and have a look, see Shofty what's happening, and I'll be joining you guys pretty soon after that with one of those Stephen Koenig smiles after you come back from the pits.
I highly recommend going past to Brian Martin and the entire Backdraft team. They've been working incredibly hard to ensure that they're up and going. That being said, we are ready for all the action as we are on this race pause here for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series. And we have got the Demateo team lining up to get going out yet again. Joining me back in the commentary box, we have got Prince Ndweni that's been keeping an eye out. Prince, it's a little bit wet out there. Excitement, race pause, however. We've seen this at Elder Scribanti, now having it here at Killarney, how that changes things. But the big talking point, the IRC Ford Mustang, Romano Santori behind the wheel, now having a bit of an issue with that rear axle. And I think the GRD team and the Demateo team are going to be working frantically to try pull it straight, but it's not looking great.
Yep. So much has happened, and the latest of the casualties is the Demateo, I beg your pardon, Mustang IRC. Oh, man, I was looking at them from across the race, from across the track, rather, in their pits, and you can see just the body language of having to accept what now is their fate and what they have to overcome. between now and the end of the race. So a lot of work to be done. Hopefully it's something that is salvageable for this team. An incredible commitment to actually take on the series. But so I had to also engage a bit with some of the fans and just to see what the vibe is and how everyone is enjoying. But let's perhaps have a look at what exactly the fans have enjoyed over the past 2 hours and some change with a bit of a highlights package that we have put together for you.
Now, the first hour going to be quite an exciting one. Let's actually see how it all went under race conditions in the rain here at the Killarney International Raceway. So we are getting the drivers to move forward. So if we think about it, start to the race was a bit of a tongue twister. It was a bit of a worry. We suddenly had the likes of the Lamborghini of the Into Africa versus the likes of Charles Ranjis into the kink, losing it side by side. So let's take a quick look at some of those snapshots of the moments.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Having your front runners in particular approaching a circuit at the start of the race which had no signifying of some sort of trying. There it is. Those are your front runners at the start of the race. Stewie White to the right of the track, and to the left was Ranji's Anthony Marks also spinning out and losing it before. And I think it was twice where it happened with Marks, and 3 times, in fact, for Anthony Marks. But that was the first of those incidents for him. And at that point, we really had a tone set for us to see exactly what it is that is in store for these racing drivers and how brave they have to be. And this, of course, for the 1 hour dash was the challenge and the battle between Damian Hammond as well as Andrew Horn. And it's a mere 6 points that separated them at the beginning of the race before the double points win haul came into effect towards the end of this race. Then we're looking at, of course, GSW, that David Franco incident that led to, we had a total of 3 safety cars in the first hour. Or actually, that was the dummy one. That wasn't quite one, but he had a literal mirror image of that exact moment, which actually led to a safety car. I thought we'd led to that. So it was quite a busy 1 hour or so for David Franco.
Now going and outbreaking himself into turn 2. Safety car, however, made the entire field concertina against one another as they recovered a little bit of a worn out Marks, who's going and landing up, getting towed back. And this is just first of the safety cars, and we went back under green conditions as the drivers had to find their way through into turn 1. A couple of drivers getting 3 wide, not under their own, what they wanted to have.
Yeah, tad wet. And you have to still be competitive and maintain your edge, and a difficult thing to do regardless of the equipment you have. This is it was the great equalizer. Everybody had their fair share, including this particular squad. Having to navigate the traffic was Nick Adcock in the earlier part of the race. Getting past the V8 Roadsters was not easy, especially at a place like turn 4, as you saw there, where you have to be fully committed. It's not very easy. Pirouets left, right and center from some of the V8 Roadsters. That was quite commonly seen, especially with the number 55, which we'll possibly yet to see. But yeah, it was constant navigating of the traffic, and the conditions would improve and then come back and get worse. Improve and come back and get worse. This was the best we had seen so far of the conditions, at least as far as the 1 hour period. But this was towards the end of that first hour. That was the battle between Hammond as well. This was Hammond and Framer as we speak. Getting ready to take the championship lead. I beg your pardon, because it was a 6-point gap between himself and championship leader at that point, Andrew Horn. So Hammond knew it had to be a lot of focus put into dodging the traffic and making sure he stays on the circuit. He described just how difficult the conditions were, and to add to that the fact that they're still trying to understand their car and trying to get to terms with that Super Trofeo, and all of that is seeming to pay off. And this was towards the end, the dying minutes of the 1 hour dash, is where Damian Hammond there was trying to get around. And that's the moment, there it is, that's the moment we thought we'd seen earlier. That is David Franco coming together with the wall. And this was at the dying stages of the 1 hour dash. Can you imagine the complexion of the race and the level of intensity then between Hammond and Andrew Horn?
Oh, you cannot forget there was still the fighting for the SAE lead of Stuart White trying to move forward. Unfortunately, Sholaranji's losing it into turn 2 and having a little bit of a spin to try and bring himself back onto the circuit safe and sound. We thought possibly the Audi would get stuck in the grass, but was able to continue forward and get himself back out on circuit. Safety car, however, started to play into hands. This is where it got nerve-wracking. We started counting down the minutes, one by one, and that is going to be the pressure for Damien Hammond, who was quite happy to be where he is, lying in first place of the 1 hour dash, and had more than enough time to keep going. So the longer the safety car was out, the more Andrea Horn would be sorted out. Recovery was made, and it was race on, as we do take a look and see, unfortunately, a few cars quite making turn to a little bit more interesting, outbraking themselves in a bit of a mob. Cold tires, cold brakes, and still trying to get yourself going. Yet another recovery had to be for the team combined.
Oh, incredible that they were coming by the load. I mean, every minute, every other lap, you're seeing a recovery happen. We saw the introduction of Louis Maurice into the Rico Bala racing car, and he had a bit of a moment as he came to terms with the challenge ahead of him and getting familiar with the car and the circuit. His first time out here, of course, the Frenchman, and he quickly became acquainted with how challenging it can be at Killarney International Raceway when you have this much in terms of the bucketing down of the heavens. But it's been a great time for the past 2 hours or so, and it will continue to be such. But we are, if you just joined us here at Killarney International Raceway for the SAES Round 3, 6 hours of Killarney, and we are currently under a race pause. The clock continues to wind down and to count down to the end of the race. However, for the purpose of safety, we've paused this race because of the conditions which were very quickly becoming untenable and difficult for the cars to navigate safely.
And also the recovery of the IRC Ford Mustang that landed up having its rear suspension worked out and met the wall. So, with our marshals just clearing out the puddles on the inside of the curbs, that's just trying to displace some of the water, make it a little bit easier here at Killarney, and lots of incredible work being done by our marshals. We have got to say, we've had a few people in the commentary box running around, checking things out, and one of them, well, goes from riding on 1,000 in SBK, commentating a little bit earlier, and now getting to have his first taste seeing the endurance race in full flight. Timbo Kamalu, welcome back, and how are you feeling? I see that you're a little bit damp though.
Good afternoon, Steve. I've been running around the pits. I've been chatting with some of the drivers, and it's insane. The rain in the last 30 minutes has been really intense. You can see the marshals there sweeping up rivers, and it's been a war of attrition. I was with Chloe and Wayne Roach. Wayne was complaining, not so much complaining, but expressing to us how bad the visibility was. We saw some of the cars pitting on lap 1 or 2 just to get the mist wiped off their windscreen. So really intense out there for the drivers.
And lots in concentration comes in. Now, these are conditions that you haven't quite run into. So with that being said, you ran around in the pits, but let's go down to the professional. Nadine down in pit lane with some info.
I think conditions have just become too treacherous to race. The track is so easy. It's like walking over. You aquaplane all the time.
Technical issue with the weather at the moment, but resolving that. Just taking a look. Drivers all just standing, trying to keep themselves warm, keeping an eye with the race pause. This changes dynamic, but also you've got the drivers and teams relaxing. That is the most dangerous thing that you can have, because the moment that you stay calm is the moment you get caught out. So I got to say, you got to take a little bit of a breather at the same time. You got to get your head in the game. Your thoughts as a rider?
It's a game of management, Steve. At 2 hours and 15 minutes in, we a third of the way into the race. The teams have to maintain the intensity, and riders and drivers of all types know that red flag conditions are very difficult because the adrenaline is all the way up, and it's not just for the drivers, it's everyone in the team. They're on edge, they're ready to react to anything. Now everything stops at an abrupt moment, and then at an abrupt moment everything has to go back up to those intensity levels. It's getting cold outside, it's getting darker, so it's going to be interesting to see which teams can manage the situation the best.
And all the pressures that come with park firme conditions means you cannot touch the car, you cannot refuel, you cannot change tires, everything's getting cold. Drivers are also trying to warm themselves up, especially in the open cockpits, such as the backdraft roadsters. They've got no protection from the elements and will be starting to feel it. But if you had a choice, you got to sit in a couple of these vehicles, what would you rather be in these type of conditions? Would you rather be in a closed cockpit car, or would you rather be in something that's a little bit more open?
I was quartered to sitting in a Super Trofeo yesterday. Didn't get the opportunity to sit in the Lambo, but the backdraft was really exciting. I've never sat inside a V8 race car before, and thanks to you for getting the backdraft teams get it fired up for me. And what an incredible sensation feeling. The car sounded angry, you know, and I've never felt that experience before. So I would pick a backdraft, but I'm not sure after an hour or two if I'd still want to be in it with me being wet.
They've got a little bit of a bathtub to deal with the water filling it. But that being said, we've managed to sort out some of the technical difficulties, but Nadine has got some more info down in the pits.
Okay, so as I said, I'm with Pesty Racing Team, Harum and Baron Pretorius. It seems like we're not just having racing condition issues, but we're having a bit of technical issues as well. So Harum, sorry we interrupted you earlier, but why are we currently in the pit lane?
Well, it's just basically treacherous conditions. I mean, you can't race under these circumstances. The track's too wet and you're aquaplaning all over the place. So it's really actually, I think really, it's dangerous conditions. So I think they've just neutralized it for a while. So then we'll see how it goes. Boren's had a good stint, so he's a bit irritated with me, but anyway, so we'll see how it goes, yeah, but it's really tough, yeah. It's not easy, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Harum. Barent, let's have a chat to you. So you had your first stint. How was it out there?
No, I really enjoyed it. There was one or two times where I thought, hey, we're running it a bit dangerous here. The cars were aquaplaning a lot, and we did give feedback. So they should have neutralized it a bit earlier, I think. But anyways, that's what it is. Made no mistakes, managed to get a good gap. We had about a lap and a half, and then unfortunately we got two safety cars which played a bit against us. So we had at least managed to make up a lap, and we were super fast in the wet. So I was really enjoying it. But yeah, it's really tricky. It can catch you out, and I think it's a bit, I won't say too dangerous, but it's on the verge where we, you know, it's quite tricky out there. If we go out now, they just should neutralize and it gets a bit too tricky. When there's standing water, it needs to be neutralized, and we keep on aquaplaning. So they must just listen to driver feedback. But other than that, I've really enjoyed it. It was super, super fun. And yeah, that they neutralized it now, it's given us a bit of time to just rethink and, you know, check what strategy we're going to follow for the rest of the race. But we're in it. We unfortunately had a silly pit stop where we were a bit slow, struggled a bit with the belts, and we ended up losing a bit of time. But it's fine, it's what it is, and we'll send it now and check what we can do. Hopefully we can make up the laps, and let's see what the rain does. I think at night it's going to be tricky, so yeah, go out there and send it, you know. Have fun.
Well, there you have it. The boys are still ready to send it. So let's go back to commentary until we find the next interview.
Fantastic to hear there from Barent and Harum Pretorius, father and son duo. You could sense the frustration within Barent in his tone and his body language that he's not happy that the race has been stopped. Steve, I wanted to ask if you could explain for us exactly what is aquaplaning, and at what point, as we see them mopping the track, at what point will the track now be safe enough where aquaplaning is not a major issue?
So aquaplaning, the easy way to go and explain it, aquaplaning is when you lose grip with the surface. So think of having a kitchen counter unpolished, just a wooden table. You go and take your plate, you put it on, you slide the plate, you can feel that there's a bit of friction there. Your plate is your tire. The wood is the surface. So your tire is getting a bit of traction, that all works just fine. Soon as you introduce something that's in the way, a little bit of water, for anyone at home, add a bit of salt up against your table. You'll feel that it will start to glide a bit easy across that wooden table. That is where it's starting to lose the bit of friction to it. So there's now a barrier in the way. For tires that are slicks, they generally love to be rather sticky, but at the same time, they can't displace any of the gap that is now there. So water suddenly becomes a bit of an issue. You have a bit of a problem. So you have to have a bit of heat to get it all sorted. That's where the likes of having grooves on the tires goes and moves some of that irritation out the way, puts grip back in, and you have adhesion. Let's go over to Chloe, who's got a little bit more info down in the pits.
Joining us now down in pit lane is Fikile Olomisa from Team Kubani. Fix, talk to us about really the conditions down there. I mean, you started the first stint and the rain has been pouring, visibility, and most importantly, what we want to find out, how's the rain? Because you guys don't have no roof when you're driving.
It's very bad, especially with these cars. They are real drives. They've got a lot of torque at the back. You get into a puddle, it's easy to spin. And with you being outside, the visor, it's misting. One of the reasons I had to pull out after 1 hour, 20 minutes is because I couldn't see. Yeah. Especially if you're driving behind these fast cars with wet tires. They just bring a lot of water up and then you can't see where you're going. Sure. So I had to come out, and then we also did a driver change at the same time.
We also saw Qolela then coming in, and unfortunately he wasn't stuck in gear. What was the conversation when he came into the pits? Okay,
he couldn't select gears and the car switched off, so that's why they pulled him in. We realized that there's an issue with the gearbox, and if we had to stop and change the gearbox, it would take about 2 hours. So we said, okay, we'll drive the car on fourth. We'll see how it goes. So, I mean, 1 hour, 20 minutes into the race, we're going to be driving on fourth. So let's see how it goes.
All right, and then lastly, expectations, who's going to finish, and really how's it been back in Killarney?
The strategy has changed now because of this stop. So we will see what time they stop, then we'll have to go back to the drawing board and see how we restructure, because now we don't know how long it's going to take. The plan was I was going to go back at 5, but it's not going to happen. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll definitely see how it goes. Fikile Olomisa from Team Kubani. Let's go back into commentary.
Great to hear from Chloe and Kubani. Steve, I'm looking at the lap times and I'm absolutely amazed at how close it is 2 hours into the race. In Class A, the fastest lap of the race so far has been from Lois Maurice, a 121.587. Olile Letlaka's on a 121.729, and Charles Arangis has done a 21.665. And considering how wet the track is, how unpredictable it is, how difficult the conditions are, I'm amazed that from the top 3 cars, there's only 0.2 in it in their fastest laps.
Also want to check out their flat bottoms. So in other words, that they're not able to displace water as easily compared to the rest. So think of a surfboard as underneath them. The more water there is, the more they're gliding across, making even things a little bit more difficult. But once again, Maurice going out in the Nova Proto 2, which is lighter. Its power to weight ratio is a little bit more than the 2 GT3 cars that it's facing, but it has got less horsepower. So it's only going and making it up with power to weight ratio in the corners compared to brute force horsepower, the V10s that it's having to deal with, like the Charles Arangis and the likes of Inter Africa's Lamborghini, which is the newest of the GT3 cars that you can go and purchase. And the Lamborghini GT3 Huracan Evo 2 is an absolute monster. But that being said, we talk about the Lamborghini. We got Chloe, who's just taking a look at it.
Stuart White joins us now from Inter Africa. Stewie, I mean, it's been tough on track, of course, for most of the cars out there. How has it been for the Lambo, brand new, first time in South Africa? How's she handling this weather?
Yeah, it's been tough. We had a problem with a tire on the first stint, so it was really difficult to keep the car on the track. We were hoping for a quick safety car, didn't come, so we had to stop to change the tires. Unfortunately put us a lap down, but really good strategy calls all the way through it. We managed to make the lap back, and I mean, now we're only 3 Cobras behind, and extras in the car with a full tank of fuel where the rest of the guys still need to stop. So strategy-wise, we're looking quite okay, but this race is just survival. It's one of the hardest races, if not the hardest one I've ever done.
No, it definitely has been quite difficult, Stewie. And when you talk about the changes, could you maybe perhaps also elaborate on what has to be changed? I mean, we're talking to some of the teams and they were talking about the fact that, I mean, they had planned to do a driver change at 5 p.m., but then now that has to be relooked.
Yeah, it's difficult, but we were quite lucky when the rain intensified and the safety car came out. It was the end of my stint. It was basically hour 57 in, and we were planning to go 2 hours. So then it was the exact time for EXO to go in. So we at least did a driver change right before the safety car.
All right, a bit of positivity. Maverick is what, of course, we're calling her. How does she feel driving it and really pushing it? I mean, first time in South Africa, in Killarney. Yes, it is tough, but then there has to be some positives.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of positives. I mean, it's a fantastic car, and thanks to Mr. Klolile for giving us the opportunity as a team to have a brand new GD3 car in South Africa. And I've been loved driving it. I think we showed yesterday what outright pace the car has. There's obviously a lot of development still to come, so we're looking forward to the rest of the year in Killarney. But now we just need to focus on seeing the checkered flag. That will be a win today.
Well, there you have it from Stuart White. Let's go then back to commentary.
Fantastic perspective there from Stuart White, just taking us through how quickly the teams need to adapt. So, Steve, 2 hours 25 in, teams have now had 15, 20 minutes to, the blood pressure's gone down, the adrenaline's gone down. What will the teams be trying to strategize and plan? Because we're not certain exactly when the race will restart. So how do the teams adapt strategy in terms of tyres, pit stops, driver changes with the unpredictable scenario of the race pause?
Well, each of the drivers have to do 100 minutes. So that's just part of the rules. So you now taking a look at your drivers going, okay, you haven't been in the car, you haven't been in the car. We've got to try and figure out what's going to be the best advantage here. Second to that, you're going to have to think about pitting within those 3 laps. Do the driver change, and also looking at your fueling situation. Take the likes of Charles Rangis racing with a 120-litre fuel tank that is inside that Audi. Same as into Africa. They will need to start working out how much fuel do they need to carry through as close as they can to the 6 hour. Remember, endurance race is won or lost on the pit stops, not just out on outright pace. That's where you're going to have to be. You know that you've got 2 to 3 drivers that need to be filled. Some, like the Nova MP02, have got 4 drivers that have to go through that car. This is where it gets a little bit interesting, as we have seen Nick Adcock go through the car. We've seen Lewis Maurice gone in through the car. His time is still ticking away. This is part of the 100 minutes. So drivers have still been in the car. You got Michael Stephen that needs to go into the car, and you got Jonathan Thomas that will need to get in and get going to carry on with this race. Jonathan Thomas, however, going and racing overseas, where it's bright and sunny not too long ago, now finds himself in very, very cold and damp conditions to battle it out. I think many of the teams are starting to go back to what they had in practice, working out their times, starting to say, okay, we used 3 litres a lap. Now, okay, how much time have we got left? Start dividing the time up, looking where they need to gain a bit of time. Others will be starting to look at their tires. How is that looking? Because with the rain, it's not being used the whole time. So you might have a tire change in this time. Most of the teams, I think, for like the backdrafts, won't be doing that.
Incredibly fascinating to see the world of endurance racing and how many variables the teams have to manage. You know, as you're explaining there, that the fuel consumption, tire consumption, that will be changing. It's not like a math equation that they can put in and say, oh, we'll consume this much petrol in these amount of laps, because we're speeding up, slowing down, safety cars, racing conditions. You know, so it's really interesting to see, and I'm excited to see with 3 hours, 31 minutes to go, how the teams are going to deal with those situations. Revisiting the lap times that we were discussing before we joined Chloe and Stuart White, in Class B, Sartori has the quickest lap on a 31.754. Ruan Finsail, our race leader, on a 32.613. And Blunden with a 38.298. Steve, why between Sartori and Blunden is there a 7-second gap in terms of quickest lap? However, Blunden ahead of Sartori.
Well, Romano Sartori, first of all, the IRC Ford Mustang space frame, it's just over a little bit of a ton, and it is seriously powerful car. But before we carry on with that, let's go down to Nadine, who's with RCSC.
I'm here with Eric Schultz, our clerk of the court. Eric, you made the decision to pull everyone into the pits. Do you want to tell us why?
Yeah, we had a car go off in turn 4, unfortunately damaged the tyre wall to a point that it wasn't safe to continue, especially with the amount of standing water that we had at the time. So we pulled the cars into the pits, paused, rebuilt the tyre wall, and we're now ready to go again.
Okay, so we're ready to go in about 3 minutes, you said. And then what's the plan after that? Are we going to keep the safety car out for a couple laps?
That's affirmative. So the safety car will stay out for 3 laps, allowing people to do pit stops as if we were still under safety car, and then we'll go green, go racing.
Cool, well, we look forward to going racing. Thank you. Let's go back to the guys in commentary and chat some racing.
Fantastic news from Eric Schultz that we are going back racing soon.
Oh, I gotta say, really looking forward to it. Once again, 3 laps behind safety car. Pit lane will be open. That means teams have an opportunity to get into the pits, refuel the car, change the tires, and change drivers if they find it necessary to do so. This is a pit stop that can work in their favor or not. This can make or break your race. Now, you brought up Romano Santori. Very quick car, lots of power, space frame, out the race, reason for the race pause, for damaging the barrier, flying off. So that is one car out of it. And Blunden, a little bit heavier. It is a GT4 Audi R8 compared to the GT3s. In other words, it hasn't quite got the same power, hasn't got the same aero, and will need to just keep moving their way through. The IRC, however, is more on the higher end. That can chase down GT3s quite happily, where the GT4s are roughly 5 to 6 seconds slower naturally over it. It's a gentleman's GT car to go and have a bit of fun in. But now this is going to be interesting. Tires, ice cold, pressures, ice cold. And you know from the world of motorcycle racing, sitting on with low tire pressures, cold track, not ideal circumstances.
Tire temperature is everything, especially in a race like this. And as you see, it is starting to get darker here in Killarney. So temperatures, I mean, have not been high at all throughout the day, but they are going to continue to drop. Fantastic to hear the sound of engines and to see cars back on track behind our safety car. We were riding on board with Lewis Maurice, and fascinating to see the level of concentration he has, even behind safety car conditions, because it's so easy to make a mistake at any point on this track. We can still see plenty of standing water on circuit, but I think the track has definitely improved since the decision was made for the race pause.
That's it. And if you're just joining us, well, massive welcome to the South African Endurance Series Round 3. We're continuing from the race pause. Our drivers will continue going until that car is either taken away by our marshals, or is able to fire up on cylinders and get back out. This is a nightmare situation. We did have a chat to them in the pits, and they said it wasn't quite going so well. They're looking to see if they solved the problem. Unfortunately, it looks like there is a persistent gremlin that they need to get round, that the car is stalling out.
That's a huge shame for Team Killarney. The car is moving. Let's see if they can get it back into the pit. You can see smoke coming out the front right, possibly a brake problem there, Steve.
That's off the exhaust that's coming through. So everything's still reasonably hot as well as they try and march their way through. But the issue that's coming in, it's very, very slow. He's going to be communicating to the team, trying to figure out what's going on with the car. What did it do? How did it come to a stop? And they have also got the help with Backdraft, who will be getting that information, starting to get the parts ready, starting to figure out what may be the issue, but slow going, holding the inside line. And this is just a nightmare situation and a crawl. Teams will be trying to generate heat into their tires, into their brakes, and seeing that Team Killarney is going a little bit on the slow side. Keep going, keep going. It looks like it may have just stopped on the apex. It may need a recovery. And this is further going to extend that safety car period, because some of the drivers are already now 2 laps in. We've got 3 laps on safety car. It's going to be extended.
Steve, the situation goes from bad to worse, because where the car was stopped at turn 3, it was at least off the racing line. I had a feeling, given how slowly the car was rolling there, that it wasn't going to make it all the way back to pit lane, and it's now sitting on the apex of Malmesbury, and we of course cannot go back into full racing conditions while a car is stationary on an apex of one of the corners. So how long do you think that this safety car could go on for?
can go in for another 2 laps, which is not bad, come to think about it, because you're behind the safety car. Yes, you're not generating as much heat, but at this time you can gently start bringing things up to temperature. Engine temperature can start coming back without putting strain on it. Brakes, you can start doing a little bit of brake drag, bring the temperatures back into the brakes, and that then feeds in. The heat comes off the brakes, comes off the brake disc, goes into the rims, bleeds off into the carcass of the tire, gently warms the tire up. Remember, you don't want to go through too many heat cycles on a set of tires, especially the wets, because they wear out quite quickly when everything starts to dry out, as the track is starting to dry. It's still cool, thankfully, but as the rain sticks away, and I'm going to say that now, I'm touching wood, and we're definitely not going to bring Prince back because he likes to turn on the sprinklers. This is where the tires need to go and keep reasonably cool to keep them going. But a few cars rejoining onto the circuit that had a few little bit of issues, and one of them are Super Cup out at the moment. This is actually the Lorero car. This is the Honda Civic Type R that is going around the circuit. Very interesting little car. A lot of people aren't quite sure where the exhaust is. It actually comes out the front bonnet, and there's just having a bit of a straight pipe on the way out. A car that's been around in motorsport since the early 2000s, actually. Lots and lots of power, and wasn't originally built for endurance.
Well said, Steve. The Honda Civic Type R is a commonly known car, very, very popular, and it definitely wasn't made for endurance racing. The question I wanted to ask there is, as we ride on board with Paulo Lorero on the 37, is we've just come from a race pause. That is a very difficult recovery position for the marshals, and we saw Eric Schultz explaining that the previous race pauses had to be enforced because of damage to the tire wall. Is there a possibility that we could get another race pause to get that car removed?
No, they will now be able to move it under safety car conditions, much like we've seen earlier in the race. Put a tow strap on, pull it back to the pits. Team will need to work hard. Soon as it's all clear, we'll have the safety car come in and we'll be back under green flag conditions. That means it's going to be an interesting time for Into Africa, who's currently leading out the race, getting chased down by the likes of the Just for Sleep, Rico, Bala, Norma, Nova. And they will have to really put the hammer down. A little sleeping car that's gone unnoticed has been the Hinatas car, the Legia JSP4, currently running in 3rd place, as we do see those pit stops starting to happen under safety car, and this is a great time for the 127, as that is a Futcher that's climbing out of the car. He's going to be quite happy about it. Mark Futcher going to be climbs out of the car. It is a driver change, and looks like that may be...
Might that be Denver?
That might be Denver that's getting into the car. Just taking a look. We'll have to see. It might be Mordaunt, actually. That might be Rob Mordaunt climbing into the vehicle. And looks like it. He will now be trying to get himself out and going. And this, once again, saves him time. There are currently 3 drivers in the car to deal with. And a little bit of a tight squeeze to get into these vehicles. There's a bit of room when you get in, but once you're trying to work with a helmet around the roll bars and trying to maneuver around your fellow driver, it makes things a little bit on the interesting side to strap down securely, get them back out on circuit.
100% agreed there, Steve. And you can start to see now the headlights becoming more and more distinctly visible for the cars because we are getting darker and darker.
It looks like we're going back under green flag conditions. Safety car is in, and this has been a while waiting. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, and it is the Just for Sleep Norma Nova ready to go and nicely warmed up to try and run away at the moment and hoping to try and get that first place back. It's standing on the power, utilizing the dry line as they blast through under the bridge, heading towards turn 1. Finally, in anger, they are racing yet again.
Fantastic to see cars back at full speed, and it looks like there are a couple of dry lines starting to form there on the straight. We would love to see a drier track, faster lap times for our drivers, increased pressure on them, but the best news, I think, Steve, of the last hour so far is that that rain has finally stopped falling and track conditions can finally improve for our drivers.
Well, it is going to be all eyes towards the sharp end of the field for our A-Class and overall leader into Africa. Mr. Tlaka now giving it everything he's got, and we have got the likes of Brad Liebenberg, who is now in the Audi R8 trying to make up time. He's running currently 4th in class, needs to try and move a bit forward. First target is going to be the Ligier JSP4 of the Hinatas team, and that is the Coastal Engineering team that needs to put the hammer down. But the Audi R8, Brad Liebenberg, who's not afraid to chase down in difficult conditions. He knows the car very well, and also, being a young gun, is willing to risk it all for the points.
I'm excited to see what Bradley Liebenberg can do in this stint. Of course, one of the top class young drivers in South Africa. He has got his work cut out coming from P4, and it looks like, is that Maurice back into the lead?
That is Maurice back into the lead. So the Norman Over now trying to open up the gap a little bit more. So Brad Liebenberg is a multiple champion in karting, formulas, saloons. He has done it all. He's gone overseas, represented South Africa, and once again is not afraid to really lay in the action. Last time he was out in an Audi R8 was going and fighting out at Aldo Scribanti. Actually landed up green flag start, got tipped, put it into the wall, got a bit of damage, and that was actually in the MJR Audi not last year, so having a bit of work there. But I've got to say, Bradley having a bit of an interest in a variety of things. I know one of the times I was actually having a braai with him, he started talking about gardening for some odd reason, not quite sure why.
Race car drivers are a fascinating bunch. You know, I know a lot of racers who love being on track at high speeds, and then their second favorite hobby is golf, which is a polar opposite. And Brad Liebenberg is a huge fan of farming. And what did he tell you about that, Steve?
There's some things you keep at a braai. But he is a very good golfer, by the way. Genuine, he's actually a very good golfer. But that being said, he's going to have to be a even sharper driver, blasting off into the distance. You can see no fear down the main straight. He's actually gone past Mr. Lataka now and is trying to move up. Remember, he's trying to unlap himself after everything that's gone on. He's watched the racing just go on. He's seen the car fall off, and he's waited for Charles Ranges to eventually say, there we go, there's the steering. You take it through now and charge your way through.
Bradley Liebenberg now up into 3rd place, 21 seconds behind Maurice.
And this is going to be an interesting time. Maurice hoping to keep the pace, but knows the threat behind him. And one thing you've got to say, Maurice is in a car that's equivalent to an LMP3 sports prototype that generally races with GT3s. It has got the power to weight ratio to fight it out and open a big gap, but not a lot. LMP3s and GT3s do race together across the waters, but unfortunately, they don't have the extreme runaway compared to your LMP2 class or your hypercar class that are still looking at nearly 10 seconds difference between the GT3s and the hypercars and LMP2s. LMP3s are a lot closer to your GT3s at most. So the Norman Over, a more affordable LMP3 to move forward. So that's something to keep an eye out for. And for Maurice, it's all about consistency, because we always talk about our different classes that are racing, but we haven't spoken much about the performance and index, which works on how consistent you are. And it's consistency between drivers as a team, but it's also consistency between yourself. Bradley Liebenberg, however, has found the dry line, puts a 119.5. That is our first sub-20 all race.
Bradley Liebenberg showing that he's earned and deserves all those trophies, titles that he's earned. Fastest rider on track. A 19 is incredibly fast in these track conditions. We did say he has his work cut out. It did not take him a long time to go up from P4 to P3. He's now got to make up 20 seconds to the car of Maurice. Letlaka still leads by 1 minute as they came through last time round, and Bradley Liebenberg has already reduced that gap in front of him from 17.691 seconds, from 21 seconds to 17.6.
Closing it down, and this is the pressure for the teams as Letlaka has got a lap advantage over second place. but Maurice hasn't quite got that advantage. There he is. And not too long ago, we did see the Nova making his way through. The Just for Sleep, Rico Barlow, will be starting to look in the mirrors, and I'm sure the radio call coming in, step on the power, get going. We need to make a bit of space here. You're about to get under some real threat, and you're going to have to start getting your elbows out just a little bit more. Last lap time that was set by Bradley Liebenberg wasn't his best lap time, however, but still going and putting in a pretty significant 121.2 despite traffic and also damp conditions. Means it's starting to warm up. He's into the groove, and despite there being a bit of cars in the way, he knows the target. Second place on the cards.
That 21.2 was still 9 seconds faster than the Into Africa car of Leclerc, and we have had a switch out of driver in car number 15, Maurice out and Thomas in.
Yeah, Jonathan Thomas now climbing in behind the wheel and has had some success across the waters, a multiple champion, very, very well known with sports prototype cars when it comes to LMP3s and also with the Norman Nova. Now needs to get his elbows out, knowing the threat behind him. Conditions aren't ideal, but he's about to deal with Brad Liebenberg coming at him. And I'm expecting a little bit of karting techniques here to really just try and put the nose of the Audi on the inside of the Nova Nova, move him out a little bit, start walking him to the fringe of the circuit to lose grip and ensure he gets on by. Times are starting to get quicker and quicker, and 6 seconds was on the previous lap. This time round, as they come across the line, waiting for our timing to just update. Jonathan Thomas, 133.0. Bradley Liebenberg, a 123.4. That is 10 seconds quicker off the bat.
Brad Liebenberg, a man on a mission, as we see him on screen in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo. He has made light work of that gap to the car 15 up ahead. As they cross the line, the gap was only 1.8 seconds. We now see Brad Liebenberg up the inside at turn 3. He made that look a bit too easy. Steve, what do you think?
Now the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow team saying, listen, don't put up a fight, let him go. We're going to focus on carrying the momentum through. They got a 95-litre fuel tank where they're needing to just do everything they can to carry it into the race. Go a little bit further, push that a little bit harder. Rooster Tail's starting to come out though, and it is looking like we may have some more rain coming down. So that's, we're going to have to see how it all works out. But as the gap starts to extend, we're going to get a little bit more information down in pit lane. While we're busy sorting that out, Nadine getting some information. We'll go back down to her shortly, but there is the Coastal Engineering Ligier JSP4, a new car to the series, a new car to here in South Africa, and the only one in South Africa driven by the family duo, father and son team up. Do you know the son's only 17 years old? He was writing a test the other day, now driving an absolute monster that's able to go 265 kilometers on a dry day.
He's living a teenager's dream, I'd say, unless you're Kimi Andrea Antonelli, who's maybe 1 or 2 steps above him, and I'm not sure if he's still doing school tests. Brad Liebenberg now 3 seconds ahead of the 15 car behind him. How long can Liebenberg maintain this pace? He's of course still got that big gap ahead of him to the Into Africa Lamborghini, and with his tires, fuel management, how long can Brad keep lapping in this 19 to 1 minute 21 range?
Bradley Liebenberg has shown this off last year when he was busy racing with, it was with Paul Hill that he was in the car with, and he was able to continue it on a consistent high-speed time for over an hour. The man's an athlete. He knows what he needs to do. They get a target lap time to go for to keep pushing, and that's what he's been told. Get in the car. This is your target lap time to make up the gap. But that's going to be an interesting factor of how he can keep it consistent. Hasn't experienced these conditions as yet here at Killarney. But that being said, let's go over to Nadine that is getting some more info down in pit lane.
I'm here with Reinhard van Sael, and he's part of the Scuderia Rossi team. So I noticed your BMW came in twice. Were you guys using that as a bit of a strategy while the safety car was out, or were you guys having some technical issues?
It wasn't a BMW, it was an Alpha. But yes, we did use the advantage. You save quite a bit of time if you stop under safety conditions. And unfortunately, we had just a small engine light that we have to cancel to get full potential out of the engine. So, but it didn't cost us too much. I think the car's performing quite well in the conditions. It's extremely nice to drive, and it's quite competitive. So we're having a lot of fun.
Good stuff. Sorry I got your car wrong. And then also, you've already been out for your stint. How was it out there?
No, I had a lot of fun. It was wonderful. It's the most fun I've had in a car for a long time. I really enjoyed the car. It's super stable. Very easy to drive on the limit without getting it wrong. So yeah, no, having a lot of fun. It's brilliant.
Great stuff. All the best for the rest of the race.
Reinhard van Sael loving life in his Alfa Romeo Giulia QV. He's now handed over the reins to Mario Rossi in the 33 car. Steve, they are running P2, 2 laps behind Blunden. Last time round, Blunden on a 44.4 and Rossi on a 47.8. Still Rossi 5 seconds quicker than Peter van Heerden, so they're looking comfortable in P2 with 4 laps over van Heerden behind.
And the Alfa Giulia has been one of the most consistent cars in Class B. It hasn't had too many issues ever, really. They've been able to get it into the pits, give it a clean, and get going back out. They're contending in a class that has got a lot of fighting power, but once again, consistency is key. And with Anne Blunden behind the wheel of that Audi R8 Evo GT4, it's going to be an interesting time. You haven't got the horsepower to play with, but if you can keep the consistency, keep it out of the pits, that's the main thing. A little bit of a impromptu pit stop to just go and clear an error. That happens with these type of cars. Even right through to your GT3s, I've got to say, when come nighttime, have you ever looked at an Alfa and said, I want that type of car? Ever?
When you look at an Alfa Romeo, you can tell it's Italian.
Okay, right. You haven't seen that car at night. It is the envy of a lot of drivers because it just looks stunning. It also has number boards on the side that light up. Instead of just an LED strip, the physical number actually lights up. It's beautifully done. Really, really well done. Meticulous work on it. And I highly recommend, if you ever get a chance to go and walk up and look at that 33, go look at the Scuderia Rossi car. It is amazing. And if you're an Alfa fan, you're going to love it. If you weren't an Alfa fan, welcome to the Alfa Club.
Thank you for that insight, Steve. We are only a couple of hours away from seeing that spectacle of the Alfa Romeo as we ride on board one more time with Mr. Xolile Letlaka in the Into Africa Lamborghini. Steve, let's catch up with Class D for a moment, where Richard van Heerden has just set the fastest lap 2 laps ago, a 43.746 in the backdraft brown deck.
Yeah, Rich van Heerden, a very accomplished driver, racing a variety of vehicles. He does thoroughly enjoy his V8. He thoroughly enjoys the backdraft roadster. And he's one driver that's more than happy to defend. So this is going to be interesting. But before we carry on with that, I want to point out rain conditions over 200 kilometers an hour. And Mr. Letlaka looking like he's having a Sunday drive at that point. And I've got to say, you're in a car that is amazing. It has a symphony behind you, and he is just taking it all in. Nice and calm. He knows his lap times he needs to do. He knows how hard he needs to push, and just keeping the focus on the circuit. This is a driver that has grown strength to strength to strength, not only as going and running a series, but also as marching his way up through the oil. A quick replay. This is the Toyota Alteza. Oh, getting a bit sideways out of turn 2 and into the grass. Thankfully able to get going. Not quite what you want to have when you try and put the power down, but a little bit of a drizzle starting to come down. Maybe getting caught out there. But back to the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, Mr. Letlaka. Going back to when we had a 9-hour race here in South Africa many, many years ago, that's when we started seeing the Inter Africa coming through. And he managed to move his way up through the order, got faster and faster and faster, and winning our championships. Had some losses. He's also gone overseas, accomplished lots in a Ferrari 296. But that being said, here's our best lap times of the race thus far. Our leader into Africa doing a 121.7 earlier in the race. Bradley Liebenberg, take a look at this. Fastest lap time of the race, 119.9. Really putting down the power, and that is recent with the conditions getting better and better. Maurice in the Norman Nova going and having the Just for Sleep team and Rico Barlow. They're running in third at 121.5. 0.2 of a second off our leader in the running order. Oliver Hernandez and Hernandez jumping into their car. They're running fourth, gently moving their way up, doing 133s. They've been one of the more consistent of the sport prototypes out there. And fifth place, Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark in a backdraft roadster entered into Class A, running 137s, which is the quickest out of all the backdraft roadsters, but still a competitive time to bring them closer to keep them in the top 5.
Fantastic job there from the English and South African duo of Stephen Clark and Mike McLaughlin, maintaining consistency there just ahead of Kidgel. And we've seen another new PB. Van Heerden has picked up a position. Richard Van Heerden up into 7th overall in class. He has gone up into P2. And just going back for a moment there, as we saw, fantastic to see Letlaka looking so at home, and change for the lead. Brad Liebenberg, the man on a mission, fastest driver on track for the last 10 to 20 minutes. He is in sensational form. That gap was 1 minute and 20 seconds not that long ago, Steve.
1 lap ahead and managed to make it up. And 3 hours and 2 minutes completed of this, well, 3 hours and 2 minutes left of this race. Brad finally getting the Audi R8 back into the lead of the race. Last time they were up on the front row, well, landed up with both the Audi R8 of the Stradali team with the Inter Africa into the grass, turn 3, coming out turn 2 into the kink, exiting the kink, both in the grass, and that was the last of first place seen. He's managed to drag it up with the rest of the team and now having a great bit of time. Jonathan Thomas also doing a great bit of momentum, moving his way up through the order. Letlaka taking it a little bit easy. Maybe the order's given of, right, this is how much fuel we're going to need to get to the end. Start saving it. Make those pit stops a little bit smaller for us.
100% right. And Steve, we were talking earlier about all the different factors that go into endurance race.
Oh, that was nearly contact between the Coastal Engineering and Inter Africa. Leclerc was able to move out of the way only just, and unfortunately, that was a very difficult time for Albert Hernandez, who was flat on the anchors. Nothing he can do other than just wait for the bang. Fortunate enough, there was just enough room to get away, but let's take a look at that replay. Coming around turn 5, a little bit low, gets on the power a bit too early, has the rear snap out underneath him over the curb, and that was nearly a big impact for both cars, and a sigh of relief from both drivers. I think at this point, they might be going, okay, let's change over drivers, let's get ourselves back in order. I just need to go and have something to drink to just bring everything, have a bit of water after that.
If we've ever needed a sign at this stage of the race, how difficult conditions are, as we see Xolile Letlaka calm as ever. Incredible reactions from him in that moment, especially when you find yourself on the inside line and you find the car on the outside is all of a sudden turning and facing you. He knew and reacted incredibly well there to know that his only option was to go on the grass. And then you add further to that he had the responsibility to not loop that Lambo, because with his wet tires on the wet grass, it would have been incredibly easy for him to then have his own spin, similar to what we saw earlier at the kink in the race.
It's, you know, you're talking about how calm he is. We up here in the commentary box standing up on our feet going, that was close. It's cool, calm, relaxed. It's a Sunday drive for him. I just can't imagine what's going through his head. Another little thing that's noticed is the way he's actually changing gears. Now, when we looked at Stuart White, he goes onto the pedals and he's quite aggressive with it. He pulls it right in. Because they do have magnets to pull the shifters back. And there's a you can either go quite hard on it, but you actually don't have to. It's little sensors that pick up, only need to move it just a couple of millimeters, swap gears. And that's just what he's doing, just a light tap. Don't have to do much with the steering. Bring yourself gently up. It's like pushing a button. You can either be quite aggressive with your phone or just a light tap to get it going. And that's what he's doing. Once again, showing a cool, calm demeanor under pressure. And I cannot reiterate this, 200 kilometers an hour. This is a bit of a moment for the likes of Bradley Liebenberg, that going over the curb, bouncing up as it bottoms out, taking a dive on the inside of the PT Racing, exiting, and nearly right into the back of another backdraft road. So he's pushing as hard as he can, but making life rather difficult for himself, where you've got grass, you've got lack of grip, and you're a little bit in the air.
What makes Brad Liebenberg special is that you'll probably find that he didn't lose much time taking that line through the corner. Once again, quick thinking from him. I was saying earlier, we speak about the different factors, the cars, the strategy, fuel, tires, etc. But how much difference does it make having a driver like Brad Liebenberg in your car?
Quite a bit. You look at an endurance team as Brad gets it sideways on the exit of the kink, had nowhere to go. He stepped through the puddles, but having a driver that is willing to push the limits is great to close the gap. If you have got an opportunity to not worry about fuel, not worry about tires, it can make or break your race. It can open up the gap. And already, take a look. 1 lap difference between himself and second place. That is crucial for the pit stops, where Jonathan Thomas in third is close, 5 seconds to second place. So he's now got a roughly about a 1 minute 35 second gap to Jonathan Thomas in third. Means a pit stop, can do a tire change, can do a refuel without losing that first place. He keeps extending it. That's more time. They're A-OK. Consistency is key. Then you get your drivers that might not be as quick, but can save fuel come the end of the race. Instead of doing 4 pit stops, you're doing 3.
Truly impressive driving from Bradley there, especially considering he's still lapping in the 123s while going grass tracking on some of the laps. He has been incredibly fast and incredibly consistent at the same time, and he is still quite a bit faster than anyone else on track. Fantastic effort from Brad. And the one thing that I really like to see is that bar the couple of hairy moments where he's had to find his way through some back markers, that Audi R8 looks extremely planted. We've seen minimal errors from Brad, and it looks like he can keep this going for a while still.
Going to keep having to push harder and harder as the team will start to consider their options of when they're going to bring him in. Remember, we've had Charles Oranges in the car. We had Bradley Liebenberg. Arnold Neveling is going to be also looking to climb in the car. This is where we're going to start to see where teams are going to get a little bit into the fight of who's going to move forward, as that is the 72. That's Mike McLaughlin, Steve Clark going into the dirt. Mike McLaughlin having a little bit of an interesting time, trying to break a fraction later, but not quite having the grip.
Turn 2 has been absolutely treacherous today. Let's watch the replay. On entry, just can't get that car stopped. Too late, no grip. As you see the sunset there in the background. He did well though. So many drivers have spun there today. He really did well to keep that in a straight line. He didn't lose too much time, probably around between 5 and 10 seconds only.
What he's also done that's a little bit different to everyone else, he wasn't turning the steering a lot. He saw that he was going off, he straightened the steering up just to slow the car, slight turn just to make sure he rounds the corner, but not aggressive moving. Rather let it go off the circuit, bring yourself back, then trying to turn and have the car whip around you. And now you're trying to just hang on for dear life. So that's a bit of an easier approach. It also shows experience in these conditions. Now that we're starting to get out of the wet, more into a damp place, and you can see still pools of water on the inside into turn 1 as they start making their way through, heading up to turn 2. The outside we know is extremely wet. You can just see the pools building up, middle of the circuit, over the crest, on the brakes, run towards the middle line. You don't want to go too deep on the inside, as we heard from Gary Fleming. You're right over those curbs, game over, you're going to go flying. And there is the Norman Over, having to go straight through the puddles. You can see the rooster tail immediately kicking up. Will have to lift on the brakes just to try and get himself in the right-hander, which is generally a rather on flat approach, having to trail brake that little bit easier, get the nose to point in, and then get back onto the power.
Another thing to remember with the Killarney circuit is how many corners are cambered. Cape Town corner has an incredible amount of camber. If you didn't know any better, you might think you were at somewhere like Daytona or Indy Raceway. How much banking is there? Turn 2 as well. So I think drivers are willing to send it into turn 2 a bit more on some laps.
This is getting busy into turn 2 as
abreast.
Coastal Engineering, but Pesty nowhere to go, getting overtaken by the 42, and that is a big run for the likes of Kidgel to now put a lap over the current leader of the championship. Pesty Racing will be going and scratching their heads thinking, what do we need to do to move forward? For the likes of Richard van Heerden, this is a terrible situation for him, because now the leader of the National VA Raidster going and fighting it out is now behind him.
As we saw the leader of the backdrafts there on the 42, in Class B, the Scuderia Rossi 33 car has made its way into the lead ahead of the 88 of Peter van Heerden.
So this is going to be a blast to the pass. Rich van Heerden will looking to get a little bit more defensive, goes around the outside, going to make life a little bit on the interesting, as suddenly he has Kidgel up on the inside, going to try and put the hammer down. Not walking each other to the fringes as yet, but it's going to be a drag race between the two V8s. Down the main straight they go, and Kidgel hoping that he's going to make it work. Rich van Heerden will have to battle it out. It's going to be who's the last of the late breakers in these conditions. Wouldn't like to do it, and they've got traffic ahead of them of the Toyota Alteza. But Richard defends on the outside immediately. Kidgel up on the inside and loses it. Lost it on the inside over the puddles, keeps it all together, trying to refire the car up after stalling out. This is time lost, but last of the late breakers, unfortunately, he was into the puddles, and that wasn't going to work out in his favor. Able to get it up and going. Beautiful pirouette, I would say about a 6 out of 10.
Stuart Kidgel unfortunately coming out second best there in the backdraft on backdraft battle. You could see Steve coming out the last corner that he had no intentions of backing out going into turn 1. Unfortunately, he was not far enough alongside the 31 car. And Steve, explain to us a little bit how even those backdrafts are, because they looked fairly evenly matched down the straights. Are those cars the same under the hood?
They are all the same underneath the hood, utilizing a small block Lexus V8 with a BMW gearbox. The chassis are all the same, the tires. It's the most heavily regulated class in South Africa endurance racing. It's also the most affordable that you can. You can rent a race, you can purchase one, but it is a driver's car. That means that you have to work as hard as possible. No traction control, no ABS, and once again, it's a driver's car to move forward. And there's no advantage. It's down to a little bit of setup, very few that you can do to move forward. Rich van Heerden, however, is not afraid to close the door on you, especially if your big toe is in through the front. That being said, I do want to take a look at what's going on out on the circuit, see how the racing is, but we did have a yellow flag into turn 5, as that looked like a GT4 going a bit slow on the exit of turn 5. I'll take a look. So there is Kidgel trying to get himself going. I want to, however, go listen to the radio comms down in the backdraft pits. So I'll be right back.
Stuart Kidgel we saw on the exit of Cape Town corner, still getting loose. There's that moment again, watch. He's on the throttle, the rear steps out on the exit of Cape Town corner. He manages to keep it all in one piece. It would have been extremely unfortunate for him if he had to have had 2 spins in the space of 1 lap, catching up with Brad Liebenberg. Brad Liebenberg is back into the 120s. He's less than a second off of his fastest lap, which is now a 19.550. He's now extended a 5-lap lead in the last hour. I'm now joined once again by Prince Ndiweni. Prince, what are your thoughts on Brad's unreal performance in this last hour?
Oh, wow. I'm tempted to say typical Brad, but it's not typical conditions. I'd imagine he would have an assessment of it that's like, it's something different. It's something new, a new challenge altogether. And he's had to, I think, pull out a couple of tricks maybe and to adapt to the conditions out there, because it was incredible to see, firstly, how he hit the ground running. Of course, having the slightly different conditions as compared to his teammates, things are looking like on the easier side of things right now. As we've seen that lap times drop, he was the first to go sub to 120. So that was already an indicator of what the conditions were like. And he's immediately got into a rhythm and what you'd expect from him, but it certainly isn't easy out there. It looks incredibly difficult. And we're still seeing some cars going off and losing their shape at the moment, so it definitely is impressive to see that despite the difficulty of the conditions and the racing we've seen over the past couple of hours, he's able to pull out this kind of performance and continues to improve on the benchmark that he set for himself.
Really, really impressive stuff from Brad. 3 hours, 11 minutes past, 2 hours, 48 minutes to go. In Class A, Brad Liebenberg leads ahead of Lewis Maurice and Olile Litlaka. In Class B, Rossi ahead of Giancarlo. Giancarlo up into P2 ahead of Van Heerden.
Yeah, Giancarlo will be happy about that because of the fact that the team, JNH Transport, had yet to put a mark on the points board. So he, Ricky, as well as Ant Blunden will want exactly that, to have their places cemented in terms of higher positions when it comes to the championship that they're challenging in. Certainly isn't the most easy way to try and put your name on the scoreboard, but being second right now, as far as their class is concerned, is exactly what they would want to have. And alongside me now is Gary Fleming. Gary, the conditions changed and improved. You and I, last time we sat side by side and rode shotgun here, we were looking at a different prospect altogether, and things have sort of flipped and we're on the other side.
Well, partially the up predictions that we made have come true. What we saw with the SA Weather Bureau, the heaviest window of rain around about 1 o'clock through till 3 o'clock. That's pretty much what we expected. I sort of thought it was going to get better very soon after that, which it didn't. It actually stayed kind of bad for an extended period of time. And the first commentator's curse of the day came through just after I said, I think the worst of the rain is over, and all of a sudden the heavens opened up. But I'm going to say it again, I do think the worst of the rain is now over. For the guys that have gone out there and not made too many changes from what they learned in the dry up until late last night, here after 7 o'clock with the evening practice that they had. For those guys that didn't make that many changes, the track will now start coming back to them. Those that decided, no, I think it's going to rain heavily, let's soften everything up and let's go for those kind of conditions, it's going to start going away from them at this point. But either way, it's been brilliant. 3 hours, 13 minutes into the 6 hours. This being a 6 hour event.
Yes.
The next one's going to be at Killarney. That one's going to be 9 hours. Exactly the same, but completely different.
Yeah, 100%. And it's worth noting at this juncture that we have seen a winner already, despite the fact that we are still we've got a full 6 hours of racing to go, and we're about halfway mark. Around the 1 hour mark, we had the 1 hour dash come and go, and the winner of that particular race was Damien Hammond with Samlin Racing, and he now leads the championship, a full points haul of 50, as opposed to the double points on offer for this race, which exceeds the 5 hour race distance. So that has to be noted, that races that exceed the 5 hour mark do earn our competitors the double points earning, and that's going to look really good for them when it comes to the championship turnover. And for Damien Hammond, it still looks good because there was only 6 points between him and Andrew Horn, the previous leader of the championship, coming into this round. But in the meantime, we're looking at the Scuderia Rossi Alpha at the moment, getting around the circuit and allowing for Olile Litlaka to make an easy attempt around him at Cape Town corner. Look at that particular Alpha was actually getting ready to get into the pits. So let's see what Scuderia Rossi has in store for Mario as things stand. And having a look at the heavens at the moment, you are onto something here, Gary Fleming, because we're on board with the Scuderia Rossi Alpha, and you can see if you look up to the clouds, it's not looking as I don't know, dark and full of water as before. Oh, this is not the kind of pit you want to be making. Getting into the garage means that, firstly, a larger number of team members are now allowed to touch and work on the car, which means the job at hand for this particular car is a lot bigger and a lot tougher of a task, and it's going to take a lot more time and therefore needs a lot more hands. Otherwise, you are barred to a handful of competitors that can work on the car when you are looking at a regular pit stop. So let's see what the information would be there. We've got a large team of investigators as well as broadcasters that are going to find out for us exactly what's going on.
I'm pretty sure Nadine and her Mikey is going to make a move down there. Well, remember, that is from 7th position, 73 laps into it for the Alfa Romeo Giulia QV, Mario Rossi, Richard van Zyl and Werner Vonk. All three South Africans, 7th overall in the race when they went into the pits. Closest to them is the 31, the Van Heerde car. That is presently out there on circuit. That is Richard Van Heerde. That is out on circuit and just one lap behind them. So with the Alpha being pushed backwards into the pits, I do believe that 7th is going to drop down to an 8th position. And then remember, there's still the Honda that is right there in the Lorero hands, which is also just one lap down. So from 7th, probably at least down to 9th position. And then keep an eye out for Ricky Giannacaro is also on the same lap as well. So that 7th could quite easily become a 10th or 11th position. And let's just hope that it's nothing terminal, that they've actually reversed the car back into the pits. But I'm sure our pit people are going to get down there and have a softy and have a look-see for us.
Yeah, indeed. And the reason why the team has to, for the sake of clarity, according to regulations, for a team of more than 6 people to touch and work on the car has to be pulled into the garage for them to be able to do that. Otherwise, in conditions of a normal pit stop, it is a maximum of 6 individuals that can do so. So we're looking now, we're on board with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 making its way down the home straight. We also have approaching Cape Town corner, that is Brad Liebenberg now getting that embankment, and he's the next in line to get across the start finish. And there is the combined racing going straight ahead. Lorero, which of the Loreros? It is Paolo in the car. An issue there, having him compromise turn 1. For what reason may this have been?
Could that be the brakes are starting to get tired and worn? Is that... he stopped.
Yep.
He stopped. The 37 combined racing Honda has stopped.
Come to a halt as he made an attempt. The traffic now, back comes. That is Louis getting around the issue there around I beg your pardon, after the King. That was a bit of a twist and a turn. My English escaped me there as the 2 lead cars are trying to navigate the traffic. These are your two of the top 3 contenders that we have so far. Maurice is the one who had to slice and dice his way past the traffic to try and keep up with Tolele
And that's for a positional change, because they are both on, in fact, 87 laps. Maurice was ahead of that Laka when they last went across the start-finish line. So that is from 3rd up to 2nd position right there on screen. Looking good.
Yeah, it's looking solid. That flash of the lights was not in vain, as there is quite a lot at stake for that leading 3. One who has disappeared into, well, we can say officially the sunset, is Brad Liebenberg for the time being with the laps that he's been setting. But when you look at the lap times that each of the cars are extracting as of late, you've got Brad Liebenberg. The last time he set a 119.7, Olele Tlaka with a 121.4. And we've got the Maurice, the Rico Barlow Racing car with Louis Maurice at the helm in the 124.7s. So slightly different in terms of pace there. And you can see Maurice really had to sacrifice the ideal line, the ideal tracks, and sacrificing of the direction of where the car should face right now. The Pesty Racing car, the 262 of Barend, who's at the wheel, and he recovers it beautifully.
I was going to say, when I saw that shot, Barend running a little bit slow, but then when the replay came through, we could then see, oopsie, we got 2 cars off into
our lead car.
And our lead car, the 86 car, in the hands of Brad Liebenberg, and it looks like that was probably that group of cars that we had coming towards the camera where there was so many sets of lights. They probably try to go around the outside. I'm sure we'll get a replay on that. But that turns everything upside down. 90 laps as opposed to, and the 55 cars in there as well, 90 laps as opposed to 88 of the Zvedili Letlaka car, as opposed to the lead car, Brad Liebenberg, that's now beached there on turn number 2. As I said, look at all that traffic going in there. Too many cars, too small an area, and just nowhere to go. How much damage is there to the... Ouch!
What happened there? It looked like they were holding hands, going over to the barriers. What is that? It looked like Brad might have been trying to go on the outside, but
Luckily-
David Franco wasn't
Luckily,
aware of that.
it was a slow dance.
It was a slow dance. Was a
But
slow
that's
dance.
not good. I mean, you've only got a 2-lap lead on the number 1 car. And how long is it going to take to get out there? Right now, we're still under green. There's a localized yellow. There's no yellow flag that's come out yet in that area. There's the yellow flag. The full course yellow comes out.
Yep.
This changes the shape. As we said, it's going to change
Right.
shape with these safety cars,
Yeah.
and that due to the inclement weather. So all the excitement that there was for this round of SA Endurance Series, it's come to fruition right here in front of us. This changes things up phenomenally at the front end of the pack.
Oh no, you can see one of the cars involved in that incident that has caused this latest safety car is that of David Franco, and he is going along just fine, it seems. He was approaching turn 5. We'll see if he went into the pits after that, but seemed to be in good condition, not steering in an odd direction, no vibrations, it seemed, from any of the bodywork of his car, and that car was recovered rather quickly on its own steam, whereas with Brad Liebenberg involved in that incident, he still is out at turn 2. There is David Franco coming into frame now, so he's perfectly fine, and he's going to have a second look at what happened there, leaving his partner in arms when it comes to that incident in the tires. So we'll see now as we get a clear picture of exactly the damage that was incurred there by Brad Liebenberg during that incident. But that is an incredibly frustrating way to lose the lead, and we'll get a clear picture of exactly why that was the case at turn 2.
Yeah, well, that changes things up, because right now, if we look at the leaderboard, 90 laps for Brad Liebenberg in the 86 car. That is, we'll see now, probably standing still right there as we get a shot from turn number 4. And they are now showing 90 for Brad Liebenberg, 89 for Zolile Letlaka, Maurice on 89, Internaus on 85. That is Papa Bear that's in there. And then 83 for the McLaughlin 72 car, and then Kidgel on 80 laps. So even that we are in almost 3.5 hours into this one, and the car is still, oh dearie me, that is a major incident. And this the 3rd round of the SA Endurance Series in South Africa for 2025. That's a game changer.
Oh, jeez. I wonder what...
And it's actually a small incident. It's a slow dance.
It's a very small, as you can see, we've had worse speeds approaching that particular part of the circuit. It's not David Franco's, I beg your pardon, it's not the GSW Polo's first time getting into that part of the circuit, and they did so at a lot quicker of a pace. That's why they were able, I guess, to recover. But it seems like the damage, as far as Brad Liebenberg is concerned, a lot more serious.
Well, he's not been able to start it and reverse it out of the barrier. So our Proton safety vehicle works his way around. And as Stephen said at the top end of the program, that in the latter part of the race, you'll find some people will go into the pits, do some major repairs, spend half an hour, 30, 35, 40 minutes, come out and carry on with the race again. Is this going to be a same size scenario, given the amount of laps that they have in advance of everybody else with the 86 car? That Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo, there's surely got to be the right parts and everything available. It's not a total one of a kind out there.
Yeah.
So
Axel
I tend to think they might be able to get that one sorted.
Yep, Axel Jeffries at the wheel at the moment in that Inter-Africa Lamborghini. Look at the focus in his eyes as it stands.
He doesn't blink.
No, none of them blink, it seems.
Well, at these speeds on these type of surfaces, I suppose you blink, you're heading towards the scene of the accident. But I'm sure that a good couple of the cars... Oh, let's have a look. See? It doesn't look like there
Front looks
is...
intact.
Well, you might have a problem with the headlight, but it does look intact. Maybe it's just a case of starting the car, but the fact that the driver...
Thankfully.
Who knows? Let's see.
Thankfully,
Maybe it's just a
front
case of
fine,
getting it started. Either way, it is a major turnaround, because now Michael Stephen in the car, in the 15 car, also showing 90 laps.
Yep, and
up to the cars.
The recovery has been completed, and it looks like the car's going to get back out onto the circuit on its own steam. And the safety car and the course car have done their job, one in slowing down the roaring pack of competitors, and the other in recovering a car that had become one with the tires at the slowest pace we might have seen.
He
There we
gets
go.
it going.
Brad Liebenberg back onto the circuit on his own steam. and we may take a moment to beg your pardon, as sometimes the timing screens do sort of lose track of who's who and the zoo as drivers change and switch things around in terms of strategy. In the Inter-Africa Lamborghini at the moment is Axel Jeffries. We saw with the onboard there, so we're going to catch up with that in terms of the information. But as far as it stands, Axel Jeffries is in a position he might be relishing, because he has a catch-up job to do. 3 laps adrift of Brad Liebenberg, who we see in frame now and has been recovered. So that gap between the two has to be mitigated, and the safety car period is going to deal a couple of favors, a bit of a favor for the Inter-Africa stable.
Well, the Nova MP02 is now on paper, on screen, has now got 91 laps. Their fastest lap being a 119.6, as opposed to Brad Limburg in the 86 car. That fastest was a 119.06. That's 0.6 of a second difference in there, but now showing them by themselves on that lead lap. Now, Axel Jeffries on 89. We'll have to keep an eye on who goes in and out of the pits under this safety car, and that's going to be pretty interesting once they all get back out on circuit again to see how it's going to play itself out.
Yep, and look what Axel Jeffries had to say just before. It looks like the benchmark for the team is that 118.5, in and around the 118.5s. Of course, Brad Lindbergh was the first to break the 120 barrier, and the team have done well to try and match that and get as close as possible, because they have a lot of recovering to do. But we just saw Brad Liebenberg getting into the pits for a quick check, possibly with the Stradale Motorsport stable, to see exactly what's wrong. Splash and dash. There we go. Get some more fuel and get things back underway. Nothing untoward with the front end of the car. You can see no work is being done, apart from
headlights still okay.
Headlights still okay. Tire change. And you see a bit of a scratch, but nothing entirely damaging of their campaign and their attempt to get things back underway. And we also have another switch up the front. It was Maurice in the Rico Barra Racing Nova Proto 2 car, and now we have Michael Stephen, who's getting ready to get things underway and have his say on proceedings for today's racing. So we're looking at the efficiency of the team. Of course, here at Stradale Motorsport, it's important to get every single detail correct. And this is the scenario we described earlier. Only 6 team members are able to actually make physical contact with the car in this state in a clean pit stop. You've got the tire change, fuel, a little splash and dash, and you're ready to get back underway and race. Anything more than that, and you have to peel into the pits. So that is a textbook example of exactly how you do it.
Seconds is what was in it there before getting out in front of the safety car, catching up again, or coming in behind that pack, and you can see it looked like full wets that's going on there. So is there rain at the moment? No. Will there be rain again? Tend to think not, but at this point they had the option now to go to a different type of tire, and have decided too much standing water, stick with what we've got. We will make the necessary changes thereafter. You see Michael Stephen, another, well, he actually blinks, one of the few drivers that actually blinks as he works his way around. Michael Stephen, highly accomplished and very respected racing driver in all different forms of motorsport that he has taken part in through decades in South Africa.
All different forms, in all different roles. He plays a number of roles in the sport, such as the understanding, the vast knowledge that he possesses of this beautiful discipline. Now we have a scene at every point, at every significant point, it seems, of this race, apart from the incidents that cause these safety cars. It seems there is something major that happens in and around, either before or slightly after the arrival of the safety car, and I wonder what this all bears for us going into the next phase of racing. We have 3 of the fastest racing drivers in Class A at the moment. That is in the likes of Stephen, Liebenberg, and Jeffries. The implications of that are massive in terms of what we are in store to see and perceive when it comes to the kind of pace that these cars can achieve. And we're on board now with the safety car.
Well, the first 5, as you said, is in fact all Class A with Michael Stephen. Brad Liebenberg, Axel Jeffries, Albert Hintenhuis, and then Clark, the 5th of those cars that is in there in the 72, the backdraft special, which is Stephen Clark and Mike McLaughlin, and Clark hailing from Great Britain, so a bit of international flavour in that one. I see the 511 is still working its way around the Audi. Beautiful looking motor car. What a lovely sticker job. The Audi R8 GT4, and it looks like we're going to go back to racing, is it?
Yep,
we go.
Green flag, safety car in, and away we go. We're racing once more here, Killarney International Raceway, as conditions keep on switching up. Different circumstances have been served every hour. The 127 backdraft, the V8 roadster had to make way for Michael Stephen, who's making himself known, telling everybody, I'm here and I need space, and I'll take it if you don't give. And there we have the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini of Axel Jeffries. Will be quickly aware of who's behind him, as the cars are relatively matched for pace from what we've seen. Ooh, a V8 roadster there, under braking, getting a happy rear, but stabilizing as quick as possible. Very difficult place to be is the kink, and the area after that we've seen all day long, but Axel Jeffries making decent work of it. Going wide upon the exit, slightly similar, relatively tighter line by Michael Stephen. But we're going to see the two different and unique approaches from two different pieces of machinery and very similar ideas, and that is to win. And for the time being, Axel Jeffries is putting the hammer down and is going to try his best to clear the likes of Michael Stephen right behind him.
I think you're going to have a situation here now. We must actually keep a look on these lap times of Axel Jeffries, because if you look at the attitude of that car, yes, the temperatures are not dropping any further. There is less water than what there was, but there's one lap in it for Axel Jeffries to get onto the same lap as what Brad Liebenberg is.
Yes.
And I think this is going to be the frequent flyer that you'll probably find our TV crew is going to keep an eye on as well, because all intents and purposes, if we're going to go for the top end of the field, it's Axel Jeffries right now with that open road in front of him before the next safety car comes out and negates everything that he's gained. It's now hammer down. It's go for it. Work this Lamborghini Hurricane as hard as you can, and then also adapt. As you can see, although the clouds is going away, it's getting darker. So this is that transition period where you go out in the car, in the light, start adapting to the dark, and whoever climbs in the car next, it's a case of, the last time I rode it was daylight, all of a sudden you go out there, the whole spectrum changes with the variation in the light. Oopsie.
Number 88, Alteza, off once more. We've seen, I think that is exit of turn 1. Yep, exit of turn 1 going back now, approaching to Da Cunha, recovers the car and gets back on. No impact with the barriers, just an issue of traction. Just how much he had to play with in terms of the black stuff. He's back out onto the circuit. And yep, it's going to be an interesting transition into the dark conditions, as you're saying. We're relatively dry. That's Axel Jeffries down the home straight now, getting an understanding of what it's been like to be racing in the wet, as well as...
There's my prediction come true. A 118.288, a personal best and a 6-hour best lap. Yes, the conditions is getting better, but Axel Jeffries is on the move.
Yep, 100%. You can see the body language of the car. It's being thrown in there and being maxed out in terms of what it can do, given the task ahead for Axel Jeffries with the machinery. And so far, he's doing an excellent job of setting a new benchmark for the entire grid to aspire to at least more immediately Class A. It's going to be, it's already ringing in the pits of his fellow competitors, and we're going to find out a bit more exactly what's happening with Stradale Motorsport, where Nadine has a chat with Ari Neveling.
All right, just getting that soundtrack sorted out, and Nadine up and down the pit row, and hopefully we'll be able to hear the sounds of Arnold Neuflin.
Right now we hear the sounds of a symphony of cars, acclimatizing to changing and transforming conditions. There is the man who just set a recent benchmark, 118.2, and that would be reverberating across the pit lane, especially with the Class A competitors. You can see now as he clears the kink and gets into turn 3. Oh, jeez. Incredible the speed that these cars are able to achieve when now things are sort of swinging in a dry direction, but it's still it's really neither here nor there to speak about the level of moisture that you have onto the circuit. Saw a car coming in and out of frame there, the Class C of David Franco, that was involved in the incident that we saw recently. Oh, we've got Axel Jeffries getting very close with some of the back markers, but making it out unscathed as he approaches turn 5.
Didn't know the weather conditions. He would obviously rely on all the necessary telemetry and what have you that there is. But there you can see a situation of they're not 100% sure it's going to just get drier and drier from here on out.
Yeah, it's neither here nor there in terms of predicting and saying this is exactly what's going to happen, especially for someone who is not a local. You're absolutely right about that, and you can tell the confidence levels in terms of where the direction of conditions is going, not quite there, but the confidence level in how the condition of the car itself is right up there, because it was merely cosmetic damage, as you heard, when it came to that number 86, which has this task ahead of itself, a bright green V10 machine right now. That is in a shakedown effectively. It's the first time we see machinery of this caliber on our shores, and Axel Jeffries is showing us exactly what it can do, as he now at turn 2 is about to clear the 511 Audi R8 of GNH Transport with Ricky Ginocaro in the vehicle at the moment, and Ginocaro leads his class, and so he's in a very comfortable position and would not like to compromise that for a reason really that is not worth it.
The interesting thing right now is we've got Jonathan Thomas in the 15 car that is leading out. He just did a 123.0 and a 122.0 by Brad Liebenberg, who's also just one lap behind. So while Jeffries is the man on the move in that third position, Liebenberg is also starting to put the pressure on now for that first position with Michael Stephen on board. So it's not opening up. It's starting to close up right now.
Indeed. It only got more exciting is how the tabloid, the story, the narrative is going to read after this. It only got more exciting as we close down on the checkered flag falling for this incredible 6 hours of Killarney here in this beautiful Audi.
Another interesting thing that I just noticed there now, Prince, when you're under pressure going down to turn number 1, you're on the left-hand side. When you're trying to do the fastest lap, you're on the right-hand side. He's picked the middle of the track, which to my mind means that there is probably more grip and adhesion in the middle of the circuit, because it's not the most used piece of tar. That's where the experience comes into it, to eke out those tenths and more lap for lap basis. So keep an eye on the lines that he's doing. I like the fact that the cameraman is following him through, that you can actually have a closer look and try and analyze what they are doing to put the type of lap times in that they are. And once again, here comes the problem. It's called traffic.
And let's maybe have a look at and then compare to see how Brad Liebenberg is dealing with the same particular piece of tarmac at turn 1, and see how he thinks the best approach is to shave off time in trying to catch up and get the lead back, which has now been taken by Michael Stephen in that Rico Barlow racing car. Look at the concentration there on Axel Jeffries as he navigates. You'd swear there was no traffic, or not as much traffic as he has to deal with, given how still his body language. Look at that quick look and glance at the rear view mirror. That was lightning quick. The reflection of the reflexes that these racing drivers at this level are capable of, and just how aware, hyper aware of exactly what's going on around them. The micro movements, it all seems minor, relatively insignificant, but it's making a huge difference. Did you see that? That is incredible.
Yeah, the correction when the back end starts to break away is amazing. And look at the finer detail in the hand movement as he's driving that car, and you can also see how stiffly sprung that suspension is on that Lamborghini as he bounces around. And I mean, I know for a fact, I've been around Killarney many times, and it's not such a bumpy surface, but when you've got such a stiffly sprung motor car that can do in excess of 270 kilometers an hour, that's what it looks like and feels like in the seat. You actually take a bit of a pounding, and that's without touching curbstones or going off or anything like that. I'm sure in the next minute or so he's going to blink, but not yet.
Not at all. Not at least maybe until he beats the lap time and benchmark, and then he keeps shaving time off. And we're going to have another couple of minutes or seconds here with Axel Jeffries on board. It's incredible also to see, if you look at the gear changes and downshifts, they're almost imperceptible, but the sound of the gearbox going down through the gears is very perceptible. Seems to be unimpressed with some of the traffic that he's dealing with. We saw the of the right arm there. So
He
it
did a Max
definitely
Verstappen.
he did a he did a Max Verstappen, showing how unimpressed he is at what he sees. But we also have a bit more information from the pits. We saw the number 33 of Scuderia Rossi going into the pits for some work that was serious enough to get into the garage. So let's hear what Mario Rossi has to say down in the pits.
Well, Mario Rossi does join us, of course, now in pit lane. It's great to hear, though, that commentary is having a bit of fun up there. Mario, not too fun down here. You're out. Talk to us what went wrong, the reason you're here now.
So the reason we're here now is we identified a bit of a vibration on the slow circuits. I decided to come in. We identified a bracket on the front of the differential had broken off, or it broken. So we've removed it now. We're going to join around the corner. It's got a welding machine. We're going to re-weld it up, put it back, and then out and finish up.
But Mario, I mean, when you look into your overall race weekend, there were some challenges. Talk to us about some of the challenges that you guys have encountered throughout the weekend.
Right, so we arrived Thursday, we went out, had a bit of vibration, wasn't too bad, and then Friday progressively got worse. We identified that the left inner CV had cracked. We went to a CV specialist place down the road, and they managed to find a second-hand one to temper me. In the meantime, the guys from Arnold Chats arranged a drive shop for us, put on an aeroplane, went to fetch it, and that last night we installed it, tested, and it was smooth as anything. So today's one was just, we did not expect this to happen. We've reinforced this bracket, and unfortunately that's the racing part. No, it happens.
It definitely does happen, and visibility is also one of the things that have been difficult. Talk to us about that.
The visibility is behind the cars is like a nightmare. When the rain comes down, it's you have to be aware. I mean, I don't know how the Nova and the Lambos do the speed they do. It's like insane. The visibility is there. We forced it with the car. The car is heavy, so I think they counted towards it. But yeah, I've never experienced something like this. Never.
Definitely haven't, but we'll still be bringing you more conversations down in pit lane. Let's head back over into commentary.
There we have it. A basket full of unexpected surprises coming the way of Scuderia Rossi.
Yep, and that is 15th position on 73 laps that's been done. The Class B entry presently lying third in Class B. The next car behind that on circuit in 16th is Roberto Franco, and they're on 71 laps. But, so that means they will probably, when they get it welded up, get it back in, cool it down, they don't burn their hands, get it back in, get that car back out of the circuit. Everything from what he's saying else, it looks to be quite fine. But the next car behind that, the Campos 111 car has only done 49 laps. So in real terms, this that they've picked up now with the Alfa Romeo Giulia QV will drop them effectively probably only one position down. Keeping in mind, they could go a long way up because we're only 3 hours 48. We've still got 2 hours and almost 12 minutes to go. Other people can run into same, and some of the problems will say, there's not enough time left, there's nothing much we can do. So I don't believe that they're doomed to an end result outside of the top 15 as such, as we look at that Nova MP02 just carving its way through the traffic, working its way down the back main, and just look at that, beautiful. That's poetry in motion. Love that light on top of it. It just gives it it's like it's got a golden halo on top of that 15 car, and that in the hands of Jonathan Thomas, Nick Adcock, Louis Maurice, and Michael Stephen. And it's in fact Michael Stephen on 103 laps. Brad Liebenberg also right now on 103 laps, but there's a distance between them on the circuit. It's getting smaller.
Indeed. Something else that's getting smaller is the amount of space that Axel Jeffrey's lap times is taking. 1:17.5 is the most recent one as we trail.
That's his fastest lap is the 1:17.5.
Yep,
the last lap was a 1:18.6, which is in any case 9/10 quicker than the last lap of Brad Liebenberg, and in fact it is 1.3 seconds quicker than the Ricobalo entry up front that we have there on screen.
Yeah, he went briefly on board with the man with the halo above his head, Michael Stephen, and you can see
the halo man.
100%. We had a slightly different visual of the camera because we've gone into night vision at the moment, and it tells you a reflection of which parts of the circuit are getting very close to losing the benefit of the light on the tarmac. Look at that 511 of Ricky Janokaro trailing the Ricobalo Racing Nova Proto 02, and you can tell just the difference of speed and how they're able to get around the fastest parts of the circuit. That was turn 4. That was Full Beans turn 4. And you certainly see that Michael Stephen is not holding back at any part of the circuit because he knows the amount of pressure that is mounting behind him in the form of Liebenberg, who has a car that only suffered some cosmetic damage, which is minor, meaning he can go at full tilt right behind him, and Axel Jeffries, who continues to change the shape of what the lap times look like going forward.
That's our lead car that you see there. Yeah. That's the 15 car of Michael Stephen. He's just done a 1:19.976, which is pretty decent, as Brad Liebenberg had... well, sorry, that was it's just clicked over now, 1:20.117, so 3/10 quicker than Brad Liebenberg on that one. Axel Jeffries is still the man on the move, lap for lap. He's eating away. But keep in mind, should we go to a full course yellow, everything that he's gained, he's lost.
Indeed. Let's see. We wait in suspense for any eventuality between now and checkered flag falling. There it is, on board with Michael Stephen as the night vision that kicks in here. And the South African recently arrived back from Portugal, having collected a podium and won with his teammate Nick Adcock, as well as Tate Bishop. So definitely something that they've enjoyed, and they're definitely trying to continue that sort of trajectory and sort of ability to perform here at local level of racing, still with an international standard nonetheless. But we've got a bit more information now. Remember, we had a bit of an incident with Brad Liebenberg, which saw him not only go into turn 2, but he had someone with him, and that was David Franco of GSW. And mind you, Ari Neveling mentioned there was a communication issue as well with the number 86 of Australia Motorsport.
Correct.
So there is something that is amiss there. But in the meantime, we're going to hear from David Franco, who's in the pits with Nadine.
The inside line.
Franco, so not only did your dad have an incident, which I will talk to him about a bit later, but you said you had an incident on the same turn at turn 2. What's happening at that turn?
Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, we just seemed to both be driving the wrong line in there, I think. We both locked up. And unfortunately, Rob, he had Bradley on the outside and he took him with him into the barrier. But luckily not too much damage. After both incidents, cars come in, removed a few pieces here and there, and seems to be going again. So hopefully we can get back to the front. We'll push on.
Great, thanks, David. We'll see you when you get back out there.
See you later.
Oh, there you have it. Another issue that, understandably, it's very understandable that was merely cosmetic, and how quickly David Franco was able to recover his car.
Now, some people will watch that and say, he says, we'll see if we can work our way back to the front end of the field. But look how things change. The last lap, Michael Stephen does a 1:25. Brad does a 1:17. 7 seconds, one lap. It can change up so quickly. And I mean, there was the lead. Yeah. One lock-up car on your inside takes you with and takes you out of the lead. So quickly it can change. It's not over. It's nowhere near over at this stage of the fight. The lead car being Michael Stephen in the 15, having done 1:06. Brad Liebenberg, 1:07, and Brad Liebenberg in the 86 car on 1:06. But presently circulating a bunch quicker at this stage of the fight. Where is Axel Jeffries? I don't see Axel Jeffries.
I wonder if Michael Stephen will be asking himself the same question, because we do understand that the pit wall and the racing drivers are constantly communicating, and a constant communication, and the lead car will have to understand exactly where his nearest competitor is, or at least his nearest two competitors in the form of Liebenberg and Jeffries. As far as total laps completed are concerned, Axel is looking at the 105 lap mark, Liebenberg on 106, and Stephen on 107, 2 laps in hand ahead of Jeffries. If we're wondering where he is, and 1 lap in hand ahead of Liebenberg. But Liebenberg, it's constantly toe-to-toe, as it's only for a brief moment where Stephen has that 1 lap in hand, so it's not too far adrift is Liebenberg, very closely encroaching on being on the same lap as Stephen.
And we're very close to that golden last 2 hour sprints when you get to see that thing that you love, those glowing brake discs under heavy braking. Even in these ice-cold conditions, we're going to be seeing those red-hot brake discs in the not-too-distant future. And Brad Liebenberg has turned up the wick now in the 86 car, exactly what they predicted they were going to be doing, and he's done a 117.9. Now, if you think that their fastest at that time, and in 3 hours and 54 minutes has been a 1 minute 17.7, so he's within 2/10 of the fastest lap that they've done. Yes, the conditions are changing, fuel levels are changing, etc. But we did see full wets going on last time they were in the pits. And a refuel. Is that going to change the next time they go into the pits, where they're not going to go full wets, they'll go semis, or you definitely can't go to slicks here. There's no doubt about that. Will we maybe get to slick conditions before the end of this race? It's possible.
We have certain uncertainties when it comes to the conditions right now, and Ari Neveling made that clear. Someone who wants to make things clear right now is Michael Stephen.
Traffic at the wrong spot.
Traffic at one car that's been involved in incident 3 abreast at the exit of turn 5. And onto the straight, Stephen is clear. Franco is clear, as well as that. I think that was the number 72 backdraft of Steve Clark and Mike McLaughlin. Yeah, that is Steve Clark that was in there, and Michael Stephen will be glad to have made clear of that little issue as he continues to try his best to keep Brad Liebenberg a full lap behind, which is a difficult task right now as Brad keeps shaving that time time again.
That is exactly what Brad is now getting right. There was an opportunity there to back out and not go 3 abreast. But because of the fact that Brad Liebenberg's putting in the kind of times that he's putting in, you now force that man to take those, relatively speaking, chances with the Nova 15 car. And that is the kind of pressure that starts making the changes as you slowly but surely edge. That is so close to the backdraft. Luckily, the stickers were put on nice and tightly. Otherwise, he would have wiped the stickers off the side of that backdraft.
Yeah, he's using the car to sign an autograph on the backdraft.
That's as close as you could get. You could swap a cup of coffee if you weren't doing 111 to 27 kilometers an hour going through the double right-hander. So the man with a halo is working his way around the island. Look how close that is.
Oh, wow.
It makes you think, can't you see that somebody's coming from behind? But as we heard with those pit interviews that Nadine was doing there, saying, you can't see much, the Rera was saying, you can't see much behind you.
Yeah.
It will get better. But at this stage, you haven't got full vision and be able to calculate how quick whoever's coming from behind is actually closing on you. You think there's enough space and time, but there is not. 110 laps down for the 110 for the 15 car, 109 for Axel Jeffries, putting in a 119.9 as opposed to a 121.8. We're taking 1 and 2 seconds out at this stage of the fight. Axel Jeffries has gone hunting.
Yep, he absolutely has gone hunting, and he now is the man who is in the position of being 1 lap behind Michael Stephen, and Michael Stephen will probably be made aware of that by his pit wall. Let's see what Jeffries is able to do, which Brad Liebenberg seemed to have been attempting, but now has fallen adrift of doing so, having been now in 3rd place as opposed to 2nd. It's going to be a long 2 hours for all these gentlemen, and we still have more stints to see from the likes of Stewie White, of course, of the Inter-Africa stable, from the likes of Ari Neveling, who said he still has yet to go ahead and have a stint going forward. So there's plenty to offer, and we're yet to see the close of this race, a long way ahead. And we've got a couple of other entries who've impressed so far, and we mentioned in passing the Janokaro, the G&H Transport car with Ricky Janokaro at the wheel at the moment, leading the class, and he'll be happy to stay right where he is at the spearhead of Class B. And a long way off is the Scuderia Rossi car, which has had some issues that need to be overcome. And it's been a number of those problems, apart from just the visibility when everything is going on. So when it comes to your car, the mechanical side of things as well may just creep up on you. So Janokaro, it's important for them to be in that particular position because, like we said, they had not yet scored points. And Janokaro just came in and out of frame very quickly there, but do keep an eye on him. And in the meantime, still is the spearhead of this crop of talent that we have out here in the Killarney International Raceway. Michael Stephen, man with the halo at the moment, making light work of the traffic, and that halo effect and that sound. There's a particular sound that might become sight not too long from now, because where you are in the commentary booth, we hear that the heavens have opened It certainly sounds like water above us. Let's see if it's water on the track surface. Yes, it looks like it increased clear on the tarmac. It's about to become very clear now as we have turn 1 in view. Let's see who's making their way across. Find the braking marker. I hope you still have the correct one because things have changed slightly. And there is Michael Stephen. Easier to recognize because of that halo and slightly less clear on his light, but he's made turn 1. He continues to do so. So yep, you can see if you look at the windscreens at the sides of his car, you can see the water now, the droplets making streaks on the sides of Michael Stevens. So you can definitely see that conditions have changed. What a beautiful shot. What Michael Stevens sees and what his environment is and what it looks like. If you look at clear and open skies in the horizon, but there's another part of the circuit that's dark, almost completely dark and wet at the moment. So interesting combination of conditions there here that we have here at Killarney International Raceway.
Lap for lap, the fading light now. Something that I want to highlight, Albert and Ollie Hintenaars, they are presently 4th overall. But what's interesting is if you look at the fastest lap times of Michael Stephen, Axel Jeffries and Brad Liebenberg in 1st, 2nd and 3rd, 118, 117, 170. The fastest lap that either of the Hintenaars family have been able to do is a 1 minute 33. Consistency is key. And that holds them 7 laps down, but in the 4th position. You don't have to do sub-18s. You need to be consistent. You need to get in and out of the pits under the full course yellows. You need to time it correctly. And I think tire choices from here towards the end of the race is going to become a factor. Is there a point where you move away from full wets? It could happen.
Yeah, it could happen. So the Hintenaars family has managed to stay under the radar as far as trouble is concerned, which is fantastic for them, and it's made an impressive campaign so far, and they would hope to keep it that way. We're going to start to see, of course, also these side lights so we can recognize the machinery that continues to race into the dark here in Cape Town. And Michael Stephen continues to peck away at the traffic ahead of him, skillfully so. Sometimes very, very close calls we saw between him and I think that was Dan Hirsch at turn 4.
There was the 50 car, I think.
The yellow 42. 42. It was the 42, yeah, the yellow one. Yeah.
Something else that's pretty interesting is our Class B leader. They have been doing a brilliant job out there. Ricardo and Gianni Rianocaro with Ant Blundell, and they are the leading Class B car, and by quite a decent margin as well. The next to them is in fact Takunya in the 88 that is on 91 laps down in 13th position, and Gianocaro is on 99 laps, so 5 laps between 1st and 2nd in Class B. But as we've seen, one little incident, one little get stuck in the barrier, get a little bit of help, yellow flags, and that 5 laps becomes totally negated. 114 laps done so far. Michael Stephen, the Halo man, that leads them out.
Indeed, and the Janakaro family loves them some Cape Town, so they would hope to come off with a decent points haul. Double points on offer for the 6-hour race. 5 hours or more means double points, and nearly saw double trouble there for the GSW VW Polo that's been through a couple of incidents, but Michael Stephen was able to clear that without much issue.
Well, he's done a lot of passing. 4 hours and 3 minutes into it, still 1 minute 56 and a half, 1 hour 56 and a half to go. If you're anywhere near Killarney International, there's still enough time to come down and get the feel, the smell, the taste of what's happening down here at Killarney International. The marshal's done a brilliant job. The COC, the pace car driver, Piet van der Holtz, put up some amazing times for us to keep the tire pressures up and the brake temperatures up. As he's done a couple, he's been out of the track so many times. You'll definitely have had a whole bunch of fun out there. Your leading Class B entry being Ricky Gianocaro. Your leading Class D entry being the 42 Hirsch car, which is presently in 7th position.
Yep, and 7th is a decent place to be when it comes to the class of car that you're dealing with, and you look at what an array of high-speed cars that you have here. And one of the top-performing competitors that we have enjoyed seeing are the likes of Inter Africa Racing. And in the pits, we have a quick interview from our team with them. But before we go there, we're going to keep the sights of Michael Steven now continuing to sort of increase as much as he can that gap. Now, let's see. Last time I checked, it was a lap clear of Liebenberg and Jeffries. I wonder if that's changed of late.
Well,
I
they're
guess
both,
we'll get a first-hand
yeah,
understanding.
look, they're both on 1:15,
Yeah.
but a 1:21.9 as opposed to a 1:20.058, 1.9 seconds in the last lap. It's definitely Axel Jeffries is still out there on the hunt. It's not over yet. It could quite easily change from there. But keep in mind that while they're doing that, Brad Liebenberg in the 86 car on that recovery mode that they are in right now in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo has just put in a 1 minute 18.3. So he's coming to join the game as well.
So many directions to look in for speed and benchmarks and where the pressure is coming from. It's coming from 3 directions as far as the top 3 is concerned. This is exactly what you would like to see, and it's exactly how you want the trailing end of the race to come together. And you were talking about the fact that Inter Africa Racing have tried their best to close that gap, and we can hear directly from the horse's mouth, and this time it's team manager of Inter Africa Racing, Gerald, to let us know how things have gone so far with today's racing.
Joining us now is Gerald, team manager at Inter Africa Racing. Gerald, talk to us about the stints that you've seen so far from, of course, the very first latest Huracan in South Africa.
Yeah, look, our drivers have been performing well. We were lucky with the race pause with Tlolile counting down his stint time. I mean, that played a little bit in our favor. At this stage, they're still trying to figure out the timing issue because we are actually leading the race. It's a bit of a dispute at this stage, but yeah, the timing system is not great, and I think they're trying to figure out what the issue is.
And then it's been quite the race for you guys in terms of course, an incident in the opening stint, but you've managed to pull it back. Talk to us about now finishing and maintaining and making sure that you guys are able to finish it. Of course, I guess continue to lead the race.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we just need to keep it on the black stuff for now, and we'll see with the next couple of pit stops or where we come out and what still needs to be done. We're not exactly sure on the other teams on how many feel and what they still need to do. So yeah, after the last pit stops, it will be a little bit easier to see. But for now, we're just going to try and keep it on the black stuff. That's the most important thing.
Lastly, talk to us about your driver lineup. I mean, well experienced and bringing in Axel Jeffries as well to join the team.
Yeah, look, the rule came out this year that you need to have a driver before you go to the 9 hour. The third driver that you use there has to do 2 races within the season. And we thought, okay, for a 6 hour, it's maybe easier to get him into the car. And then hopefully he will join us for the next race at Killarney as well. And then for the 9 hour.
So a lot of the teams down the pit lane have been asking me, how are you guys going so fast in this rain when they can't see?
Yeah, I mean, some of these drivers are quite experienced. Stradale is also having a super good lineup and doing a great job. But Stewie has been really pushing it out there in the first stage. So yeah, we're happy with the race.
Well, there you have it. Into Africa, definitely happy with what's going on so far. Well, they say that they're currently leading, so hopefully, of course, then we can get the timesheets as well as to the correct story that is going on there. But let's go back to commentary.
The theories behind bringing Axel in, and well, definitely a good choice. There's no doubt about it. He's not an optional extra. He's not a third driver. He is the action man right now out there. So yes, we were a little bit not too sure about the number of laps. So your summation of what you saw here, you were 100% correct. There is obviously a bit of an issue with that. Either way, there is a lap and or less between the 15, the 1 and the 86 in the hands of Steven Jeffries and Brad Liebenberg. They are all doing sub 1 minute 20s. The sun has gone away. Some of our camera shots is giving us a whole bunch more light than what there actually is out there. Whoever now does a driver change is going to go out in the dark.
Indeed. And what we've had some light shed on is the standings after we've crossed the halfway mark of the race. We did say...
So that's the update.
Yeah, we did say that there is a reward for crossing that mark in the form of a quarter of the available points. And let's have a look, see, based on the positions that we saw from each of these competitors, Inter Africa as well, Inter Africa, Clark and Stuart White getting themselves a 21-point haul there, putting them at 116 points clear. at the lead of the championship. Sitting in second is Just for Sleep Rico Barlow Racing, and we've got Ryan Nyker still in a good standing actually with the 91 points. He's managed in the earlier part of the season obviously to get a strong enough points haul. Pesty Racing in third place, still sitting there with 81 points, both for Aram and Barend Pretorius, and 74 points for the 31 V8 Roadster of Gavin van Heerde, Gavin Rook and Richard van Heerde, which is quite impressive considering it, again this class brings in an interesting mix. The entire championship brings in an interesting mix of machinery which is able to compete regardless of whether you're looking at GT3s or the likes of Manova Proto 2, which has to flash profusely to get past some of that mix of talent. So the points haul we continue to take stock of as we're on board here with Michael Stephen. Past that GSW he goes again. Look how incredibly volatile and violent this environment looks, and you have to keep your focus as cars are coming at you at speed, curbs are flying at you at speed, and you're deliberately taking yourself there as well and trying to keep in control as you make your way down the home straight, slicing by your V8 Roadsters and almost tucking yourself into the protection and cover of that sidewall from any of the wind. All of those factors are really coming at you at an incredible pace. And interesting to see that middle line.
I was actually watching for that, yes.
Yeah, that middle line, you saw it going right down the center of the car, and down the outside, approaching turn 2. Michael Stephen is giving us a lot to be excited about. We'll leave the math for a bit later as we enjoy this on board. I'm not counting points right now. This is an incredible experience with this on board.
A new factor that now comes into play is the reflection of lights, varying lights, moving chicanes in front of you. That changes the amount of visual return on investment that you get looking at the surface. Look at what we saw earlier on. You could see the smoother, rougher, wetter, where there's a little bit of a hollow where the water was laying. You can see so much less of that now with that very good on-site shot that we've got there going down into Cape Town corner, taking very much a lower line on the entry, staying in the middle of the circuit, not touching up against that curbing on the outside, going through the totally unused bus stop chicane. And even though there's not that much wind, moving towards the wall and then having to move away from it. Where's the selection on the entry into the corner? Millimeter perfect, the same as what it was before. You can see there's that little line of water going across the roadway that we saw earlier on. It's now, as the rest of the track gets drier, it becomes a more obvious sight that you can see. This part of the circuit that is on now, you can see all of a sudden in the apex of the corner it changes. The first section was a retard recently within the last year section, and in the middle on the apex of that corner was where that new tar section actually came to an end. So slight variation in the amount of grip that you've got coming up behind traffic into turn 4 and right in the middle of the circuit.
It's always turn 4.
Whoa.
Turn 4 always gets you to squeeze your voice like that.
Yeah, I squeeze more than just my voice. But looking at that, look at the time between Jeffries and Michael Stephen, who's doing an amazing job working his way through the traffic. Not doing the Stewie White shuffle with the lights as heavy as what Stewie White does, but he's got it up to 34 seconds as he comes now up the Killarney front main to complete yet another lap. We'll see when Axel comes through, is that gap getting bigger and or smaller? They were a little bit slower recently because remember we did have that little bit of rain that came down. So 121.43 has just been done by the number 15 Rico Bala entry. We wait for Brad Lindbergh to cross the line and to see does that 34 seconds get more and or less, and the gap to the 86 car, how does that change?
Yeah, let's have a look at that and wait and see. We saw a slight variation to the line and took into turn 1. They're slightly wider, but I think a minor nuance considering the grand scheme of things, where the main focus really is opening that gap out in the lead as much as possible. Now, speaking of gaps and leads, the standings, as I was trying to get through as Michael Stephen excited us on board, is where the championship sits and the rewards for making the halfway part of the race. Brown deck that you see in frame there, the number 31 is incredibly positioned when you consider the variety of machinery and the difference in performance that you have. A V8 Roadster sitting at 6th and 7th. Richard van Heerden, as well as teammate Gavin Rook, sitting 6th and 7th right now on 74 points apiece. It is a driver championship, it needs to be emphasized. 74 points apiece is a very good position to be in, considering everything around. Nick Adcock, of course, behind them in 8th place, 73 points, a point adrift there. So today's haul is going to mean a lot for him because he's actually in the saddle and ready to collect what is waiting. It seems quite ready for him, at least as far as Michael Stevens concerned. He seems to be able to make that happen so far. And we're on board now, having a look. We're on board with Axel Jeffries trailing one of the cars. He very quickly will try and pass, but this will be a bit more difficult. The performance level, you can see he's got a Class A car ahead of him that he's trying to catch. It's not going to be an easy one.
It looks like if you don't... the yellow flags are...
Yep, that is a yellow flag.
That's a yellow flag.
Yep.
Now, is that a local yellow or is that a course yellow? We're still showing it's a possible full course yellow. And that, now, exactly what we spoke about, Brad Liebenberg closing on Michael Stevens. There was, when we last saw, a roundabout between 34 and 40 seconds between them. If it's a full course yellow, that 30 to 40 seconds is negated.
Yep.
It's nose to tail.
Yep. There's an annoyed Michael Stevens, an annoyed Brad Liebenberg, and a gleeful and happy Axel Jeffries because he was trying his best to reel in Brad Liebenberg, and this full course yellow has brought him closer, and it's quite the favor to receive at the moment. It's going to give all these three a reset in terms of Brad Liebenberg into the pits for a splash and dash and a driver change. Ari Neveling is the suspected racer. He did say that he's about to get his stint. I think he's about to go out now and set the benchmark. We'll try and match and exceed the benchmark set by Brad Liebenberg.
Well, if they both go into the pits, they're going to come out line astern with 4 hours 16 done on 120, looks like about 124 laps. It's changed once again on our leaderboard. So that query that was brought out by Solile Leclerc's team manager there, saying that they are querying the timing. There does seem to be a bit of a variety, but it appears to us that there is 30-odd seconds between first and second position, two Class A entries, two top contenders. If they both go into the pits, both do driver changes, both fuel up, with 1 hour 44 to go, I think we've got a setup for action aplenty. And remember, Axel Jeffries coming out of the car, and there the 86 goes back out on circuit to go and continue this Rumble Royal in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo. The action continues.
Action continues. Another casualty right now is the 111 Corridors Racing VW getting into the pits. More work needed. Therefore, it's going to get into the garage so that a higher number than 6 mechanics can get to work on what needs to be attended there. In the meantime, just applauding the strategic reflex there of Stradalia Motorsport. As soon as that full course yellow came by, they knew the signal. Literally. It was time for Ari to get into the car. That is incredible.
You'll probably find he had already exited turn 5 at that point, because when we realized that, well, we saw a yellow. It wasn't a confirmed course yellow, but there was a time there was a confirmed course yellow. That car was already on its way into the pit lane. So, they are on top of things. That is for sure. That's the coastal entry, Internas. That father and son combination lying fourth overall, the 76 car. They've done 114 laps, the same as the 72 car in the hands of Clark, also on 114 laps. As he comes out of the pits and goes across the line, it now goes up to 115.
Indeed, plenty happening. Taking the opportunity of the safety car to make the changes necessary. It comes at the roughly in around the hour mark. The top of this hour that we've now covered of racing. We've still got some time to go, just under 2 hours remaining of racing. About 1 hour 40 minutes. We've got the car being recovered, and there's the reason for that full course yellow. The number 55 V8 Roadster of Fabian Lance Mario da Silva. He is being assisted by the car, couldn't get it out on its own steam. You can see the lights are on, so the electronics are working fine. Must be something on the engine side, purely on the engine alone. Reason for him not being able to actually recover the car without the assistance of the course car.
And kudos to our recovery teams, people that are involved with our series, and Photon and Proton. Well, I tell you what, their recovery periods that they have, I expected when it got a lot wetter, a lot mushier on the outfield, that the recovery times was going to multiply out, but the reaction time has been brilliant. So we're going to keep tabs on what's happening in the pits. I'm sure our lovely ladies are going to be running up and down the pit lane, getting all the latest information, and well done to them as well. They've done a fantastic job bringing us that inside line, and seeing Stephen coming in here earlier on after he had been down in the pits. The man was wired, fired. He almost had tears in his eyes having been down there in the midst of the action after being stuck in the commentary box all along, and then getting a chance to go down there. When he came back, he was just bubbling with information and feeling that vibe down in the pit. So yes, there's a good couple of cars that are no longer out there on circuit, but that is part of what endurance racing is all about. And the fact that we are still so close up front has been fantastic. So let's see. I think Nadine is doing some homework for us. Nadine, good evening to you in the pit lane.
So Brady Liebenberg has just jumped out the car. I mean, that stint was on fire. You literally smoking. What a stint. Unfortunate incident on the track. Do you want to tell us what happened?
Yeah, look, at some times it felt like it was going really good. You know, we were just managing the pace, really. I wasn't trying to overpush it, just trying to manage the traffic quite well, not taking any unnecessary risks. And yeah, just the whole weekend, turn 2 has been a bit sketchy on the brakes. And yeah, I went around the outside of another car and he must have just locked up. I don't know if he got hit from behind because there was a Cobra right behind him, but yeah, and then I just got T-boned halfway through the turn and then got hit again when we were going off the track, and that kind of just got me buried in the wall. And then because it's been raining so much, I mean, I got stuck. Tried my best to try and get the car out. You know, in the adrenaline moment, you're trying to even pull the car out yourself. But yeah, it is what it is. Apologies to the team. Obviously, it's not what we want to have. Never mind the race, you know, just damage to the car and everything. We're hoping to bring it home in one piece. Look, it's still going, but yeah, it is what it is. Let's see what Ari can do, but yeah, I pushed my hardest at the end to try and make back some time, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, but now you said you couldn't pull the car out yourself, but don't you have a bit of experience in farming?
Yeah, I would say so, but still, I mean, it's so wet out there and it's literally just a mosh pit. I got out the car and like almost felt like I was sinking into the ground. So yeah, and trying to move like a 3.5 ton car, next to impossible. But yeah, as I say, the adrenaline, you're just trying to get going again. You know, I was trying to rush the marshals and the car to try and pull me out quicker and get back to the pits. But yeah, I had a look at the car while I was out. You know, nothing was wrong. But yeah, we came in, changed tires, and I carried on going. And as I say, I pushed my hardest. But let's see. Hopefully that isn't what cost us the race. But yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I doubt it. You definitely went full throttle and you managed to get back to first place. So well done. And we're going to go interview Roberto now and hear his side. So we'll come chat to you later.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
His story, her story, and the truth. Which is it going to be? Yeah. Either way, we're looking at 124 laps for the 1586 and the number 1 car out there. So it's a Lily Locker that's in behind the steering wheel. It's Arnie Neerfling that's behind the steering wheel. It's Michael Steven that's behind the steering wheel. We are 4 hours, 20 minutes into this 6-hour race. And 124 laps down the line, they are one behind the other, behind the safety car, that in the hands of Piet van der Walt, a man that's got the highest number of race starts in the history of GTI Challenge at Killarney International Raceway. So a man that's been thousands of laps around Killarney. That's the on-board lovely picture that we've got. With the pack closing up behind that. I don't know how many laps they're going to actually be doing now. I think just about everybody has now been in and out of the pits. And now we're coming down to that last 1 hour 40, the real deal time, where it's now make or break. How hard do you push? How hard don't you push? Keeping in mind that Arnold Neerfling climbing into the car now and Zolile just climbing into the car now are going out all of a sudden in pitch darkness. They came in daylight, they're in pitch darkness. Michael Steven has been out there through going into the darker period of time. So all things being equal, he should be slightly more adept at staying out there. But, well, it's going to be now down to brute pace from here on out as to who's going to make it work towards the end. Keeping in mind, you push it too hard, you end up with nothing. Well, not nothing. You've got a half pace, half of the race. You've got those points already. So while we're under that safety car, It is into Africa, Zolile Dlaka and Stewie White. That's sitting on 116 points apiece after the half race results have been added in. And it looks like we're staying under the safety car. We'll listen to the sound of the cars coming past us. Then the adjust for Steve Bala Racing, Ryan Nike. That's on 91 as opposed to the 116 of Zulile and Stewart. Then the Petsy Racing, Barent and Harum Pretorius. They are sitting on 81 points apiece. And then the Dutchman Brown Deck Roofing of Gavin Rook and Richard van Heerde. And they are sitting on a 74, and then just 1 point behind them is Dan Hirsch. And I think it's time for us to go back to the pits. Our lovely ladies is doing the necessary homework up and down the pit lane. Give it to us the latest.
Well, joining me now is Roberto Franco. I mean, we just heard from Brad Liebenberg, his story. So it's only fair we hear your story, Roberto, as to what happened from your perspective.
No problem. I came out of one. I had a Cobra behind me. He obviously overtook the Cobra, and then straight after he was trying to overtake me on the left. Hicked up the brakes. I locked up. The car went straight. I pumped it. Tried to turn.
Driver entered the picture. It ramped up that much more as we saw the lap times tumbling thanks to conditions, and also, of course, thanks to the fact that they are able to find that kind of pace in these cars. And Jono Thomas navigating the traffic. You can see the flashes across his visor and across his the cockpit here, and you see the light getting in and out very quickly, and he's trying his best to make clear the path that he has ahead of him. Is quite dark. We're in full night conditions at the moment. We're in full night racing. Of course, we had a relatively late sunset, and this is the only time actually we got to see some sort of sunlight during the day. So it was quite an overcast day. We've seen extremely wet conditions. We've seen moderately wet conditions, and we've seen all types of scenarios. And I don't think we're ever at any one point going to say that we've had a dry period of racing today, and all of these racing drivers have taken it in their stride. They've taken the knocks, and as it stands, the benchmark, the gauntlet, is being solidly laid down here by Jono Thomas.
No doubt about it that there is still that possibility of ending up on slick tires before the end of this race. Much more difficult for us to now gauge with the limited amount of light that there is out there. The wind factor has gone down as well. Obviously the temperatures are pretty stable because of the fact that the wind has gone down. Even though the sun has gone away, it's not as much of a drop in temperature at this point, but it is not impossible that there might be a golden era where you go across to slick tires before the end of this race. We're 4 hours 34 in, which means we've got an hour and 26 to go. A lot can happen. Remember, with the ground effects, the air effects of these vehicles, you've got a situation where you can realistically dry the track out quicker than what an average garden variety road would get dried out because of those aero effects, because you vacuuming the dampness up off the ground all the time. So if that line starts to appear, you're going to find when there's a full course yellow and the guys go in for pit stops, which they will probably not do, being so close to one another now, not take a chance on going in without a full course yellow. And at that point, hopefully then our lucky ladies that are down there in the pits, where Stephen Koenig's also sending us a lot of messages and having the time of his life down there, hopefully they will then be able to get us some close-up shots if we can see, does anybody actually climb onto the slicks for this last section of the race?
Will be a mighty commitment, a brave one at that, because we're still where we're at in terms of conditions. The number 86 now with Ari Neveling at the helm of Stradale Motorsport. They've had to overcome the cosmetic damage that came, and it's definitely worth not giving up. They can't throw in the towel as yet. It was nothing untoward. It turned out to be just a pit stop that was needed by Brad Liebenberg when he came in with the car. When he came in with the car, it was something that could be overcome, and he merely changed his tires, got a bit of a splash, and then that's when he went back out onto the circuit, and now it's up to him to bring it home for Stradale.
Can he do it? very, very possible. They've shown all the right signs. They've done all the right moves. They're putting in the right kind of lap times. Only a tenth of a second between Zalili Ledlaka and Arnold Neervelen on the last time around. And the quickest of them is, in fact, Jonathan Thomas in the Nova in that third position. And, well, it's not over.
Yep, certainly isn't over. Certainly isn't over, and you'll see by how profusely each of these racing drivers is pushing. The Hinton House car is going to have to make way for the Inter-Africa Lamborghini, which is not too far off from making that overtake. You can see the flashes. You have to read and discern between the general glare of the cars behind you and then this very specific direct flash that is coming against you. But it certainly is going to be an exciting closing 1 hour and 20 minutes.
You know that we did actually talk about the fact that the backdrafts are a slightly cheaper version of what you can do in this form of motorsport. And with that thought in mind, the backdraft 42 in the hands of Dan Hirsch and Stuart Kidgel has actually done exceptionally well, because they find themselves in 7th position overall, the leading backdraft entry out there right now, and it is in fact Dan Hirsch from the US of A that is in there behind the steering wheel. They've done 116 laps, and they find themselves as the class leaders in Class D. So definitely the backdrafts that are affected, by the looks of it, a little bit more than the other cars in terms of how much water there is on circuit, and they are the leading backdraft out there. And I've got a new partner. Good evening to you, Squire. I take it you've been down in the pits, because that smile on your face means you've been right there where the action is.
Good evening, Gary. Good to be back in the booth. You are 100% correct. I have been taking a walk down pit lane, chatting to some of the teams. I sat down for a couple of minutes with Rico Barlow himself from Rico Barlow Racing to find out how their race has gone. He explained to me that Nick Adcock had a really good stint. He did the minimum time, and they actually overstinted Lewis Maurice. So Michael Stephen is now out on track, and he's at a shorter stint. But it's actually Jonathan Thomas in the 15 out on track. Michael Stevens was on before him, and I'm joined by my fellow anchor, Steve Koenig. Welcome back, Steve.
I'm glad to be back, but at the same time, looking rather dark out there. As you had a walk around in the pits, I had as well. Taking a look at the Scuderia Rossi Alpha, they had a broken mounting on the diff, and that is 3 times in a row they've had it. So first at Swartkorps, then at Aldo Scribanti, and now again here at Killarney. So a little bit of hard work being done with the car, trying to get it all out and going, but the frustration is starting to creep in. You walk in the pit lane, I'm sure you felt it. Many of the mechanics are just trying to figure out what do they need to do to keep going, and how the weather's thrown such a curveball in terms of setup. What do they need to do to make sure the cars keep going? Drivers worn out and ice cold out there. They're getting into the pits, trying to warm themselves up. And I have never seen the amount of socks being hung over anything that can to just try them out at this point.
Steve, it is a war of attrition out there, not only on track, even in the paddock. I'm sure you've noticed walking over drain covers. They have had to put wooden planks as bridges because there's so much water out there. My socks are wet, and a huge shame for the Scuderia Rossi team, because they were in the lead up until that point.
That's it. Unfortunately, going again closer and closer, and it all falls apart right at the last. But they haven't given up as yet. We're looking for a welder at the time, still just tinkering around with the car. But that being said, into Africa on our time board, jumping up into the top. They're hoping to continue the pace. A little bit concerned with the stoppage of the race, the race pause that we had earlier on, and the safety cars kind of taken them out of sync a little bit. They had to replan all the strategies going through and trying to figure out what's going to be the next step for them. Going to the Stradale pits, got to say, I just got a thumbs up. A little bit of exciting moments. Went and had a chat to the drivers and to the team. Everyone held their breath at the start of the race. They're just thankful that it's all starting to calm down, finding their rhythm. Bradley did a stunning job to carry so much momentum towards the sharp end of the field. but we'll have to see how it all works out in the later stages. They're more concerned about just getting to the end at this point and scoring well.
100% agreed there, Steve. And really exciting battle out front in Class A. As you mentioned, Brad Liebenberg bringing Stradale Motorsport back into the fray in the fight for victory. And we did hear earlier from the Inter-Africa team that they are having some transponder problems, which they feel is costing them some laps. I spoke with one of the technicians in the box, and he was explaining that he feels that because they're using a spare transponder, every time they come into the pit lane, their transponder is not picking up, so they essentially lose 3 laps. And interestingly, looking at our live timing, it says that the Inter-Africa car is 3 laps behind Liebenberg in the Stradale Motorsport car. So all the way down to the checkered flag, we're going to have a tight battle for victory in Class A.
It's going to be a close one. We've also got to talk about our beautiful national V8 Roadster class into the top 7, with Dan Hirsch currently running in 7th place, Gavin Rook trying to chase him down, Bettencourt, as we take a look onto our timing. But that being said, however, it's going to be an interesting time for all the drivers. Darkness has come down, the cold, and that looks like that is Dan Hirsch and Stuart Kregel, who's come to a stop on the outside. Oh, a little bit of a rough place. Make sure there's no understeer, but yellow flags will be waving. Drivers will be going and taking note, but that's the leader of the back draft trying to just get it refired and moving. Oh, once again, coming to a stop. This is a rough one. Hirsch needing to try and get it going, but this is perfect opportunity for Gavin Rook, and they're going to be rubbing their hands here, saying, right, first place on the cards here. Let's keep pushing. And considering they'll be taking the lead of the race, another safety car may be deployed during this.
Extremely fortuitous, Stephen, for the Dutchman Browndeck team with 1 hour 17 to go. Let's see how long it takes for that car number 42 of Backdraft Racing to get back going. But Dan Hirsch will be absolutely gutted with that one. They've had an incredible race, had some troubles. We saw those spins earlier on.
Safety car out, pit stops in. This will be the final pit stops that drivers would want to do, because this is a perfect time to get your the drivers that still need to get their laps in. This is the right time to do it. That splash and dash, fill the tank up, continue on. And we do have the Inter-Africa taking the opportunity into the pits, starting to do a bit of work on the car.
We enjoy the pit stop action live there on the car number 1. I saw one of the mechanics, you can see on the right of our onboard shot, is shrugging his shoulders. So possibly some problems for them there with the pit stop, but they are back on the way.
Flash and dash, no tires. That was no jack up. That was fill the tank up, get ready to go. Axel Jeffries has the opportunity to keep moving on out of pit lane and will be rejoining the race, but a perfect pit stop for them. This is a big opportunity for Inter-Africa to make up some time. You can see just out on the exit of turn 1. Unfortunately, Dan Hirsch and Kregel is going and losing out that first place. Big gain for Gavin Rook, but falling down. They've been so consistent throughout the race. You're getting close to the end of the final, or into the final hour. 1 hour and 15 minutes, and the car starts to give you problems. But this is endurance racing. You never count chickens before they hatch.
Absolute heartbreak, Steve, because they've been through everything today. They've been through spins, insane weather, rivers on the track, and so unfortunate for a technical error to be the reason for them to come short so close to the end. But the Dutchman Browndeck team of Gavin Rook and Richard van Heerden will lap that up, and they have now overtaken the 42 car up into 7th place on the road.
Interesting times indeed, but now this also brings the gaps together. The likes of Stradale, Arnold Neveling, the likes of the Adjust for Sleep, Rico Barlow is now going to get closer, and Axel Jeffries will all be within arm's reach of one another on the restart of the race. We've gone from an endurance race. This final hour and 15 minutes is turning into a sprint race. So we got Mr. Lataka in the cars. Lataka will be piloting his way through. Actually, a rather good point. He's really good at night. He's actually really good at night driving, consistent at night. That's one thing I've got to give it up to him.
I had a chat with Kolile in between his stints, and he looked really relaxed and calm in the box, as he does in the car most of the time when you've seen him on the onboards. I asked him how he felt about that moment he had with the Legia span in front of him. He said his eyes went completely big because he wasn't expecting it. He had fun. He said he's had a lot of fun today. He's really enjoyed the experience. He said it's one of the most exciting days he's had. Lots of challenges. He said he's dodged many bullets today. And
so, with that being said, I know that you had a chat to him. Axel Jeffries, who's currently in the car, apologies, is trying to keep his pace through. Bit of a smile on the face, though, of the pit. That's one thing I've got to say about Inter Africa. Even when the chips are down, they calm, but there's a smile. I had a chat to the catering at the back, and they're just enjoying the time. I said, aren't you guys feeling a little bit chilly? No, they are there to have fun. The atmosphere is keeping them warm, and they're moving forward. And just the amount of talking that's happening in the pits between teams is rather interesting. Everyone trying to keep each other motivated to get to the end of this very, very difficult 6 hours of Killarney for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series.
I saw an excellent example of that in pit lane. Speaking with the team Ubani drivers, they unfortunately had a gearbox slipping issue, which we saw early in the race, which led to that safety car just after the race pause ended. They explained to me when I was speaking with Kolela Njumbuka that he said they've had a difficult weekend. There's been problems throughout from the beginning, issues with the brakes. He actually showed me the clutch plate of their car that came out the gearbox, and it looked extremely second-hand. So he also explained that throughout the race he's actually been using 4th and 5th gear because they sensed the gearbox issues early and were trying to manage it. I asked him what speed gearbox he normally uses. He said throughout the weekend they've been using 3rd gear, 4th and 5th. 3rd gear particularly in Cape Town corner to get drive onto a straight and through turn 1, but he said he had been using 4th and 5th gear. So at the moment where we saw him come to a halt in turn 3, he said the car got stuck in 4th.
Jingos.
He said he had a moment just before that where he nearly went into the wall on corner exit, got stuck in 4th gear. He said he tried to keep it going, and then the car got stuck in 5th, which is the moment where we saw him come to a halt at Malmesbury. But fantastic to see they got the car back on the road. And back to your point, Steve, the moment the car went out, the whole team erupted in applause, just shouting, well done, guys, big each other up. So really great to see the sportsmanship down in pit lane.
It's going to be incredible stuff, and a big thank you to all our officials that have been working frantically throughout the course of the day, making sure our drivers are all good, making sure the cars can continue, and also braving the storm. And if you're just joining us, welcome. Where have you been? We've had drama, the highs and lows, the thrills and spills that you can imagine, and even more than that you can imagine here at Killarney. It's been 3 years since we've come to the circuit, we've returned, and everyone's been looking forward to it. But it hasn't been the easiest race. Cape Town remembers and decided, if you're going to be legendary, we're going to throw the most complicated weather you can have. From rain to no rain, to cold, to windy, everything was thrown at the drivers and the teams that have to persevere through it. And that's the one thing. We always talk about the drivers having to work hard. The teams in the pit lane having to stand in the rain, waiting for the cars, chomping at the bit, holding on to the nut runners, holding on to the fuel, and just seeing when exactly the cars are going to come in. It's just fantastic to see. Couple of lows, unfortunately. Had a chat to Romano Sartori a little bit earlier, asked him what on earth happened, and he said track knowledge. Just track knowledge of where it's all going to be. He was overtaking a car on the inside when heading into coming onto our back straight. So the car was on the right-hand side. He went left, went over the puddle. That was it. Game over. Into the dirt. Snapped, went into the dirt, smashed the rear. That was it. Game over. Bit heartbroken about it. He says nothing replaces track knowledge. Axel Jeffries taking it nice and easy at the moment, but still keeping the eyes focused. And one thing you've got to say, a little bit of radio communication. I'm sure you went down and heard the back and forth from the pits to the drivers, asking if they're okay. How are they feeling? Are you still able to keep up the pace? Are you still feeling that you are fine and not getting too cold in the car? Because that's going and fouling them up as well.
Very hard to concentrate when you're freezing out there. Don't underestimate it watching at home, how difficult it is for our drivers because they're wet and cold. And us human beings don't generally enjoy being wet and cold. But looking at some of the other scenarios, we had a chat with Mark Futcher in the Backdraft Racing number 127 car. Remember, Steve, we saw him spinning earlier at turn 2. So I asked him what had happened in that moment, and he said that he had a Cobra on the inside of him, and he is actually avoiding action, trying to avoid that car. Had a small lockup, and straight off he went into turn 2. And I found myself wondering, what has it been about turn 2 that's been so difficult today? And I found myself literally crossing paths with Damien Hammond, and I asked him, I said, Damien, what's been the toughest parts of driving the cars out on track today? And Damien explained that he said it was just the standing water. He said in particular there was a river, or maybe it's an exaggeration to call it a river, but a small stream across turn 1. He said that was a hairy area. The entry of turn 2, the exit of turn 2, it was explained to me that it's just been really difficult all day, that you have to be really disciplined and precise on the braking on the entry into turn 2. And then on the exit, drivers explained to me that essentially on the first touch of the throttle, the car just wants to step out, and it's become more and more difficult for them to manage that through the race. And you remember earlier turn 5 when we saw Letlaka nearly have that moment with the Legia, there was that big puddle on the inside of turn 5 as well. So if there are still some puddles out on track, I think it might be a bit more difficult for our drivers to see them in the dark, and concentration is going to be essential in this last hour, because we've essentially gone from our iconic 6 hours of Killarney to a 1 hour sprint race is what we're building up to with the safety car.
And that's one thing we went and told you at the beginning of the broadcast. It's all fun and games when it's the start. Moving forward, you've got the first hour, which is a race, the last hour is a race. And with the type of machinery, don't count out on the drivers, don't count out on the cars. Anything can happen. Do want to point out, 6th place, we have got the G&H Transport Audi R8 GT4 running in 6th, leading out Class B and looking to move their way up through the field, which is just phenomenal job on their part, keeping consistent. Let's go back in history. Swartkorps, round 1, that car was on fire. Missed out Aldo Scribanti, comes back at Killarney, running like clockwork. The entire team more than happy with it. They've actually got 2 cars parked in the Pantechnicon at the back, McLarens, that are not going to be utilized because, well, the Audi is working like an Audi does, faultlessly.
The Giannacara family eats, lives, breathes, sleeps, inhales racing, and their dedication is very, very clear for all of us to see. Incredible effort from them. Unfortunate to not have them at PE, but it's clear that they've used that big break that we had to invest in the car, get the cars ready, and they are showing out on track why they are one of the top teams here at SAES and always a force to be reckoned with.
That's incredible stuff. But as we still wait, a bit of work being done, that tells me there's a failure on the rear axle, maybe the diff starting to give it a bit of an issue. Remember, there was still that concern of how is the open diff going to work with the extreme rain that comes in. Remember, 6 hours straining these cars does take its toll. Things can happen. I know the backdraft team will be quick to replace it, get in and back out. But that being said, change up for the lead of our national V8 Roadsters, working in favor of the Dutchman Brown Deck, that at this point would move up into 1st in the championship.
Huge points on offer here. The Dutchman Brown Deck team, of course, as we saw earlier, benefiting from that problem for Dan Hirsch and Stuart Kittle in the 42 car. We're about to complete another lap behind the safety car. Just to give you a run through on our race leaders across the classes. As it stands, Axel Jeffries is leading in the number 1 into Africa car. In Class B, Giannacara leads in the 511. Class C has been led for the past couple of hours by the Lerero Combined Racing 37 Honda Civic Type R. And as we just mentioned, car 31 now up into the lead in Class D.
Bright Lumo. But as the cars come through, headlights ablaze, and always difficult in these conditions because, well, if you're in the back markers and there's the Alpha back out on circuit, which is absolutely fantastic, they will be trying to make up a bit of time. But if you got these GT3 cars and any of the prototypes sitting in your mirrors, especially if you're in the backdraft, they say they can't see a darn thing. Left mirror, blinding. Right mirror, blinding. Center mirror, forget about it. You're not going to look at it. You're literally hoping where the cars are going to go. You have to trust the drivers around you that they are going to make the right call. You hold your racing line. You're not going to fight them into it. Just let the guys go by. And that has been the consistent effort right the way through. When it was pouring down with rain, many of the drivers saying, unfortunately, not being able to see one another, they had to lift quite a bit just to see if the rooster tails come down enough, see how many cars are leading out in front. Now that we're in a little bit of more dry conditions, colder unfortunately, so the water is standing. It's going to be like this till the end of the race. But everyone's able to just push that a little bit harder, carrying on through to the end with only an hour and 3 minutes left of the 6 hours of Killarney for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series.
A great effort by the Saes team and our marshals to get that recovery vehicle out on track, and we can now see the 31 Dutchman Brown Deck car, the 42 car Backdraft Racing is on its way back to the pits. Looking forward to getting back racing, Steve. It looks like we may get our 1 hour sprint exactly to the minute.
That's it. You've started with an hour sprint race. Well, we're going to give you an hour sprint race at the end. I still can't say well done enough to the Scuderia Rossi team. That Alpha Julia QV has been a difficult car to work on, and when it consistently breaks the same part, it really demotivates a team, but they manage to get it out every single time, and they might be running a little bit further down in their class, but this is points. It's all about getting it to the end. If you see the green, you got to see the checkered. That is the motto down in the pits.
An incredible effort of perseverance from the Scuderia Rossi team. Being the only Alfa Romeo out there, it's not as if they have another team that they could look at as a reference in terms of what to do. But of course, they are going to have to get to the bottom of those solutions going into round 4, because having a 4th diff brake, God forbid, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on them, but they surely will have to find a solution before we get to Killarney.
I think there's going to be 3 mils of steel that's going to be welded up to hold it in place. It's no longer going to be worrying about weight. It's going to be what's the most robust, and it's going to start at the front of the car and end at the back of the car. That being said, however, drivers getting themselves ready. Darkness has fallen on the circuit. 3 years since we came to the circuit. This final hour has been the most dramatic. 3 years ago, when it got down to the final 10 minutes, 3 cars didn't make it to the checkered flag, running out for various issues, whether it be fuel, whether it be breakdowns. Everyone has been talking about that down in the pits. Everyone's been checking. Every time the cars come in, they're looking underneath, seeing if there's anything that's not quite right, talking to the drivers, saying, listen, is the gearbox okay? Is the engine, how's your RPM? How's the temperatures looking? There's always that gremlin sitting in the back of the head saying, we might have an issue here. We've got to be a little bit cautious. But at the same time, the race is on to score points, double points by getting to the checkered flag. This is a massive moment for the championship. You have a drop round in the year, but you don't want your drop round to be double points.
You definitely do not. The old racing adage comes to mind: finish first you have to finish. And the scenario you described of 3 years ago reminds me of something I learned in football, where they say 2-1 is the most dangerous score, because it can give you a false sense of comfort, where you're like, I'm close to where I need to be, I can see the victory, but it's very easy to concede and go back to 2-2. So it's important for our teams and drivers to not get complacent, to not relax and get comfortable. And I think, when we were speaking earlier in the day about the intensity levels dropping during the race pause, I think the drivers may enjoy the safety car, because it gives them a bit of a moment to catch a breather, recalibrate, get ready for that last hour stint, and then absolute full send for 60 minutes.
Well, safety car's in and we back up to race pace, and this is where who's on the button. A quick flash of the lights. coming from the Inter Africa. Axel Jeffries now trying to carve his way through in that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Stuck on the outside, has to feather the throttle before he unleashes the V10, charging his way through. You could see the difference in pace between the backdraft roadsters that are stock 4 liters up against Lexus V8 up against a howling V10 that is purpose-built to just win. Once again, diving up to the corners, unleashing close to 600 horsepower around Killarney.
Axel Jeffries making his way through the traffic, and I must say that Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini is something else. I was walking across the bridge during one of our breaks earlier, and the car came past under me across the pit straight, and it sounded like a dragon roaring. I can't imagine how it feels for the other drivers, because surely they must hear that Inter Africa Lambo coming up behind them.
It's definitely an exciting one. We also got to talk about the Coastal Engineering Ligier JSP4, a silent climb up into the top 5 every step of the way, much like the likes of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark. They've also been chipping away, usually not quite punching to the close of the Inter Africa with their cars. But Coastal Engineering, first time joining us this year, new car to the series, and just been keeping right there in the top 5. The father-son duo going and showing off their prowess and track knowledge here at Killarney.
Oliver Hintenau in the car at the moment, and have to agree with you fully there, Steve. First time seeing them out this season, and to jump into any racing series at round 3 is not easy to do, especially at South African Endurance Series. The level is extremely high, and as we can see today, it's an extremely difficult race. And imagine not having been racing this year, and today of all days is the day you come back, where I feel like in the 3 years of absence we've had, Cape Town has stored up 3 years of rain, which it has unleashed on our drivers today.
147 laps completed. It is going wild. And oh man, that is G&H Transport, our Class B leader, come to a stop. You know what? I'm going to put in my retirement now. Thank you, everybody. Nice knowing you. Bugger. I think we got... And Blunden's going to have a chat to me if he sees me. So I'm going to catch an airplane now back to Joburg. Don't mind me.
He might chat to us, Steve, because unfortunately a case of the commentator's curse from us there. Another incident at turn 1. We hope this will not lead to a safety car as we wind down the clock. 56 minutes left in this race. You can see a marshal there with the 511 car. Looking at where that car has landed up, odd place there in the gravel trap. I would assume, Steve, that Giancarlo has gone straight down the slip road at turn 1, realized they had a serious problem that might be terminal, and pulled over onto the gravel.
I hope the car is okay. I really, really hope it's okay. But bit of work being done. You can see the amount of work with everyone coming from backdraft, looking what can they do to get it sorted out. And there we go. The Giancarlo, that's Junior Giancarlo, in behind the wheel and talking to the marshal, going to be talking to the team. How can you get the car restarted? Trying to figure out what's going on. Marshal leaning in, checking if he's okay, seeing if they can move the car under their own steam or whether they need to bring the towing. But it looks like safety car back out yet again. We just got restarted 5 minutes, and, well, someone went to the beach a little bit early by the looks of it. And, well, I have to say one thing. Audi made a fantastic Rally Quattro. They made a beautiful Group 1 that dominated. Iconic. IMSA, Audi Quattro, dominated. Audi R8, great when it's on top.
Indeed, indeed. Unfortunately, that car is beached quite deep in that turn 1 gravel trap, which is not easy to get out of on any four-wheel vehicle, and the Quattro not coming to the fore there, unfortunately. But we are back under safety car conditions, and we definitely hope Gianni has brought his slops, because he's going to be on a bit of a slog to get out of there.
We had the rain, so the beach came to us. We had the seaside, we had the seagulls, as Gary Fleming pointed out, and now G&H visiting the sand. There we go. We've had the entire Cape Town full house. There we go. So now all we need to do is, I've actually got it. I've got one of those blow-up flamingos in the back in the boot, so I'll just bring it through as well and can join the party.
Lovely. We can prepare some pina coladas or some Long Islands. But as we can see, that car unfortunately has not made any progress in terms of making any movement, being recovered. 54 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, 149 laps completed for our top 3 Class A cars. The Audi R8 is now being recovered, but heartbreak there for the G&H team. As Steve mentioned earlier, they were absent at round 2 after the car caught fire at round 1 at Swartkorps, and to go out the race, Steve, so late on must be really disappointing.
That car's got an extra 500 kilos as it drags half a sand back with the snap strap. Lots of work being done, and looking underneath towards the diff, looking towards the rear suspension, trying to get it. Look, our cameraman really leaning in, get a best shot. I want to see a big shout out to our cameraman. And there is the jacks going up. Everyone looking what they can do to try and get the car sorted out. And you can hear, it's just going to have to lean. Oh, it might be a break on the suspension. Not quite sure, but our cameraman getting a full face of oil, fuel, clutch, brake, whatever he can think of. And there we go, under his own steam. And now returning to the circuit with a bit of souvenirs for everyone else to have, but at least not broken.
Everyone must go home having shared in the experience. Good to see the G&H car back moving, which will reduce the length of the safety car period, which will mean we should get a bit more time with racing laps. But of course, time running out at the stage of the race. Johnny back on track. Let's see how much beach sand. Oh, you can see it coming off the tires, even on the onboard. He goes offline.
He's got to scrub those tires. He's got to try and get rid of it. But the amount of sand that the amount of kitty litter that car would have picked up underneath it is immense. Remember, all the aero underneath, flat bottom, but there's little openings to try and help guide air. Well, that's also to help go and shove a whole lot of sand. That also gets into the tires, the rims, goes up towards the calipers, and he has to be very cautious, try and scrub it all, make sure the car's okay, and then get going once again. On a hot circuit, not too bad to scrub your tires. Cold circuit, that's damp. A little bit more difficult than that.
A little bit more difficult indeed. And of course, always remember, sticky racing tires are like glue. Whatever you put next to them just latches on, and it's hard to get off. But at least for Gianni, he will have some time now behind the safety car, at least to regroup, get his bearings again, and he will at least be able to continue his race. And hopefully we will see that G&H transport car make it to the checkered flag.
Oh, it will. There's no... hopefully it will see you. Well, welcome to the world of commentary. You say that, game over. Just, it will make it. It will be fine. But at the moment, also keep an eye on 6th and 7th overall, but the battle for 1st and 2nd of our National V8 Roadsters, also 8th place with Bettingcourt getting close to the fray. They're lying in an opportunity to move up in the order. At the moment, the Backdraft Brown Deck will be moving up in the championship, with the PSD Racing going to be following a little bit behind. They've made a beautiful recovery. They were lying 5th. 3 hours ago, they were 5th in class, gently moving their way up, going and chipping away. But now Byron Pretorius has got a lot of work on hand. For the likes of John Akara, though, down into 9th, with Rob Madont chasing down. Bit of a pit stop coming in for our Alpha. So it's going to be a tough one. So a little bit of work being done there, but talking about who's in pit lane, let's go down to Nadine, who's with one of our drivers, Dan Hirsch.
Dan Hirsch has just been pulled into the pits. I mean, unfortunate in the last hour. Yeah. What happened? Did you hit something? Did you skid out due to the wet roads? What went down?
No, well, first let me say hi to all my Astron friends. We got a big crowd out here today. It's my home track. So, but yeah, we were in first place. We were having the best day ever. And yeah, I think I got tangled up with another car. We were racing hard and bumped the rear, and I think it did something. And so we either got a rear end problem, or maybe it's the drive shaft. So we'll see if we can get it sorted out, get back out there. But we've lost so many laps now, we're not going to keep that first place, but it's too bad. It's good while it lasted.
Okay, but don't give up just yet. I mean, we know Backdraft and the team behind you guys, they are incredible. I mean, we can see right now they're working so hard on your car to try and figure out what's the fault so they can get you back out there.
Yeah, it's amazing. These guys, they can change an engine in an hour. So, yeah, they'll get this fixed. We'll get back out there. We'll finish this race.
That's the spirit. Right. Thanks, Dan.
All right.
Dan Hirsch, really positive in the box and seems to be enjoying himself out there. What are your thoughts on that interview, Steve?
I've got to say, the positivity kicking in, but also just you can hear the little bit of disappointment now. Something's gone wrong in the final hour. What are we going to do? How are we going to deal with it? And where are we going to move forward? That being said, however, Nadine's right. Don't give up. Keep working hard. And that car will be back out on circuit. It's not quite the points what you want to get, but it's a set of points that you didn't have when you first came into this race.
You can say that again. You've got to be there to be there. Points make prizes. Every lap counts here at SAES at the 6 hours of Killarney.
So an interesting one here. What we got on screen at the moment into Africa with the likes of Jonathan Thomas, Rico Barlow, and Just for Sleep getting ready to charge at one another as we will be heading out on race conditions into Africa. Axel Jeffries has got to be really cautious here off the start. One little slip and you will have Jonathan Thomas going and diving for the inside line, trying to retake the position. Not too far away, but you can see the Lamborghini having the legs down the straights, and it's going to be up to the corners for the Norma Nova NP02 to capitalize.
47 minutes to go, Steve. Our top three cars in Class A, cars 1, 15, and 86 of the Rico Barlow Racing Team into Africa and Stradale Motorsport are all on the lead lap. They are separated by 3 seconds, and we are running on board here with Thomas looking at the back of the Lamborghini, and we can see down the back straight into Cape Town corner on the slipstream, and you can see the legs of that Lamborghini just stretches away out front.
There's no replacement for displacement. You've got a V8 in the Norma Nova, and there's 2 more cylinders ahead of you in a V10 Lamborghini. Unfortunately, horsepower difference comes in. Power to weight ratio works well on a tighter circuit, on a high-speed circuit like Killarney, which I stand for correction is the second fastest circuit that we've got here in the coastal. It's East London first with the Potters and Rifle, and the back straight of Killarney is right onto it. Very, very close. I would say about 5 kilometers difference between the two of them. So it all comes down to pure horsepower there. But don't count out Jonathan Thomas. He hasn't gone across the waters, won numerous races in the European Le Mans. He has gone out in the Ultima. So, I mean, he's really fought it out. But he's got a little bit of work to do against Axel Jeffries, who's also got a long repertoire of championships, both local and across the waters.
Great addition into the Into Africa team, having Axel Jeffries there. We heard from their team manager earlier who highlighted that we will be seeing Axel next time out at Killarney, which is extremely exciting for us as the spectators. Axel, they want to get him in at the 9 hour, and the rules for SAES state that for the third driver to participate in the 9 hour, he has to have participated in at least 2 other rounds of the season before. So Axel Jeffries now in the final stint, carrying on the work of Xolile Leklaka and Stuart White early in the race. Of course, Stuart and Xolile are now done, so the hopes of the Inter Africa team lie firmly in the hands of Axel Jeffries.
Wow, this is always exciting, and you only have to do two laps. I mean, this is always a good one, but we do have a little bit of a rough one. Nadine is sitting with the likes of Franco Di Matteo.
Okay, Franco Di Matteo from Di Matteo Racing. He told me I must do it like that. Yeah, you packed up shop pretty quick tonight.
Yeah, we had a bit of an incident. I mean, in the first hour and a half of treacherous rains, I mean, my second driver got into the car and we told him to take it easy, but, you know, he just got comfortable in it and coming onto the back straight, the puddles caught him out and spun out and hit the wall and destroyed the back of the car. So we would have fixed it, but it's actually too bad to fix. We decided just to pack it up and take it home. And yeah, it's just bad luck because the car was very good. I mean, we were fourth on the grid. I mean, compared to PE, we actually improved about 2.5 seconds in our time. So the car's really getting there, and we understanding how the car is working. So it's a new car, so let's see. We'll probably be back in a couple of weeks' time. So let's see if we can get the parts from Australia in time. That's the problem.
Oh, well, I'm sure that's a problem that you can resolve pretty quickly. We've got a good couple weeks till we're in Killarney. And yeah, like you said, new car, new team, figuring out all the issues, but you'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. Look at, if you compare to all the top drivers there in the GT3 cars, I mean, they've been driving their cars for quite a while, so they understand the car that's been around the block. These are new cars. This is a new car that we brought in, so it's brand new. So we've got lots to learn, but we're learning quickly. The driver, myself and Julian, are understanding the car. So yeah, we'll get it there, but it's just very disappointing that we're there and now we're not. So, but Cowboys don't cry. We just come back fighting harder. That's all it is.
Thank you for your time, Franco.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Well, some big words being said there by Franco. But joining me back in the commentary, Prince, welcome back. And what a way to see the racing. 2 safety cars, leader of our national V8 Roadsters, into having a failure, trying to get that car working. Oh, no, that is a stopped. Is that? No, it's still going. But I have to say, our national V8 Roadster getting caught out, that's a change-up. We had the G&H Transport in the sand. That's a second little stop that landed up with our safety car. And so far, Jonathan Thomas doing his personal best of a 117 around a very dark and slightly damp Killarney.
Well, I think Franco Di Matteo described it best. Cowboys don't cry. They come back fighting harder. And I think we've seen an example of all of that. With today's racing, so many challenges have been thrown the way of these teams, and each and every time they've decided to open up the valves on incredible resilience and give it their all. And as I said earlier today, we are the first to know whether or not it's raining at the circuit. A number of times we've been the signal because we hear over our roof the water dropping down, and that's exactly what we hear now in the closing moments of this race. Now, mind you, an hour ago this happened and it came down hard, but it was in our part of the circuit and not in all parts of the circuit. Certain parts of the circuit never had it coming down so hard, but you will begin to see the rooster tails coming up not too long from now. That will be the telltale sign that this actually is happening. Whether or not it's across the entire circuit, it remains to be seen. But what we do know for sure is that at the 40-minute mark, Killarney International Raceway wasn't quite done with us. On the edge of your seat for 6 hours straight. Where in the world have you heard of that? Definitely one for the history books and one of our most exciting rounds thus far.
Prince, we've been working together for a long time now. And I've always said that you manage to hit the button on things, whether it be safety cars, but now going and working to turn on the showers. I'm going to have a chat to you and Gary because it's bucketing down. Not less than 5 minutes ago, before we even had an interview, it was drying up. You come on the microphone and it rains. Please, okay, you know what? Go back to the B&B. I want to have a dry race. Last 39 minutes and it's gone down to pouring. That we're having swimming pools building up yet again here at Killarney.
Yeah.
This this has been up and down. How do you plan the strategies? And for the poor drivers that just got comfortable, just got warm, suddenly, now you're all going to get damp yet again.
It's exactly what Ari Neveling was saying. You'd hear the tentativeness in his voice about what's coming. He did say it did look grim. And it's exactly that. It's come now. Though that water is opened up from the heavens, and we want to see now how bad is it from the sound. This is pretty much what we had at peak wet conditions during the day. It sounded and looked exactly like this, where you could barely perceive not too far ahead of you into the circuit. What does this mean in terms of pace? You'll see the lap times dropping down. It's going to be a very long 40 minutes for these competitors, as they have to be more ginger now. And it continues to bucket. It only gets worse. You can see as the glare of the lights comes across the screen right here for the competitors as they complete turn 2, the difficult and tricky turn 2 that has claimed so many victims of all classes and sizes of car, from A all the way to D, throughout the day's racing. There he is. There's that rooster tail that's showing you where we are. We're nearly at peak wet conditions once more in a matter of minutes. And in the lead is Inter Africa Racing right now, ahead of Jonathan Thomas's in the Rico Bala Racing Nova Proto 02, and Ari Neveling in third place. There is only 1 second, not a plural of seconds, only 1 second between first and second with Inter Africa and Rico Bala Racing. How's that for the remaining minutes of this race?
Now, we went and spoke about, not long ago, there's no replacement for displacement.
Yeah.
Except when the rain comes down now, having an extra 2 cylinders doesn't quite help. Axel Jeffries has now got a very light Norma Nova that can out-corner him, and he can't put the power down as quick as he would like. They can be messing around with settings, ABS, traction control, anything to get some grip. But Jonathan Thomas will have the advantage to close up on him. But we cannot count out Arnold Neveling, along with the Stradale team. They have an opportunity. First, second, and third in one lap can swap. Jonathan Thomas has an opportunity to move his team up. Neveling has an opportunity to move his team up. Into Africa with Axel Jeffries has an opportunity to move their way into the championship. We cannot even count out the likes of Bettingcourt getting close to Pretorius as well in our National V8 Roadsters. And all that it needs now is one car to make a mistake, and that changes the entire landscape. Start to finish, the rooster tails are just getting bigger and bigger out there on the track. You can see the Norma Nova is far easier to get into the braking zone versus the Lamborghini, despite it being far newer compared to the rest of the machinery out there.
Yeah, tectonic plates being shifted here across 2 classes, albeit in different circumstances, slightly different circumstances. In Class A, hardly perceptible difference there. And in Class B, you're looking at the battle for a final podium position after, of course, the lead Brown Deck. That Dutchman Brown Deck car has done pretty well to curb all the challenges, and it's Axel Jeffries. Look at that, around the outside goes Thomas. Ooh, having a look, putting his nose on the outside and now tucking back in, so it's a pseudo up and under, relatively slower. Given the lack of traction around Cape Town corner, that is turn 5, they've cleared now. Down the home straight they go, barely separable, going down into turn 1. Who chooses the later point to break? Is it Thomas? No, it's not. It's Axel Jeffries. He takes the inside going into turn 1.
That was... Someone had a little bit more ponies out of the corner.
Yeah.
The power to rate ratio worked breaking in, but when you got on the loud pedal, that was a bit different. But into Africa, Axel Jeffries has got a definite problem, and turn 5, the final corner of the circuit, is in favor of Rico Bala Racing Adjustable Sleep. This is going to be manic. They do have traffic in the way, and for Axel Jeffries, if he gets caught up behind it, done, dusted, loses out a bit of time, had to lift before getting onto the back straight. And this is going to affect his top end and allow the Rico Bala, who actually gets caught out.
And slips by just before the entry of 4. That was very close for Jono Thomas, but he made it stick. He had to. He had no choice if he's going to try and get as close as possible and pass Axel Jeffries.
And that's now put a 3-second gap between them. That is a monster gap to try and pull back. And it took one back marker to do it, and lands up yet again, getting stuck, trying to figure out how to go. Lady Luck not turning in the favor, and I'm looking outside. Rain has also come to a close. It was just enough to wet the circuit, and 34 minutes to go. This is going to be tense, and don't look away, folks. Anything's going to happen. And what we know of the South African Endurance Series, every single race, every single year, whatever you think's going to happen, throw it out the door. It's going to be turned on its head.
Oh, geez, and on its head. On its head it goes. More Rooster Tails. And Jono Thomas has recovered. That 3-second gap is now 1.5 seconds in a very short space of time. 1.9. The exact number, but you can see he managed to find some sort of performance and has decent drive. It looks like he comes out of 2 relatively well. It's turn 2 and 5 I've seen that seem to be a bit friendly compared to the other parts of the circuit where the grunt of that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 seems to kick in. Like, for example, now coming out, you can see going into 4 and coming out of 4, Jono Thomas looks a lot better, but now down the home straight is where Axel Jeffers' prowess and into Africa's might is shown, and going into 5, you now want to maximize and make sure you have a decent drive, being slingshot down the home and the start finish straight.
You want to... Are you feeling...
Traffic is slowing Axel Jeffries down before you finish that idea. Slowing Axel Jeffries down means Jono Thomas is quite happy about that if he's able to clear that traffic, but it seemed he had the same problem.
All right. Are you feeling cold?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not with these conditions.
Okay, right.
I'm
So
running a
we're going to have a bit
temperature.
of... Gary Fleming, I'm just going to ask here, are you feeling a little bit chilly at all?
While you say that, while you finish that thought, Jeffries and Thomas had to clear brown deck just now, and it became so close. It's incredible how they're bobbing and weaving across this. We're on board now with Jono Thomas. He has the perfect perspective. He's trailing the lead car out of turn 2 now. Down the middle he goes, doesn't go too deep to get the best bit of traction available to him. Let's look at the drive now, coming out of 2, going into the kink. He's still trying to keep with Axel Jeffries, and he seems to be doing a decent job.
Right. Now I'm going to put you guys in the hot seat. Into Africa, Rico Barlow adjusts for sleep, or Stradali for the win of the race. 32 minutes. We got to make a decision before 20 minutes.
Steve
That's it.
Koenig, Steve Koenig. This is the hallmark of the most annoying spectators ever. Can we not just enjoy this? It could go in any direction. That is so difficult to call. Because right now, we've got 1.4 seconds. It was 1.9 seconds not too long ago, but it's 1.4 seconds between Inter Africa Racing and Jonathan Thomas. So I beg your pardon, Axel Jeffries and Jonathan Thomas of Inter Africa Racing and Rico Barlow Racing, respectively. Oof, it's going to get exciting. In the meantime, Coastal Engineering's Hinton House navigating across turn 1, going into turn 2 now. Lonely, quiet, no glare behind, no glare ahead, at least for Oliver Hinton House, and he's having a decent, quiet 10 laps adrift, of course, of that front 3 and 2 laps ahead in between of Steve Clark.
Well, Gary Fleming says Rico Barlow. Our production team says Rico Barlow. Arnold leveling to second, into Africa, down to third.
Yeah.
But we still have
Into Africa in the pits.
Exactly. Wait. That's a stop.
That's a white stop.
That's a fuel stop. And back out.
Driver change. Okay.
31 minutes. 3 incredible drivers, all with multiple championships. From local to across the waters. We have got Rico Barlow 2, into Africa, and Stradali. So now, Prince.
Yeah.
What are you going to say? Now that you've just seen the pit stop of Into Africa and Rico Barlow getting the leapfrog at the moment.
I'm on board. Oh, firstly, wait, hold on. You give us. I want to hear yours first before I say mine. As we're on board with Axel Jeffries at the moment. Past the traffic, he goes zooming by, and he now approaches turn 4.
I would say Stradali.
You would say Stradali.
They went for an earlier pit stop before the safety car.
That they did. Past another back marker goes Axel Jeffries. Okay, I'm on board with Inter Africa Racing. I'm on board literally as we are as spectators. I'm on board with Inter Africa Racing. So we've all hedged our bets. Let's see how this goes over the next 30 minutes. Maybe the longest of our lives, but certainly will be enjoyable. Around the outside, the combined racing Honda Type R goes Axel Jeffries. And around turn 2 goes Steve Clark, gingerly so, knowing that they guarantee themselves points in Class A and ready to fight another day in full racing trim when they get that incredible hybrid, that carbon car back onto the circuit.
and it's going to have a lot more modifications, rest assured.
Yeah.
Steve Clark has been a bit of a mad lad after the damage, and he's been looking at the car. A few upgrades that he's been tinkering around, but I'm hearing pitter-patter of rain yet again starting to fall. 29 minutes in the race. Lorero up into ninth, Bettencourt and Giancarlo going down, and that
is Nick. Oh, but that is Rico Barlow racing.
That's Rico Barlow.
Jonathan Thomas has lost the car. That's the number 15. Lost the car at turn 2. Jonathan Thomas lost the car at turn 2 and went straight into the tires. He's reversing onto the circuit now as other cars. Oh, no. Never would have called it. Was this 2? It wasn't turn 2, I beg your pardon. This is turn 5. This is Cape Town corner, yes. This is Cape Town corner where he just lost it. Oh my word. Oh my goodness.
That is exciting moments we have, but here's the replay. Take us through.
Incredible. All this happened off camera. Jonathan Thomas late on the brakes. Late on the brakes he went and could not recover the car. He
managed to reverse it, and now this has changed the entire situation. Remember I said the Stradale, the Into Africa, and the likes of Rico Barlow. Rain's come down, caught everyone out. We're into the final 28 minutes. If anyone at home is sitting down, I don't think that's it. I think they've gone to just stand up, charging to the screens. But it is going to be Neveling, Stradale up to first.
Oh.
There we go. I told you, we're waiting for the opportunity, but I don't count out Into Africa. They've done their stop. Don't count out Rico Barlow.
Yeah.
They're able to get going.
Yeah, they
that
are.
car looks fine. No damage to the front nose like it was at Aldo Scribante.
Yeah, no damage at all. But that is what looks like a very marginal gap between the two. I'm trying to gauge and see how far off Into Africa Racing is from Jono Thomas, who lost the car, but thankfully for him was able to recover it on his own steam. That was an odd place to go off. I've seen spins there, but haven't seen a straight ahead
braking
into the barriers there at turn 5.
Late braking, and as we heard from Gary Fleming, beginning of the day, rivers start to form up on that corner.
Yeah.
Clip it, and you're going to go forward. So now the question comes in, how is going to be the recovery? 15 seconds was the separation between Neveling, Thomas, and Into Africa. It is now starting to turn. The driver's starting to move forward. I do, however, want to talk about the Coastal Engineering running in fourth. They've been silently chipping away, moving their way forward. So you've got to give it up. Brand new car, a father-son duo. They're just enjoying the race. And now I think the little bite of, hey, we can actually make this work. We can move forward. That little taste of the cherry is definitely there.
It's there. They've played it so smart. They've kept it clean. They've kept it neat all the way across. And it's going to pay dividends. Definitely going to pay dividends for them. It's already paid dividends, in fact. Crossing the halfway mark of the race in that position guaranteed them a points haul. That is quite impressive to take, as we have Ari Neveling at the moment clearing turn 5, which was troublesome for... It is Ari Neveling clearing turn 5, which was troublesome for Jono Thomas not too long ago. 15-second gap in between Neveling and Thomas at the moment, with a spinner, but it is none of our top 3. That was a V8 roaster down the home straight, as the pitter-patter is getting more and more pitter-pattery. It's pouring down a little bit more than a couple of minutes ago, with 25 minutes of the race remaining. The levels of excitement are through the roof at the moment here in the commentary box. Next to us in the building that we're in over the new pits, the fans are certainly excited. You can hear and see it, and I'd imagine their tense mood in 4 pit garages. Okay, every pit garage right now, every class.
Everyone's stressing.
Everyone is stressing right now.
I think everyone needs a chocolate milkshake at the end of this.
Word. I tell you what, Steve, I'll carry it. You'll just dish them out.
There we go.
I'll carry it. You'll dish them out.
Into Africa, 8 seconds to the likes of Rico Barlow, and Stradale 13, nearly 14 seconds away, getting held up in traffic, trying to figure out where they can go. And I can tell you, a little bit of home coming through, private messages sending through, guys saying Stradali's going to get it. A couple of people sending in that it's Rico Barlow, others saying into Africa all the way, defending champions. It is split around the world, across Africa, across South Africa. Every single home is currently looking at this race, and it's the same as we go to our national V8 Roadsters. Barnard Pretorius, 33 seconds to Gavin Rook. This is for the change in the championship. If Gavin Rook takes first, they lead the championship over Pesty Racing.
100%.
If they fall to second, Pesty's got a little bit more in the lead with those double points. We are seeing fights up and down that can make or break championships. And right now, everyone is going to be wanting to get to that pit wall, but they've only got 2 tags to be able to do that. I would be drawing straws and ensuring that I hedge my bets on it.
Another thing, we've only got 18 minutes for pit walls and garages to do anything about the conditions of these cars, because the final 5 minutes, Pesty Racing, leaders of the championship, have lost it at 5. Another late breaker with the Rivers that form at 5, and Pesty Racing, which are trying to catch up with the Brown Deck, the Dutchman Brown Deck car, the number 31 of Gavin Rook, are going to be kicking themselves, because that only makes it even more difficult. But a significant way ahead was Gavin Rook already. It was going to be challenging that, just mounted on the challenge a bit more.
169 laps going, 170 laps in. And first, second, and third overall are within less than 20 seconds of one another.
Incredible.
And the weather at this point is a roll of a dice.
Yeah.
If you think going and enjoying yourself at a casino, rather come to motorsport, rather go and set yourself up here with the South African Endurance Series, because you have no idea what's going to happen. And you can see there is nothing when you get caught behind traffic. That rooster tail, as Jonathan Thomas has to guess where the braking markers are. It's muscle memory the whole way through, getting unsteady on the anchors and trying to get on the power early, fighting, soaring away at the wheel, hoping to get any little bit of pace possible. 5,000 RPM. You look at the bottom right, you can actually see the RPM on that dash, and he is keeping it within 5,000 RPM up to maximize the amount of power, to maximize the amount of torque in these very, very difficult conditions, knowing that first place is on the line. We've gone properly into a sprint race. It's all or nothing at this point for every single team.
Oof, this is going to be an interesting one. And mind you, Stradale Motorsport are no stranger to this, as they are former champions. They know exactly what it takes to take silverware in this class. So it actually is a fight with the big boys right now, and it's going to be everybody swinging fully with all their might. At the moment, those wipers are swinging profuse left and right for Jono Thomas to try his best to clear traffic, clear the rain, and clear turn 1 as it stands, as he encroaches on the next of the back markers. And at the moment, he's tried his best to keep the car in a certain bracket of performance, as stable as possible as he gets on to turn 2 now, a barely perceptible turn 2. The only reason I know is because I saw, as it's raining even more now, how you can even see is incredible. And we've got an incident down the home straight. We've been made aware of an incident that has gone off. Let's try to keep up with Jonathan Thomas before you see exactly what's going on at other parts of the circuit.
This might bring a safety car out. And this is going to change the ball game.
Exactly. That is the point.
We're in for a boxing match, and at the moment we are watching Jonathan Thomas go blindly in behind the spray. This is going mad. And we've also got a change for our Class B. John Okaro down.
Oh no.
Our Class Bs have now changed.
Oh, no.
G&H Transport down into second place.
What just happened?
It's falling apart.
Sergio Alvarez, a number 88 Alteza, just overtook the R8, an Audi R8 of Janakaro that was leading Class B, and that's the Audi. That's at Neveling.
Is that Neveling or is that G&H?
I think that's G&H. That is Janakaro. We cannot tell.
Look left, look right. How much power? That is a GT3. Look how he's starting to open up the gap.
Yeah, that definitely is Neveling.
Oh my heavens.
Oh, it's Neveling. It is Neveling.
Jonathan Thomas is on the back of Neveling.
Ooh, this is getting close. We're going to have a clearer picture at some point eventually, but for the time being, this is the view that Jono Thomas has. Can you imagine the pressure mounted on you? You have to put down your best lap times seen all weekend in these conditions behind the quickest piece of machinery on the circuit at the moment. Neverling is that man who set in this car. His teammate, I beg your pardon, Brad Liebenberg, set a car of 1:17.7, if I'm not mistaken. But the fact that that's the same car that's able to set such a time makes Jonathan Thomas even more sharp, even more aware of the task ahead of him. And so far, he's managed to recover firstly coming off at turn 5, reversed the car and got it back on its own steam, thankfully. And now he's in a position to be within arm's reach of Neverling.
Best lap times, all 1:17s.
Yeah.
And Into Africa is the fastest out of all three of them.
Yeah. With a 1:17.2, and that was set by Axel Jeffries.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, don't pinch me, but I am dreaming. And this is now going very, very wide. Change up for the lead. Jonathan Thomas into first place. Rico Barlow leads the race. Stradali in second. And we are running out of time. And Gary Fleming is going to be through the roof on that one. But the race is not over. There is 18 seconds left. And we know motorsport. Anything happens. You do not count anything until the checkered flags come out. You've put your car on the trailer and you're ready home.
Oh, jeez. Neverling, 2 seconds.
And into Africa, 3 seconds off second place.
Oh, I can't take this anymore. Jeez, this is incredible. Never could have called this. We're still in green flag conditions at the moment, so we can't confirm what happened. There it is. Number 42 of that is Dan Hirsch in the car at the moment. He's lost it. Very banked section that looks like turn 5, if I'm not mistaken. We'll find out in a moment.
Please roll. Please move forward. Please
we
move forward.
Dan
Please
Hirsch
move
to
forward.
move.
If he doesn't move, that means the final 10 minutes is going to be a sprint race.
100%.
Yellows, safety car, safety car. Into Africa, first place. Stradali, second.
I like how you said into Africa first.
Well, into Africa and third.
Are you projecting there, Steve?
You know what I'm seeing right now? 10 minutes to get going.
Oof.
5 minutes. The last 5 minutes, pit lane closes. If you haven't got into pit lane now, that's it.
Just try.
It's done.
Yeah.
But what we've got is, depending how long that safety car goes out, this changes race, which is a mirror to the 1 hour dash between Samlin Racing and Zana Chemicals.
Yeah. 100%. At the hour mark is when we saw that safety car. What is this? We love it. We want more of it. And we need right now. There's a couple of.
And there's a spinner again. That's a 55.
This is too much for me. What just happened with the 55? Is it Fabian Lanz-Attebiel? Yes, it is. And this will be, if she needs to be recovered, her second recovery. But she seems to be on the tarmac, and she
would be able to roll.
Yeah.
She would be able to roll.
But it's Dan Hirsch who has the center of the underside of his car right at the apex, the peak of that little hill. This is a lot. This is a lot to process.
At this point, I'm through the roof. This is exciting, folks. I mean, if you think about it, first, second, and third behind safety car, right on top of one another. Multiple champions that have represented South Africa. They represented all their countries. They have gone over, won championships, won races. We have got 2 GT3s going at it, 2 different era of GT3s. We got an Audi R8 Evo. Yeah. We have got the most modern GT3 in South Africa and in Africa. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 GT3. And we have got a Norma Nova up against one another here at Killarney. We've waited 3 years for this moment. 3 years ago, we had a massive turn of events in the final 10 minutes. You and I were very fortunate to commentate on that. Yeah. And now it's happening again. I can't stress this enough. Don't take your eyes off. We have got 15 minutes left. If you need to grab some water, go do so. If anyone is needing to watch this, wake them up. Across the world, wake them up, because this is game time. This is an opportunity that the South African Endurance Series have to go. And that right there is the catalyst that has now lit the fuse for one of the biggest dogfights.
Beached. Absolutely beached. We just got a clear picture as one of the cars was passing now. You can see how deep he dug into the mud the rear of that car is. Wow, what a game changer. What a game changer. And how long this is going to take, we've seen a number of safety cars. We stopped counting. We usually have a safety car count at the SAES, and we stopped counting.
We usually have a right hand for that. That right-hand man that usually does it. Yeah, we got to bring him back, though.
We should. We'll get that right hand ASAP. Hopefully by round 4, that right hand will be back when we get to Killarney. But in the meantime, there have been so many safety cars that have come in and intervened at critical points of the race. But does it get more critical than the dying moments of round 3? When you see the convergence of 2 champions of the series, one defending, one former not too long ago, in quite similar circumstances, Stradale took it, and now we have a contender. It is Rico Baller Racing, who've always been thereabouts, showing they have the pace, and they are clearly vying for that silverware this year. It's a tough one to call.
And we've got to also talk about the other classes. Class B, change up, going in as well. That's now brought into contention, but also our National V8 Roadster, Pesty Racing, and Dutchman Brown Deck are now on top of one another yet again to fight it out. We have got multiple fights happening in different classes to score big. And not even to mention, there is a performance, there's a performance of index that has to be done in this weather as well, which for the math, I can't even work it out right now. I can't even imagine working it out, because I don't think anyone is worrying about that 0.2 or that 0.003 of a second. They have to be within their times.
Yeah.
Right now, I've got 5 gears, I've got 6 gears, and I'm going to use every single one of it.
Until they have no teeth.
That's it. From green to checkered, we're about to abuse the heck out of the car to see it to the end. And championships are riding double points for round 3. This is mad. This is absolutely mad. This is 3 years of waiting, culminating to this very moment, and we are 12 minutes and 50 seconds left of a 6 hours of Killarney. This is mad. This is mad. You can't write this stuff.
No, you can't. No, you can't. And I'm crossing fingers, but I'm not even sure what I'm crossing for. Jono Thomas leading for Rico Baller Racing in an incredible recovery, because not too long ago he was in a close position to where Dan Hirsch is at the moment. 4 cars have lost it there in the past couple of laps. One of them was Jono Thomas, who now leads the race, and he somehow recovered past Ari Neveling, who's setting in incredible lap times. I mean, he didn't make it easy for him. And we also have Indica Africa Racing right behind there with Axel Jeffries trying his best to reel them in. He was in racing conditions, of course, only a 0.7 of a second behind the second placed Neveling. So it's a tough one to call. Calling it is not. Look, before we even go into predictions, what we do know for sure, the certainty is that in 5 minutes' time, none of these cars can enter the pit lane.
That's it. This is wild. This is completely wild.
Yeah.
And out of all the years that I've been around commentary, I could never expect what an SAES race is going to look like. I know your time in commentary, you've never expected. I know for Gary Fleming in all the years that he's been, which is twice you and I put together, he's never expected a race like this. Our Obi-Van has never expected a race like this. The rain has now stopped by the looks of it. Light drizzle might be falling, but I looked at the weather. There's a cloud that lurks around that may change the ball game yet again. This is going to be wild, and we have got 11 minutes exactly for it. We've had race pause, we've had safety cars, and right now we're into the most stressful ending of the race for multiple classes, folks. Well, actually, Class B is pretty much sorted, because it looks like G&H down to 13th, so they have definitely got a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, they do.
So the race is on for our National V8 Roadster and our top 3.
And I've got to talk about Sergio Alvarez in that number 88 Alteza. Let me tell you something about this team. They're overcoming an incredible run of bad luck where all sorts of things were thrown their way over the past couple of rounds, and they've soldiered on. They never gave up. I am so excited to see how this race ends for them, because they currently lead the class.
And what about Lorero?
I beg your pardon. It's
the Honda Civic Type R in Class C
Exactly.
is currently way up the order
Exactly.
and is ahead of our Class
Ahead
B.
of Class B, exactly. Oh, this is going to be an exciting finish. The Loreros rather going to be pinching themselves for the result they seem to be certain to secure. Firstly, we have the variable right now of how long it's going to take for Dan Hirsch to be recovered. We've also got the certainty of the fact that once the race and the clock is down to the last 5 minutes, none of the cars which are in the pits can exit and none of the cars can actually enter. So it's going to be a tough one for them if they get stuck in that scenario. Waiting to see if there has been any movement with the Dan Hirsch. We've got 9 minutes down and counting. If there's any been okay, yeah, we're down.
I don't see orange lights.
Let's have a look. See.
I don't see orange lights. Safety cars moving. Prince, we're about to go racing. We are about to go racing. Final 9 minutes. Top 3 on top of one another for overall all A-class, all champions. Slowing it down. Jonathan Thomas is going to bring the entire field to a crawl. He has got space between himself and Arnold Neveling by one car.
Yep.
And Into Africa of Axel Jeffries is on the tail. We're about to go racing for the last 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Everything's going to change. Green, green, green. We are racing here at Killarney for the final last bit of the 6 hours of Killarney, round 3 of the South African Endurance Series.
And Jono Thomas gets unleashed, exactly what he wants, but close together are Into Africa's Axel Jeffries and Stradale's Ari Neveling. Nothing in between those 2.3 of a second as they went into turn 1. What does it look like at turn 2? Gingerly, the rest of the field goes across turn 1. It's very difficult to navigate at the moment. We've had 20 minutes straight of rain on and off. We've got a class lead here with Gavin Rook of Dutchman Brown Deck ahead of current championship leaders, but now that gap has shrunk to 0.9 of a second. How quickly things change. And I know
That's
for
a
sure.
Lambo. That's a Lambo. Into Africa's ahead of Neveling.
Oh, the overtake has been made ahead of Neveling. And that was quicker than we thought. Axel Jeffries capitalizing on the opportunity with the opening and unleashing of these cars after the the safety car period. By the time we cross that start finish again, we're going to see a change of that lead. So, but we trust the keen eye, the eagle eye of Steve Koenig. That definitely was a green glowing car I saw ahead of Ari Neveling's taillights.
It's a raging bull. You cannot mistake a Lamborghini. There is the Audi R8 Evo
in third place.
In third place. This is going to be a chase for all 3 of them to put the hammer down. 7 minutes left in the race, and Neveling is now starting to put the hammer down to move his way to try catch up to Into Africa. 4 seconds separating the likes of Rico Barlow. These drivers have gone from driving nicely and driving cautiously to just letting the engines absolutely roar. Use any mapping that you can. Ensure victory till the end.
Oh, how convenient it would be if the map is straight. I know that is a mishmash of terms. That's not what Steve Koenig meant, but we need maximum performance from each and every one of these engines. But the engineers have done all they could for this 6-hour-long battle. Battle against Mother Nature, or alongside Mother Nature, depending on how you look at it, because the rain has also brought some fortuitous circumstances for a number of the competitors. Look at how we've seen number 55 fall away, number 42 in the V8 Roadsters fall away of Dan Hirsch there. We saw there's been a lead change in Class B. As we're looking at the V8 Roadsters, Bardon Pretorius has taken the lead from Gavin Rook, the current championship leaders who've been trailing Dutchman Brown Deck for a good hour and a half of racing.
Possibly longer. 2.5 hours they've been hunting it down.
2.5 hours. Bardon Pretorius and Harden Pretorius have been hunting down a lead that seemed to be taken from them by Dutchman Brown Deck. And now they've stolen it back in the dying minutes to... How are we on time?
3 seconds for Into Africa. They've closed down a second on the likes of Rico Barlow. Every Cape Townian is rushing to figure out, supporting Rico Barlow and Just for Sleep. Into Africa is coming in for a fight of note. Stradale 8 seconds back. They're getting left, unfortunately, at this point. They're trying everything they can, but I think Into Africa gave the radio message, go and floor it. That show that this is the reason we brought a current gen GT3 car to South Africa to win at all costs.
Yeah, current because it's on time. And speaking of time, no more time to get into the pits if you're out there, and no more time to get out if you're in there. The dying minutes, 5 minutes of the race remaining, or 40 minutes, 4 minutes and some change. Oh man, it's Axel Jeffries in the middle of it now, trying to slice and dice through the traffic out at Cape Town corner, and off he goes now, down slingshotting on the home finish, and he's waiting to see the lights, the tail lights of Jono Thomas as soon as possible. Nothing in it now. That lead has gone down to 1 second, so he certainly can see exactly where Jono Thomas is. Oh my goodness, we have them in the same frame. Breathe if you get a chance. Under braking into turn 2 we go. In goes Jono Thomas. In goes Axel Jeffries. He's gonna have to be ginger and careful what is going on. There's Jono Thomas, and there goes Axel Jeffries having to get across that 33 Scuderia Rossi Alpha and a V8 Roadster at the same time. This is gonna be difficult because now he has to clear traffic by the time he gets to the King and try and catch up to Jono Thomas, who now has 2 seconds all of a sudden again.
Oh man, it's not over, but it just shows that Inter Africa has got the grunt to close down this pace. It is all down to traffic. If you are walking down the pit saying, listen, you mind just slowing down a little bit, just, maybe just pull into the pits, please, it would be, I think that is going to be the conversation. Running up and down the pit lane as they charge down the back straight. This is incredibly close and is going and fighting it out, but right in front, the Norma Nova sees the angry light of a 2024 Hurricane Evo 2 chasing down V10, 600 plus horsepower underneath, being unleashed, and you can see how fast it closes up to a 5-liter stock Ford Coyote 900 kilogram prototype. This is mad.
And your bets are locked in too. Might I remind you, POV Axel Jeffries and Jono Thomas knows it. Oh my goodness, under braking going into turn 2, out the exit there, go approaching the kick. Not too long from now, easy on the traction. Jono, you might lose it. Axel's watching to see for any mistakes that you might make, and clearing the kick quite easily. It's been a tricky spot for all the racing we've seen across the 6 hours of racing. Now approaching turn 4. Easy does it, but you can see the grunt is about to kick in now. Full beans and commitment at the double right. And then the grunt, traffic as ever.
Traffic slowed down. Jonathan Thomas had to lift. This has killed the drive down the back straight. Outside line for Axel Jeffries. Heading into the final corner. He's got the lead. Switches to the middle for the defense. Goes back to the inside, forcing Jonathan Thomas to try and go around. Into Africa has taken the lead of the race. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Into Africa now needs to run for Rico Barlow Racing and adjust for sleep. It comes down to corners. It comes down to traffic for them to take the win. Unfortunately, Stradali down into third. They are the title fight, but Into Africa is running a bit wide and rain is starting to fall. Anything can happen.
And you've seen the aggression level going around at turn 1, dipping slightly. These cars were a lot more aggressive coming around this particular part of the circuit when they were still racing, and that is just like half a lap ago. And now we're here again, and it's a lot more wet than we had in the dying 3 minutes of this race. You still can't call it because you don't know what's going to happen. But as it stands, it's Axel Jeffries first trying to catch Jono Thomas, catches and passes him, and now has 1.2 seconds of we won't call it a cushion, right? 1.7 seconds of what is not a cushion, and he has to navigate the traffic too.
Oh man, this is wild, and it all comes down to this.
It's been a long
1 minute left. We're on the final countdown, folks, and I'm sorry if that song just got stuck in your head. We are hearing the Jaws theme song for a lot of these cars. It is now down to the last seconds, and no one can get off the gas. Into Africa, Rico Barlow Racing are not going to lift. They can't afford to. And Stradali know that they need to keep the power in as well. Every single driver just trying to circulate. The Pesty Racing team up into 6th. They are leading. They class 20 seconds ahead of the Brutron down and Brown Deck in the backdraft for our National V8 Roadsters. We got the Larrea car that we just saw. So we're going to find out how this is going to work out. We're waiting for the timer to go by, and soon as the timer strikes 0, that's when the flag comes out. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End of the Killarney 6 hour. It is a charge through into Africa. Needs to keep it on the track to make sure they've secured the victory. Axel Jeffries had the race of his life here at the tourist hotspot, home to the 7th monument in the world. This is Table Mountain is around and bringing the luck, but this is Rico Barlow getting usurped at the last. 1 corner to go. Flames bellowing out of the Lamborghini Huracan. GT3 Evo Huracan 2. First races around into Africa will come across the line and will be more than happy to go ahead of everyone. Just trying to find out, would that be the checkered flag? Checkered flag is out, and that is it. Into Africa has won the 6 hours of Killarney, and it came down 3 laps to the end.
That is incredible. There is no calculation, no prediction, nothing possible to even closely and remotely close to this, to calling this result. None of these teams could have been prepared for the elements ahead of them. None of them could have been prepared for the amount of safety cars, the amount of rain, the amount of racing and dicing, slicing through the traffic.
There we go.
Pause.
Celebrations.
There it is. None of this could have been predicted, but what they knew is they were prepared for anything. They would take it in their stride, and that they did. Stewie White, Xolile Tlaka, Axel Jeffries, giving it their all for 6 hours straight. When they thought the odds were stacked against them at one point and didn't quite know what was going on, when it came to time for the race pause, all of that was all up in the air. It was a complete gray area, and it came down literally to the dying minutes of the race. And the fall of the checkered flag for them to enjoy this moment.
In the rain. No one's bothered about getting wet.
Yeah.
No one's bothered about getting wet.
Incredible.
25 seconds separated, first, second, and third overall, after doing 184 laps here around Killarney, and 26.5 seconds separated our national V8 Roadsters. Let's not take that away. But wow, what a race.
Whoa, jeez. How's that? 2 classes decided in the final seconds of the race. And we also have the Paulo Loureiro situation where a Class C car finishes ahead of Class B. There it is. There's that moment they've been working hard for. Incredible.
Celebrations, the knocks on the car. That Huracan has now earned the love and pride of Africa, and it had to take on one of the quickest cars that everyone fears, the Norma Nova MP02, that has been a dominating factor. And these teams have been rivals start to finish, year upon year. Stradale, a Just for Sleep Rico Barlow, and into Africa, lined up. And what a triumphant battle to the end.
That was incredible. Oh, they took everything that came their way, and they had to. You just don't have a choice. Especially, can you imagine having to now suddenly dial up the aggression, and the conditions are going against any sort of higher risk-taking when it comes to you getting around the circuit? I mean, you saw how tricky it was during the day. We came into nighttime. It seemed like we're getting a bit of light, and it seemed like the heavens were going to give some sort of reprieve for all these competitors, but it rained some more. And then you had the situation with Stradale. Let's not forget that. We had it was a 3-horse race and a sprint to that end. And for some reason, it did seem like a dip in pace slightly there from Ari Neveling with the Stradale in the last 7 or 8 or so minutes, but he was right up there pressurizing both into Africa and Rico Barlow Racing. And around once Ari Neveling fell away a bit, it was then an all-out fight for the dying seconds of the race between Jono Thomas as well as Axel Jeffries, and Axel gave it his all. And what's interesting also, the combination of strength, Steve. Describe how, for example, the grunt of that Lamborghini is at odds with the cornering prowess of Jono Thomas in the Rico Balla Racing car.
I mean, the Norman Nova is lighter. The power to weight ratio is higher than the Lamborghini, but it has no replacement for displacement. If the rain fell once again a little bit harder into Africa, would have the only bets of utilizing power taken away from them. It was an outright match, and I cannot believe what we just saw here on South African soil. I mean, this is just wild. It took 3 years to come back to Killarney. Killarney threw everything at our teams, at the drivers, at the spectators, the marshals, the officials, and now it came down to this. Let's not make it another 3 years.
No. We make it a next week. I'd love that. I'd love a back-to-back. That would be great. It's wow. 3 years, absolutely worth the wait, and absolutely worth the effort that's been taken by all of these teams to make this trip down, to make sure that we get in the most exciting round of racing we've seen so far. And round 3 has promised what will be an incredibly exciting. We're at the halfway point of the championship so far. So we're going to cross over now to hear what the top 3 has to say, and we're starting with the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, Into Africa have done it again. Axel Jeffries, you had quite a long stint. What a stint. I mean, you had a good couple dices there. Tell us how it was for you.
No, it was honestly a great weekend. A few scares during the race. These guys did an excellent job. Exo, Stuart, the whole Into Africa team, they've been incredible, and it's just so nice to join them, to see what a professional organization it is now and how it's grown so much already from last year is amazing. And this is a reward to them. You know, car was faultless, everything worked well. I made a couple of mistakes, but I was happy I could recover for the boys because everyone did great.
A huge congratulations. Exo, you must be so proud.
Man, I do not know how to explain how I feel right now. There were moments in the race where I thought we've lost this. He nearly put it on the wall in his last stint. Then we recovered from that. Then he had a puncher, 28 minutes to go. Then he had a puncher. Then I said, okay, now we know where, you know. But, I must say, this was the toughest race of my life. I promise you, the team did well. I mean, the engineers that helped us, Toby, Lucian, the guys that came to support this team and are part of this team. I don't have no words for Stuart and Axel Jeffries. Look at Stuart's stint in the beginning. Those conditions were short of being really horrible, you know. And the car is here, it's in one piece, you know. The nerves are wrecked, but, you know, these guys, it's a pleasure. I'm just a guy that comes at the end and try and make up the time, or just, really, I don't know what to say. But I'm happy right now.
Don't ever discredit yourself. I saw you guys biting nails in the pits, and then all of a sudden, as Axel overtook on that last overtake, things just blew up in the pits. Kulile was dancing. Stuart, as Kulile mentioned, you had a really tough stint. Do you want to tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, we had a tough stint. Unfortunately, something happens. We made a mistake and we went on wrong tires, but lost the lap, gained back the lap, and then after that, it was just everything that could go wrong did. But we recovered from everything. We had a few close calls, but the car's here in one piece. Congratulations to Exo on a great stint, and also to Axel. Having him in South Africa is really a pleasure for us as a team, and also thanks to Luciano, Toby, and Gerald, and the whole team. It's more than a team; it's a family, and this is our first win together for the three of us. But I'm hoping there's many more to come.
Awesome. Thank you, guys, and a huge congratulations. And Exo, thanks again for making this all possible for all the drivers. Okay. Okay, so now I'm here with, Rico Barlow. You know, what is it with me and your names?
Have you forgotten my name already?
No. I almost said Into Africa, but Rico Barlow, Just for Sleep.
Well done.
Here with Nick Adcock, Michael Stephen, and
Louis Maurice.
And Jonathan Thomas. Yeah. So you guys had 4 guys in your team, Nick. You guys just got back from Europe, had an incredible time there, and then you guys came and took second place in South Africa.
Yeah, very good race despite the conditions. I mean, it was very, very challenging, as everyone will say, but everybody drove incredibly well. The car never missed a beat. We did the whole race on one set of tyres, which probably cost a little bit at the end because we didn't want to change tyres towards the end of the race. We thought it was going to dry, and it got wetter. So that's why we had nothing really to fight with after doing, obviously, so many laps on one set of rubber. So, yeah, all the guys, very evenly matched today. Great racing. Great to see so much excitement for a grandstand finish. Obviously, we're disappointed we're not in P1, but, you know, we live to fight another day. You know, he tried his absolute best. He went from hero to zero to hero again when he had that little off. But he did very, very well because when it's dark here, it is properly dark. You cannot see anything. They wouldn't race like this anywhere else. So it is really a test. It's like a night stage rally around here because it is far too dark to be racing, really. But we do it. We're stupid, but yeah, here we are. Another good result for the Ricobala team, Nova Proto, Just for Sleep and Moltel, who give us the oil. No, great race. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. I mean, we can't win them all, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was a tough one. Going out last in the dark, in the rain, it was a bit tricky. And then in the beginning of my stint, I felt good. The car felt strong. I knew I had some pace, so I pushed a bit to catch up to the guys in front. And then the last 45 minutes, I thought, oh, my tyres are getting a bit bored. And then at the last 20 minutes was just survive. So it was a bit tough at the end. But yeah, it was a bit disappointing they managed to catch us. But it is what it is. So we had an amazing day for what we started with. So yeah, I'm so happy.
And it's only round 3, so there's still three rounds to go. Marco, Steven, nice to have you back. How's it been being part of the Ricobala team?
Yeah, great to be back. Absolutely fantastic experience. A big thank you to Nick Adcock, Just for Sleep. Fantastic to be part of the team and fight for the win. Well done to Into Africa. I think after 6 hours of racing to have such a close finish was a fantastic result for everyone, for motorsport. But we're going to save the win for the next European round.
Okay, now don't show off. And for you, Louis, how is it being a part of the team today?
It was awesome to drive this car that I know in Europe for first race for me in South Africa. I'm here just for some months and they welcomed me really well in this Ricobala racing team, and that was such a good moment with all these people that I know from Europe. And I discovered how to race here in South Africa. Maybe not the weather as usual, but it was a really good experience and I really enjoyed it.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. My next question was going to be the weather, but you answered that. James, well done on second place.
Thank you.
All right.
You get a sense of the relief in the voices almost, because can you imagine how tense all of these teams have had to be for the duration of the weekend to try and focus on extracting the ultimate level of performance in the winning stable. You've got a brand new piece of machinery that just landed. Imagine the pressure of thinking, okay, we've actually never tested this out in race trim. And we're going to dive in and commit to round 3 at the halfway point of the championship that we're trying to defend. But let's hear some more from the third placed Stradale Racing.
Stradale Motorsport, wow, that was intense. Charles, you had a couple tense moments. You were avoiding me completely at a couple times during today's race. How are you feeling now?
Look, I think it's a bit of a gut punch after the performance that the three of us put in. To be taken out in Brad's stint was, it was bad. But in any case, be it as it may, I think we did fantastically well. We are new group racing together, and Brad and Adi did so well today. I was pirouetting all over. More off the track than on. I think I was off-roading. But in any case, it just worked out. And here we are, third. And giving it to the big boys, end of the day. We have always been quite a big team, scaled down the past few years, and obviously running a very much small budget. But yeah, here we are and still giving it the horn. So yeah, we're very happy. And yeah, well done to my boys.
Well done, boys. Brad, you went full throttle. I mean, you were going full throttle before the incident, and after the incident, you just came back to another level.
Yeah, I was trying to just make up a little bit for that incident. But yeah, I mean, Charles said it all. I think all things considering, we did a really good job to be on the lead lap after all the stuff that happened in the race. But yeah, bittersweet. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, as I say, all things considering, it's an okay job. And we come back at Killarney and we see what we do.
Well, we can't wait to see what you bring to Killarney. Ari, shame, you had a tough time out there. Back and forth with Axel and the Nova. Tell us about it.
Yeah, no, look, it was still good fun. I think my heart rate during that stint must have been insane. But, thank you to the guys that all did such an amazing job. Thanks to the team. Yeah, really looking forward. Let's see what we can do at the next one.
Look forward to seeing you guys all there. Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to go back to commentary.
You can see the level of emotion and the knock that Stradale had to take towards the dying stages of the race and how much it meant to them. All of them, but especially Charles Arranges, you can see the expression on his face, just how much it meant for them to be out in the lead, vying it out, and for them to lose out the way they did with the incident, of course, that Brad suffered and had to try and recover from. It was really within their grasp. It was that close for them to take the win, and that's how much it meant for them.
All the teams wore their hearts on their sleeves today, right through the pit. All the highs and lows. I'm still getting over the fact 184 laps. 184 laps. That is at 3.2 kilometers. So it's just a bit of I'm lost for words. 184 tires to move forward.
184 laps in total completed on one set of tires is what the Rico Barlow racing team were able to accomplish during this race, which is an incredible feat. And that's what John O'Thomas struggled the most with towards the end. The fact that you're looking at a set of tires that has done so much more work as compared to his nearest competitors in the form of Stradale Motorsports as well as Inter Africa Racing. And to still be able to perform as well as he did is quite an impressive feat. But we're going to try and have a look and see and summarize the entire 6 hours of racing as best we can. There was so much that happened, and let's have a look now at where it all started. And as we prepare for that highlight reel, I mean, we knew for sure. There were predictions that came in about the conditions, so we were mentally prepared for that. But the start of the race is where it was all the reality set in about what was ahead of us. Because in and around the 1:30 mark, at about the 1:30 mark, it became very clear that we actually are going into mixed conditions here, going into the start of the race. And these are the scenes we were exposed to all throughout the first hour of the race. We had a lot of offs, a number of them at the mix of classes, each and every one of the classes, the PSD Racing 262 championship leaders at the time, going off a couple of times, and they didn't know that Dashman Browndick would come in and ask questions of that championship lead. And this is a car I'm incredibly impressed with. Their racing was difficult, as you can see, a number of times off. In fact, they were the first car in frame we saw going off, and they still fought and managed to win the class in class B, the Toyota Alteza number 88 of Sergio Alvarez. But every single one of the cars were exposed to the elements. It was a great equalizer, and each and every one of them were facing the same test at moments like that. A close moment. Koleli Tlaka in the car at that point, nearly coming together with the Hinternaus Ligier, the latest rendition, a more recent rendition rather, of the cars compared to the Ligier as we've seen on our circuits. The difficulty to stop at turn 2 was emphasized more than ever, as I think every class was represented by this particular corner and that particular tire wall, from class A all the way to class D. And then we had the late braking there of Dan Hirsch quite impressive in throwing off the 262 Pasty Racing car, and that's where you saw the change occur. Brown Deck in the number 31 V8 Roadster were now officially seeing, actually more clearly seeing the opportunity that they had at hand, which was to take the lead for the championship, and it was a dice. That's why you saw how close the racing was between Brown Deck and the number 42 there of Dan Hirsch, and unfortunately losing out there at turn 1, because it was clear just how much there is to gain going into this round. And these, of course, are cars which were going for the full 6 hours, which meant double points is at stake, and that's why they were pushing so hard, Steve.
Just incredible, and all the sights and sounds as they blast around the Killarney circuit, looking who were having the Table Mountain behind them. It had to be a difficult run for each of the drivers, ebbs and flows through it all. Bradley Liebenberg going and really pushing as hard as he can to bring the Stradale machine towards the top. Unfortunate problems in braking persisted throughout the race, even when the rain faded away for all the different classes. But it was all about who can keep it on the track in the icy conditions, charging their way through. Stuart White had a great outing. The likes of Mr. Leclerc has had a great outing, but it was the fight continuously between the Audi R8 of Stradale into Africa and the Norma Nova. Pasty Racing continuously trying to bring himself back into the fray and knowing what's on the cards. The rooster tails after the restarts came an issue, and the side-by-side moments right there was VW Motor Group not having a good time.
That's exactly the moment that effectively changed the shape of the race for Stradale Motorsport, and that's the moment they were describing there, how it was unfortunate they came together with the GSW there at turn 2. But as you can see, turn 2 claimed a lot of victims, and one of them was the lead car at the time, and that of course turned into what became a top 3 fight. And Ari Neveling, when he came onto his 10 day, there's a recovery we see. At the time, it was Brad Liebenberg in the car, and they needed the assistance of the recovery vehicle for them to actually be able to continue, because it was pretty much stuck in the mud and there's no other way to get it out. Unfortunately for them, the damage was merely cosmetic, and when racing went underway after the umpteenth safety car and witnessing the umpteenth car going off the grid a number of times, we have the resumption of the race with a glimmer of hope in terms of light, but that was towards the end of the daylight times. And then we went on now to see the nighttime racing conditions, and that's where things switched up.
It's going to be a great one, and ultimately it kept every single driver on their feet, having to push harder and harder. The brakes started to glow as everyone was wearing their hearts on their sleeves. It was side-by-side battles throughout the final hour that defined it all. But it came down to the final safety car starting to come through. And this moment right here changed the entire landscape. First, second, and third overall suddenly had sights on top of one another.
Yep, and you'd never expect, you'd think maybe it would come down to a battle in between that particular 3 cars that decides, but it's actually a twist in the fate of one of the cars in another class, and it was that particular number 42 that changed the shape of the race in the dying moments. And at that point it was heart in mouth all over. Here in the commentary booth, all across the building here, and this beautiful patch of land we've come to enjoy over the past weekend of racing at Killarney International Raceway. You could sense the excitement around the grid about what was ahead of us for the last 10 minutes of the race, where it was all to play for the top 3, separated by 20 seconds. Incredible. 6 hours of racing down to 20 seconds between 3 cars.
The gut punch blow for the 42 backdraft, going and breaking down, but that was their loss of the lead and others gain, and G&H beaching themselves, and that once again extended the safety car to come out and start closing up, ramping up the tension in the pits. Everyone trying to figure out what's going to happen. Our Triumph marshals have been working extremely hard. Thankfully, the G&H Transport Audi R8 was able to get out of the beach sand, going and rejoining of the race, but staring down at the entire field coming towards him at turn 1.
Oh, Wow, so many moments. I'm getting flashbacks of a couple of the ones that it would be impossible to try and compress all of them into this few minutes of highlights, because there was just so much happening that was manipulating and altering the ultimate results that we now see and reflect on. But many a time we had the safety car around trying to control the manage the pace and allow the wave by, of course allowing cars to go back past the safety car and get back around and follow the grid in the correct order as per the timing. And at this point, of course, we're in full night conditions. We've had at least an hour and a half of full dark conditions. You can see the glow of the brakes now, and it's Axel Jeffries vying it out with Jono Thomas, and it came very clear that Jono Thomas had the advantage because of the power to weight ratio and the lightness of that car, but the grunt of the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 was definitely the heavier hammer to lay down, and so did Axel Jeffries, knowing what was at stake. And you had this moment where Jono Thomas lost it, and as Nick Adcock described, he went from hero to zero and to hero back again when he recovered the car from here, doing well to keep it on and reverse it out of that situation and get back into racing. At this point, we weren't quite clear, and we were in all sorts of shapes, seeing that A15 and a car that is number 15 in Class A is stuck in the tires, and you can imagine the pandemonium here in the studio knowing that was the lead car.
Reverse onto the circuit, 15 seconds between them all. And this is going to be a battle till the very end. Nose to tail, charging their way through. And it came down to all the back markers, and the moments just started piling on more and more. Our class national roadsters started battling out. It was Jonathan Thomas to get the pass on Stradali to make their way through. Final safety car came out, and this pushed us in to the final 9 minutes of the race to go and battling it out, and nearly a big moment for Team Pesty to lose the lead of the race.
That was incredibly close, and fortunate that Pesty were able to stop their car there. And after the recovery of Dan Hirsch's number 42 V8 Roadster, we knew that all we had was a handful of seconds remaining for this race to occur. It was an outright sprint. We thought there was going to be a 1 hour sprint, but it was actually a sprint worth a couple of minutes, and that's where Axel Jeffries unleashed the full capability of the car and showed what the Lamborghini GT3 Huracan is capable of, and he did so in incredible fashion, incredible control, and you can get the sense of how much within his range of ability this was, because of how he described the ultimate sprint to the end, and how he saw that the car was in pristine condition and he could push its limits right down to the fall of the checkered flag.
184 laps, 6 hours of racing here at Killarney International Raceway. International talent, homegrown and flown across to duke it out in a final battle on Cape Town soil, and the final of our coastals at the moment.
Yep. We're at the halfway mark of the championship, mind you. This is round 3. So we're looking at an incredible milestone already as far as championship leads are concerned. We've seen championship changeovers in the case of Class B, for example, and the last second changeover that we had for the Spearhead. And we're looking at the future.
Well, next up, we head out to the place of gold. We head out to where there's history. It is going to be a wild run. It is round 4 of the South African Endurance Series.